have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Who's that? Whoa. Whoa.
Hi. I'm about to get creative. Drop a hint, pick up and get it. Never left on rep, you want it. All the taste and make me get wanted. Save you by your name, oh baby. Still you always be my maybe. We can touch or make it real. I just like the way it feels. I just like the way it feels. When my fingers touch the screen, it gets physical. You got everything I need, it's medicinal. If I didn't have you now, I'd be miserable. Is this typical? For friends that are digital. Is this typical? For friends that are digital. I'm about to get creative. Drop a hint, pick up and get it. Never left on rep, you want it. All the taste and make me get wanted. Save you by your name, oh baby. Still you always be my maybe. We can touch or make it real. I just like the way it feels. I just like the way it feels. When my fingers touch the screen, it gets physical. You got everything I need, it's medicinal. If I didn't have you now, I'd be miserable. Is this typical? For friends that are digital. Is this typical? For friends that are digital. I just like the way it.
I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst. I used to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb but first. But I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst. You were the calm to my storm. You could take the wind, and though the winds would come, weighing on our shoulders, these the ice could never break us in. You were my horizon that I didn't see at first. You were my horizon, and the breeze is just what I deserve. You were my horizon that I didn't see at first. You were my horizon, and the breeze is just what I deserve.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to Europe for Open number 5 on the road to Paris. Teams earning their points, trying to play in the big game, folks. Everything on the road to the World Championship as well, but that's just a glimmer on the horizon. We got a lot of Rocket League to play through today. It's Friday. We've got 16 teams. We're going to narrow it down to 8 before the end of our broadcast. 6 rounds of competition. The greatest esport known to man. I'm Wavepunk. We've got Lemon Kiwi. We've got CJ, folks. It's going to be a great day. CJ, I mean, the Europe always keeps the action packed for us here. I'm excited for it.
I mean, complete and utter chaos as well from Open 4. It's great to be back. First event for myself this split, and as I said, Open 4 was chaotic. We had Gentlemates not even making the top 8. We've got GK not making the top 8, Lemon. I think there's going to be some eyeballs on those top teams that are underperforming.
Yeah, and we had like a record amount of game 5s when it came to that other Friday for Europe. So it was chaotic, it was a marathon, and we had some big upsets, as you said, CJ, which is going to affect how people are getting to Paris and Worlds.
CJ, I think we were talking to our statisticians about the game 5 situation. I think Open number 4 for Europe was actually a record breaking. Across the season, it's felt like we've been getting to more champions field than ever before. This is as the competition is heating up. And folks at home, if you're watching and this is your first time hearing our voice, watching twitch.tv/Rocket League, you picked a great time to be a fan of Rocket League. Open number 5 here in the back half of the season. We're ramping up the action there as we just have banger after banger to close out the season. All of this on the road to the Paris right now, folks. May 20th through 24th in Paris will be our next in-person event. The teams are trying to qualify to get there. You don't have to qualify. You just have to buy a ticket, folks. Scan the QR code on your screen. You can be in the building as history is made. It's going to be an incredible, incredible event there. So excited. I've never been to Paris, Lemon. Have you been to Paris?
No, but I kind of hope to go, and there's tickets left, so that's great. And it's a huge venue, right? And the French fans, I think, are going to break the roof off the ceiling. I don't know how this is going to go.
I really hope that we get to be around. I'm excited to see what teams will be playing in that building there, CJ. So much on the line here still as we're building these points. We've only had that one online qualifier so far, so point values looking a little low here because we've only had one event, but Vitality sitting nice and cleanly up on top.
Yeah, we do have 5 spots for Europe, which certainly helps thanks to that Copenhagen LAN qualifier spot earned by KC. But after that Open 4, after the first event of the split, I'm not too sure if some of these top teams are going to be there, namely GK. Look at that, 2 points after the first event dropping out. Didn't win a single game on Friday last time, and you've got Gentlemates major champs. When is the last time, Lemon, the major champs can go and win and then I'll make top 8 in their own region afterwards?
Yeah, the road to Paris is going to be a bumpy one, especially for GK. You know, Gentlemates being in the same boat, but, being Boston Majors helps them for Worlds. But GK, I think, at the very least, need a top 4 here to just make the ride a bit smoother and ideally win the whole thing. I know the players are just like, we only care about winning. But, yeah, GK missing out on playoffs made a huge dent.
I mean, just for their points they need to make a top 4 here. I feel like just for their mental, CJ, they need a top 4. Like you can't go out like that last event. You can't have a bad event like that two events in a row. Yeah, you've got to know that you've still got it, I think. Coming into Paris, you want to be warmed up, ready to go. But I think just worldwide, we've seen some absolute chaos. This isn't a global pre-show, but look what's happening in MENA with Falcons looking like they might not be able to make Paris. So I think the question is, globally, is the competition stepping up, or are the top teams losing their aura, if you would? Are they regressing a little bit back to the mean? It's a little bit of whichever one just draw it up however you like, folks. The Paris Major has all spots still open for grabs here, and you can see these. If we were to send teams right now, these are the teams that would play in Paris. But again, all of these spots still up for grabs, so we'll see which teams are able to snipe those spots here a little bit later on. On the road to the World Championship, Joe, things are nice and close as well. Again, Europe getting 5 spots here, Lemon. It's really interesting. There's a 1 spot gap there between Man City and GK right now for that 5th spot.
Yeah, and despite Gentlemates not making playoffs at the last regional, because, like I said, they're the Boston Major champs, they're sitting pretty. So this Paris appearance is so important for GK, and the race is on between them and Manchester City. As you said, 1 point differentiates them. So that's why GK needing a strong regional here matters, because if they don't make Paris, their chances for Worlds are looking cooked, especially if Manchester City keep up what they've been doing.
Well, I want to also keep an eye on that team in 7th there, Gritty Goose, as we talk about Group A. So we're going to have 2 different groups of action here. Again, 16 teams. We're going to narrow it down to 8 by knocking 4 teams out of each group. Here in Group A, GK Esports is going to have to start their journey against the team that is right behind them in the world standings here with Gritty Goose. Can the Gritty Goose continue their story on? As we're all thinking about this from GK's perspective, but there is always, especially on Fridays, CJ, so many teams that this is one of the best opportunities they've had to cement their story, to begin their story here in RLCS.
And they've made a little bit of a name change. Gritty Goose, that was TRB from the previous event. Tox, Raziers, Bibaba. They had a pretty decent showing. They beat Novo and then lost to Man City to make it into that top 8. So they got pretty close. It's going to be an interesting test for GK because it's a match they should be winning. But, I mean, the other first matches are crazy as well. You've got Synergy, who beat KC last time. They get a crack at Gentlemates, who didn't even make it out of this stage.
Yeah, Synergy so far had a little bit more of a rough event as they went to round 5 in the Swiss there, losing to Magnifico and to Ninjas in Pajamas. But they've earned themselves an opportunity there against the reigning major champs and Gentlemates. We'll see whose story starts off well here today in just a little bit. Group B, though, lots of action. There are 4 spots for our 4 favorite teams here, Lemon, Ninjas, Pajamas, Vitality, Carmine Core, Manchester City, all expected to emerge from the groups, but we play Fridays for a reason. Upsets are on the table.
And there's a lot of new teams being featured in both groups: PCS Stride, Era, Magnifico, and GHT. And Gritty Goose, not new, they're formerly known as TRB. Toad in the Hole is Inner Circle, which also had a really incredible run. And it's finally a good time to be a Vitality fan, man. They had such a strong Regional 4, beating down everybody in their path, although they somehow dodged K-Corp for the longest time. So we still kind of want to see that matchup.
We'll see how things go, folks. We're going to be playing through both these groups. Every game on the screen across groups A and B will be played as we're on the road to the Top Spot Championship Sunday at the end of this weekend. We will be crowning a new European regional champ, and that regional champ is going to take home $21,000 as well as 18 season points. We've been talking about the points a lot. 18 on the line for the team that takes home that top spot this weekend. How's things going to go today? 2 groups. We're going to have Group A and Group B. If you've watched the broadcast previously, maybe you've watched us kind of alternate back and forth. This weekend, we are going to be sticking with this new way of doing it where we play through all of Group A and then all of Group B, which personally I find really enjoyable. We get to like follow one team's story, follow one group's stories, and then kind of re-rack, reload, go for round 2, do a second round of stories there, and get you guys set up for playoff Saturday. So Group A and B, lots of action, lots of stories. I mean, CJ, as we look through the teams here, look through the competitors who are going to be playing today, there's the obvious stories of Team Vitality up on top right now, coming in as regional champs, first win for them in a long time, trying to build on that saga. I mean, we could talk about Carmine Core. Who do you want to talk about? What story is the most interesting to you today?
It's GK, and it's probably fitting that they are going to be the first matchup here in Group A, because the fact that these guys didn't win a single match in the group stage in the first event is just super surprising. It felt like this roster as well. We have to remember they picked up Tempo. They got rid of Seiko after the Boston Major, which it kind of felt like that move was already done before the Major happened, because I thought Seiko actually kind of played pretty well in Boston, and then all of a sudden he was kicked probably 2 days after the event. So the pressure is on them because they've made an upgrade, and currently they're not in the running for a major spot. So I'm looking at them. Obviously, Gentlemates, Lemon, the fact that they won the Major and then didn't make the top 8 is a little questionable, but I think we can give them a little bit of leeway. Maybe, that a little holiday period. They were feeling themselves. They won the Major. They were celebrating. Maybe Archie, who's not playing the game, was motivated to play the game. Maybe he was playing too much Rocket League is the question. So I think we'll cut them a little bit of slack. I think they'll be okay here.
And slack on their schedule too, because they missed playoffs because they lost to Man City and K-Corp, which feels pretty understandable to me. But kind of my eyes in this bracket wave, I'm looking at K-Dop Corp. They have Alpha, Mitzer, and Radosid, which, by the way, just throwing it out there, they have a better seed than Carmine Corp. So better K-Corp, I don't know what it is. You guys can argue in the chat about it. But Alpha had an incredible offensive run on that regional. Radosid was making these goal line saves. K-Dop Corp is like my dark horse, if you will, but they have a really good seed. So I don't know if they qualify, but it's a good team.
It's funny that we're talking about a team with world champion players, Radosid and Alpha and Matza here, as a dark horse team. but like that is just the
a
state
little
of,
time together,
of the competition
you
here, CJ.
I mean, they feel like the people's team as well. Everyone loves Radosh and the story with him bouncing up and down on land on his chair, and then Alpha 54 coming back out of nowhere and then just clipping on the big boys in the first event, looking like he's finally found a directional air roll as well. He's looking mechanical in the air. I mean, he's always been mechanical. So can they do it again will be the question here in Open 5.
Absolutely, yeah. Lots of stories today, folks. Don't forget to keep an eye on all the different streams. There will be lots of team streams happening. We're going to keep you updated on all the games that are happening simultaneously. We'll be hopping around. We'll watch one game, and then as that game progresses, if it starts to be a little bit clear what's going on, we'll hop over to another game and keep you guys updated on all the scores. Here's where you can catch the majority of streams. Lots of view parties happening as well. A lot of people who will be kind of doing the red zone style coverage that we're doing here. So you don't have to keep it locked to these channels, but these are the official broadcasts there if you want to check out any one of these teams and follow that one team story. If you're really a big on GK, make sure you go check out GK Esports broadcast there. You can follow along with their story exactly the whole time through. It's going to be a great day of Rocket League. I love that Fridays are back, folks, and we're going to have a wonderful playoff Saturday tomorrow. But today, the chaos, the action, teams, stories beginning, stories ending. Lots of stuff going to happen here as we get into today's broadcast. I'm really excited about it. I am disappointed, Lemon, that KDOP Corp and Carmine Corp are in separate groups here.
Right.
We're still waiting on the KC battle, like which one to rule them all, which one gets to be the ultimate KC. Haven't gotten to see it just yet.
I know we were like joking around the last regional that you know, the better team gets to keep the K Corp name. But I just love the, you know, the KDOP Corp, and then we had the Gentle Bench at one point. But also eyes are on a team like KLG, who we kept talking about GK. Well, that was the team that upset GK, and there's been a lot of these underdogs, I think, rising to the occasion on Friday. And depending on which is the group of death, we could all argue about that. But KLG, you know, beating GK was a big surprise, a big upset. So looking forward to seeing how them and even teams like Inner Circle, aka or now called Toad in the Hole,
it is
for a reason.
It's hard to keep track of, Wave, because they've all decided to change their team name in between events. So yeah.
I'm interested to keep an eye on Whip Esports as well. There as Toxic Compact and Day Shift. Not a name we talk about too much here, but they did come out of the Group B Swiss 3-0 with a 5-game win over Ninjas in Pajamas. So not an inconsequential victory there. They're going to start their day off against PCS Stride, a match that I would say they're favorites to win. We'll see how they do. Lots of stories here. We're going to start off with Group A, I believe. So this is the Group B action we will see a little bit later on. Manchester City going to be taking on Era Esports. But let's talk about Group A. Okay, GK versus Gritty Goose. We've talked about how important that match is. I was just talking about Whip versus PCS. Magnifico versus KDOP Corp here. Lemon, how important is it to start the day off hot?
It's super important, and there's that lower bracket for a reason. Kind of a lot of tough matches, but this is where maybe a lot of the top teams are looking way more down the barrel and down the line at maybe tougher opponents. This is where kind of these underdogs can strike you when you least expect it, and that's why we had so many game 5s in that last EU regional on Friday, is that I feel like there was a lot of underestimation of the competition, and it's all on how you perform on the day. And I don't even think that teams like GK did bad. It was just that a lot of the underdogs just rose to the occasion. And when you have less expectations on yourself to perform and to be number one, then I feel like you can play looser, more chaotic, and in a style that top teams don't really expect. So I think everyone really has to lock in after that wake-up call, though, from the last regional.
Yeah, I think, Wave, like the best of 5s are definitely a big factor here. And I think with the format, Double Elim looks friendly. It's only friendly for the top seeds if you win that first match. What we saw last event, Geonomates lost that first series, which means they're playing a KC in that lower bracket semi-final to make it to the top 8. So these top seeds you're looking at, you know, Geonomates, well, not GK in this instance, but, you know, Whip, KDOP Corp, they need to win that first match because it should give them an easier matchup in the lower bracket if they do drop down. But you don't want to lose early or you might be in trouble.
Am I stupid? I'm trying to think, like, is this technically almost like a Swiss where it's like you have to win 2 either way, right? You have to win 2 before you lose 2. That's weirdly because of where we stop this bracket. That's how this works out. Because if you lose that first one,
qualified.
Yeah, if you lose the first one, you still have to win 2, so you have to drop down to the lower 2 and win, or you can win the first one, win the second one, win. Yeah, it's funny how that works out. The gameplay is on the table, folks. The teams are into the servers. We should be starting here momentarily and be covering, again, all 4 of those first matches there you saw on the left side of your screen. Going to be going simultaneously, so we'll hop around. We'll see which teams are doing the best, which stories are the most interesting. As we kick off Friday here for Europe, we've got lots of fun action in store for us. I'm excited for the games to begin. I just want to watch the Rocket League, so let's get into the teams as soon as they're ready to go here.
And one other team I want to highlight as we take a look at everything going on is Synergy. We were really hyped about them because they upset K-Corp and were the ones that knocked them into lowers, but this is, and because Gentlemates didn't make playoffs, this is the type of team that could really upset them, but Gentlemates upset they didn't get that double tap just now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game where we're seeing if Gentlemates really just have that first event warm-up. And as we said, we're going to cut them some slack. If you win the major, well, you're making worlds, but you still need to qualify for Paris. These guys, especially being a French or being the Gentlemates, they want to be there. They want to go back-to-back as well. So we'll see how they go. Because, see, as what we saw with Synergy last time, taking down KC, they're not to be messed with in a best of 5. So this will be interesting.
Yeah. And AJG had such an incredible regional, and I think the SAM community was super stoked to see him back in top form. And to be able to shake things up against Gentlemates, such a really highly respected team, would be huge for them. And this is, I feel like Gentlemates, though, have been on offense like this whole time so far. Finally, it boils over.
Yeah, they're looking like they're ready to go. I mean, this has just been 1 minute of straight offense from Gentlemates. Oski just flicks it off the backboard, and Archie, the man that I questioned in the pre-show whether he was playing too much Rocket League. For so long, we've memed about Archie's hours, whether he even touches the game outside of tournaments, or maybe he just got a little bit excited after winning the major and practiced too much. They got to find that right balance. I do know Lemon as well with Gentlemates coming into the major. They're all about quality over quantity with their scrims. They don't want to overdo it. They want to keep the appetite to play together. So maybe losing could get them motivated to lock in.
Yeah, they had such a tough schedule last regional that I think more of the conversation was about GK not making playoffs. Gentlemates losing to Man City and K-Corp, you're like, that's just unlucky, really. But Synergy feels like they not only need luck, but the same form that they brought last time. And this is a team that's been together, since Regional 2? Just adding Rixie there in that Regional 2, the rest, that core being together since Regional 1. So good amount of time together. You know, Synergy, the name is there.
Yeah, they looked pretty good. Obviously, the huge upsets in the group stage. The best of 7s is where they did struggle a little bit, though, and it just felt like there was a little bit of a gap. And I do believe that as well, Gentlemates are looking pretty good early on. I know GK have just started as well, so I think Wavepunk. How are we looking at it? Have we had any goals around the grounds as well, just quietly?
Magnifico K-Dop Corp are 1-1 with 3 minutes left to go. And that is the only goal, I believe, right now.
Guys, we're doing this red zone style, so we'll be hopping around as soon as the action dies down or kind of hypes up between different matches. Look, we're going cross-eyed, and we have Wavepunk kind of helping us out as our human TV remote to just kind of click through the different stuff.
Yeah, GK looking to get underway, but Gentlemates, I think right now we're just getting a little vibe check on Gentlemates just to see how they are stepping up in this second event of the split. So far, looking pretty good. Business as usual. But Synergy.
PCS Stride versus Whip. I said the Whip coming off of that hot win over Ninjas in Pajamas to go out of their group 3-0. They are trailing 2-0 now with half the game left to play here. PCS Stride getting a good solid start here against Whip.
I need Synergy to come together this far, and this could be the run, and Noski has to put up some defense, and looks like Gentlemates have been, double commit there. Is it gonna be good? And Synergy, though, are knocking at the door of that equalizer. They're taking their time, but they ain't got a lot of boost to do it, so this is still feeling like a close game to me.
Classic 1-0 start here for Gentlemates, just trying to lock it in. 90 seconds left. Has been a bit more offense on. That's a nice little pre-shot play. Hang on a minute. Had to make the save there. AJG underneath. Should be able to keep the pressure on for Synergy. Off the roof as well. Oh, stop it with the fake. The pressure building. Gentlemates, they look like they're pretty happy with the 1-0, but they don't want it at all, Synergy. Find the equalizer. A lot of pressure. Dorito 1-1.
Yeah, what a final touch there at the end to bring it out to the teammates. So tied 1-1, and didn't feel like Synergy were really antsy or not composed. It felt like they were just building up towards this very patiently. And like I said, they've been together for quite a few months compared to other teams, and they're starting to ramp up the speed a bit in this last minute.
Yeah, it's rare to see Gentleman's really get pressured online like this. There's another beautiful pass, but the shot was just not on there from Rlcs. All of a sudden, after that first minute where it was all Gentlemates, they got their first goal. They've really just been stuck in net. And I love this from AJG, just hitting the ball around, flicking it across the Ricks, who can come off the roof and just keep that pressure on. Gentlemates getting a little bit rattled here. Perhaps not as warmed up as we thought. However, they do get perhaps a chance. Oh, yeah, Nass over the top. Easy as you like. Just not quite able to make the save there, Synergy.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And 39 seconds, there could be a response, although it did take Synergy several minutes to kind of get the ball rolling physically and metaphorically and whatnot. But Synergy also ended top 6 in that last regional because they got the start on the upper side with great success qualifying after they beat K-Corp. So Synergy, we'll see if was that just a fluke, and same thing with Gentlemates. Can they just have clean wins all around, especially in that first match?
Talk to me, Wave.
From around the league here, Magnifico with 6 seconds left gets the go-ahead goal against KDOP Corp. So we'll see how the kickoff goes, but they're looking like they're going to win game number 1. GK did get a nice goal against Gritty Goose to lead 1-0 right now in game number 1. They also had some pretty strong defensive stops there, so it's been GK on top right now. KDOP Corp with the time going to expire. We'll see here. You can actually see the results happening, and there it goes into the ground. Game's ending all the same time, as they all started around the same time too. And hop over here and check out GK versus Gritty Goose, see how GG handles the end of this game.
I'm looking at tempo for this event. There's a lot of pressure on the guy when you pick him up, when you make the huge move after Seiko did look pretty good, and then Man City with Seiko outperform you in that first event. A lot of pressure on this team. I'm sure a little bit of money as well, as it changed hands with the buyouts and contracts and all sorts of things. So after just one event making a move, so we'll see if he can step up. And yeah, definitely look like Joyo and Jack. Just a little bit flat in that first event. This is a good start here, 1-0.
Yeah, and Tempo and Seiko are just such different players. And oh my god, this almost just slipped through all the defenses and still trying to clean this up as Gritty Goose. But you ever play fantasy football and you make a trade and everyone's wondering, okay, who won the trade? Like, who got the better end of the deal? So that's been the big conversation, and so much pressure on someone like Tempo, like you said, to make up for. At least you feel like the trade is to blame when it really isn't. It's just the time to kind of come together as 3 that's going to be in question when you make a big trade like that, as you said.
Yeah, and they look decent. So when you do make that move as well, it's like we need more. You know, we're looking to win majors. So we'll see if they can, well, outperform by a large margin what they did in that open 4 so far. Looks like they can find the ground. Oh, hang on a minute. No, not like this. What a save out of nowhere. I thought they were going to give up the 0-second goal, but they do get the first game.
We can check out the rest of the games just getting underway. Beautifully in sync. And it was PCS Stride that took that game 1 versus Whip. So Magnifico, PCS Stride, and Gentlemates going to be leading in their series across the other 3 series. We'll jump back over with Gentlemates, see how Synergy respond here after that game 1 loss.
And AJG and Dorito have been together for so long, and especially as someone having like AJG on your team who's competed in so many different regions, it must be nice to collect all these play styles. You'd like to collect some goals too, but they're on defense right now. But they kind of learned so much from the different regions, and now to come to Europe, one of the most stacked regions yet, and to try to be amongst the best, that's quite a feat.
Yeah, it's an interesting team that they put together, but clearly it's worked so far. They just need to put it together in the best of 7s. At this stage of the tournament, this is what they love, upsets, best of 5s. So we saw all of the game 5s in Open 4, certainly suited a team like Synergy clutching up on Chamfield. Just want to say as well, Wave, when we did have that 4 box, my goodness, this is a good looking map, isn't it? Forbidden Temple with the four games at once going on. Beautiful.
The sunset, perpetual sunset.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Minute 30 though, this Gentlemates. It's not as smooth sailing as I'd like to see from the major champs, and I know we're kind of cutting them a little bit of slack, Lemon, in the previous event because they did have to go up against Man City and KC, but they should be beating those teams, or they definitely should be beating Man City. KC's obviously a tough match, so they do get the first goal on the board. Just the bump plays coming through. Archie sweeps through the net, easy as you like.
And a tough miss there from Rixie, because Yeah, that led to that goal, and this guy is a grinder. He's played in just like every community creator tournament and super talented, has held his own in French and MENA 2's lobbies. So can look impressive individually, except in that moment. So we're still waiting for that breakout from Rixie, but AJG and Dorito saw that potential and have brought him in, and still waiting to see this team really come together in threes. They kept it close against Gentleman's in that game one. They found the equalizer. It's just couldn't beat him back.
Yeah, and that kind of poor Swiss result meant that they do have to face the major champs in the first match here. So little bit of a tough start for them, but you can only play the team in front of you. Hang on a second. AJG, as you were talking about it looks like he's fitting in quite nice indeed. Off the ceiling, over Oski. Archie dunked into his own net, 1-1. I'm liking the look of these guys.
I'm loving it too. And Synergy stay in their shadow, it seems, at all times. Like, Gentlemates aren't really winning by a lot. I mean, that game one was 2-1, but if they keep forcing these mistakes out of Synergy, it should still be going Gentlemates' way. And look at that beat. Rixie's stuck in the net, and now Archie's beating them down, but now there's a breakout.
Across the other matches, only one goal has been scored. Whippy Sports up 1-0 versus PCS. Again, dropped that first game, so this is a good look for them. But generally a pretty quiet series here.
Yeah.
Match versus Gritty Goose is delayed at the moment as well, so they haven't even started game two.
A lot of defense. Perhaps the chaos, the chaotic results from Open 4. Everyone's playing a little bit safer in Open 5, just trying to make sure they can get through this Friday, which, previously Lemon was, not want to say a walk in the park, but we rarely saw teams, getting eliminated outside the top 8, especially like your top 5 teams, your teams competing for the major. But maybe after that result in Open 4, it's just got a few different teams on edge. We're seeing some more defensive Rocket League.
Yeah, and a lot of underdogs were just started to peak that day. I don't know what was in the water on Friday, or if it's maybe just a slower start out of our top dogs, but you kind of also have to set yourself up for a marathon, not just the sprint. And Gentlemates, the lead was just within sight. And not Rixie, but in fact Rye. I forget that, with gamer names, the X always stands for something except what it actually is. So Mr. Rye over here, I think he's definitely cleaning up his play. And Synergy need a well-rounded performance to try and, kick Gentlemates in the dirt if they can.
Yeah, they need to win this game as well, Wave. Best of 5, it's tough.
Quick update there. Game 2 between Magnifico and KDOP Core. Remember, Magnifico won game 1, 36 seconds left. They have the lead 1-0 in game 2 as well. And here's a breakaway goal. Barely gets deflected. So still just a 1-0 game, but 25 seconds left. KDOP Corp on the brink of being on match point. Bottom left, or bottom right corner there.
They're on the ropes. Wow. Maybe a little bit upset. Magnifico obviously didn't make it through out of the Swiss. Got knocked out in round 5. And yeah, that's going to be 2-0 down. A team that, on paper as well, you look at that, you're looking at Eugene. I mean, he was the prodigy coming into last season, just couldn't quite find his way into a top team. So they have the potential to even make a top 8, even though they didn't make this stage last event.
Yeah, there's a lot of excitement behind Eugene, who I think just needed that roster change after the results started to fall off a little bit. What was that, with Gentle Bench or whatever? So I still think there's a lot of hype that's deserved. And now if he doesn't deliver on this team, I'm worried about another roster shakeup. So we need Magnifico to lock in.
So it looks like we will get another overtime over this side of things. Is this the only close match, Wave?
No, we got 2 overtimes happening. Whip Esports versus PCS also going to overtime right now. GK Esports running away with game 2. Gritty Goose, the only team yet to score here in Group A. But Whip Esports trying to find that win back here in game number 2 as well in overtime.
That's an important start there for GK, just to get a little shutout if they can. Even a perfect sweep, Lemon will be huge for GK's confidence against Gritty Goose there, just to kick off their run after a disappointing start. Hang on a second. A little doink from Rixie. They've won game 2.
My God, it went from a mistouch resulting in a goal against them to just a little kiss, the little fade away, and Synergy steal away game 2 and tie the series against Gentlemates. And already that going to overtime. We're in for a treat here on Friday.
Wow. Wow. And then we get another OT goal. It's a tied series for Whip PCS. Whip would be the favorite, you'd think, coming in with Day Shift and Toxic, who's got a lot of hype around him. Compact getting the assist there. 1-1. We're getting some close games apart from GK, who are just absolutely thriving right now. Maybe another shot on net, make it a third goal. Never mind, Joey can't shoot apparently.
It happens. They shot well enough to at least get 2, but Gritty Goose being behind, it was Raziers and Tox that tried to move on to a bigger, better team after trying to build up some previous chemistry and really wanting to shoot up the results and try to get to the top 3. And right now are having a slow start.
Poor Joel got camera cursed too. Their first goal of the day, like top bins, great placement. We cut over their stream. The first thing we watch is him hit the crossbar. I'm like, you can't shoot today. Like it's just the moment we chose to watch. Poor guy.
Yeah, we just cherry picked a little bit of a blunder there, but overall GK looking good, looking pretty good. I mean, yeah, it was an anomaly, the fact that they didn't win a single series this stage, Open 4. So the fact that they're, well, it's not over yet, but looking like they will be 2-0 up and on the verge of a sweep. It's nice to see.
And GK are so used to winning that I'm sure it was absolutely devastating for them to have such a disappointing end. And especially when the team wasn't necessarily broke and then they made the roster change and now you're just feeding more into the conversations. So I think GK, but they have the type of players that are mature enough to, sulk for one day and then just hit even harder the next day. But they just got to hit it towards the net also.
Yeah, and right now, the Gritty Goose, I'm just thinking of TRB from last time, another name change. The name changes just keep on. I don't know why they keep doing this, but honestly, it's not a bad logo. I'm sure it's unsigned, but the Fenix looking pretty good on the logo over there. 40 seconds left, still haven't scored a goal, 2-0 up for GKs. We can see the graphics on screen there, Wave. That's beautiful, giving us access to all the other matches going on at once.
Yeah, for sure. You can see all of them there. And I will say Magnifico versus K-Dot Corp, they are flying in their series. 3 minutes and 30 left to go in game number 3. Magnifico already up 1-0, looking to sweep K-Dot Corp.
Yeah, this is...
Honestly,
Yeah,
we could probably go
I think.
watch that game, given that this game 3-0, 30 seconds left. I'll let you guys know if Gritty Goose somehow claws back in this one, but I think this one's pretty cleanly going to be a GK win. Check out Magnifico versus KDC down there.
I know, it makes you want to say KC, huh?
You do,
I guess that's the intention behind the chaos, but
The
Magnifico
dop is important. We gotta make sure we emphasize the dop.
Of course.
It's such a great team name. I absolutely love it, but I'm not loving how they're playing at the moment. If you are a K-Dot Corp fan, if you're a fan of Alpha 54, the world champs Rodosin, he's not bouncing around right now because Magnifico are looking fantastic. There you're questioning, Lemon, how did these guys not make the top 16 last time? Like, what were they doing?
Yeah. And Atomic was public about it. He was devastated. He was crying, and he said he's never not made a main event in more than 5 years. So the competition is caught up. You just never know what's going to happen when you're doing all these matches in one day, and that determines whether you move on to the next day. So there is no kind of 24-hour sleep mental reset. It's quite literally do or die.
Oh, nearly a third goal coming through. Alpha 54 does make the save. Perhaps it was a little bit of a peak first event. I don't want to write K-Dot Corp off yet. It's obviously only the first series, but this has been pretty dominant from the updates Wavepunk's been giving us. We only watched 1 minute of actual gameplay here on the official broadcast, but yeah, this is looking like raps unless they can score 2 goals in 2 minutes. The offense isn't quite there. They have a little bit of pressure now. Radoshin is looking for bumps and misses, completely missed. I don't think Alpha 54 is going to get that on target. And yeah, this is looking like a little bit of a different K-Dot Corp than what we saw in Open 4.
This is a different Magnifico that you're used to as well.
We didn't even see them.
Yeah, because this was the team that Raziers and Tox were on, and then they moved on to try and find bigger and better things. So Atomic has to rebuild with Nico and Eugen, and I still think these are amazing players to have a go at.
Yeah, it's, I mentioned in the name change. They've gone from Magnifico to TRB to the Gritty Goose. These guys are absolutely all over the place. Tox Raziers, and they found the bubba as well. There is a goal, Alpha 54. Well, he was scoring for fun in Open 4, so it's good to see that he is able to get the job done here. Just a little drop-down pass. He's actually completely stolen that goal as well off Metzer, which is what I'd absolutely do as well. Anything for the scoreboard point. 1 minute 18, still time on the clock. They do need to get going, though.
I love watching K-Dop Corp, especially after the last regional, because it's Alpha and Radosin post Vitality with Zen, where it was like they were such enablers and such a good team, but needing finally to have that roster change. And Radosin has really stepped up defensively. I hope I'm not cursing him. And Alpha was the offensive spear for this team. They had such a good regional previously, but it's always been a question of consistency, and I think they have to prove it this regional.
Yeah, I mean, that's. I feel like I say that a lot as well. It's just do it again, which is kind of
Do it
funny
again,
to say, but I do really want to see them do it again. I think there's a lot of love for this K-Dop Core team, but 35 seconds left. They need to get going right now. It's down the right end. They found their first goal, at least one back. Maybe a drop down pass. Radosin's just not quite there. Out 54, coming in, keeping pressure on. Magnifico would love a sweep as well. That'll put them right in the hunt to make it through. As Group A does look a little bit more competitive, I'd say. When you look at the Group B, it's kind of got the big power four over there. You got Vitality, KC, and you've got Ninjas in Pajamas as well, sitting over there. Man City as well. They're kind of like the big four, whereas over here, it's a little bit more up in the air, particularly with last event we saw Inner Circle and the like. So maybe a last chance, or will it be K-Dop Corp dropping down to that lower bracket? You bet you it will. Wowee!
Let's head over to Gentlemates versus Synergy. Been a very competitive series so far as Archie puts one in finally. Gentlemates have been squandering opportunities in this game. They should have absolutely had the lead well before this, but finally they get one through. And they'll shoot the goal for these final 30 seconds.
Man, Ryan's being tested over there. Like they score off of him or they get scored on because of him, and they're trying to put up a wall.
We gotta get a big update here. Gritty Goose is on the board. 3:04 left to go in game 3. They have scored. They will not get perfect swept. It is 1-1 in that game versus GK. We'll definitely catch the end of it after these games conclude here. But Gritty Goose,
what is that?
It's another one.
What was that? That was the worst defensive play I've ever seen. Front post AJG just backflip, pass it into his own net. What is that? What is that? Oh my God.
That's rough, buddy.
No,
That's
AJ.
rough.
Did we gas him up a little bit too much there, Lemon? And then it was looking fantastic, and then it's over. This is
It's over.
We can stop watching this game. Congratulations, Gentlemates. I just watched Itachi report AJG on his stream in game for match throwing.
That's awesome.
A little disrespectful.
Oh, it's only game 3 as well. They've got to front up again.
Whip made pretty solid work there. We didn't catch Whip versus PCS in game number 3, but they did win that one 2-0, and they'll be on match point against PCS going into game number 4. Gritty Goose trying to make a match out of this one, finally on the board. Can they claw their way back in this series?
That's a big question. Coming back from an 0-2 spot, and it's been a lot of the similar score lines. It's 1-1 until GK score towards the last second, and then Gritty Goose just don't have time to figure it out. So this has been a close series despite how this is going.
Yeah, this can get interesting as well in a best of 5. We mentioned that, that being the reason why there have been a lot of close matches between teams that maybe have been on a little bit of a different skill level. But even this series right here, if Gritty Goose can win this game right here, game 3, then you're thinking, wow, we're only one game away, then it's reverse sweep territory. It just kind of plants the seed in the back of the mind of the winning team a little bit earlier. I'd certainly felt it as a player. Maybe it was my mental weakness. But you just lose the game 3 after 2 very convincing opening games, and you start thinking, surely not. Surely we just get one more. But that last game, Lemon, that's a tough one to win.
And it's just any mistake is just going to expose you if you're Gritty Goose. Just need to get this goal going, and there's a lot of excitement behind someone like Bababa, which is already a funny name. Speaking of funny names, that's definitely one, and how he's able to combine and work around Raziers and Tox, who just moved on from another team. So there's so much potential, but it's just the time together and your understanding and fundamentals of threes that are going to matter here. Now there's a demo in the net, so surely not.
Oh, hang on. That's a lot. That got a little bit spicy there. But Baba, the Hungarian as well, Wave. We like seeing that. Just some different flags as well when you're taking a look at the bracket of the standings of the different teams on the team sheet. So pretty cool to see. Competition. It is a truly global competition. 10 seconds left. Could get an overtime here. And this is what I'm thinking. This is a massive game for GK. I think they need to walk away with this for a sweep, or we could be looking at potentially a full game 5 action, particularly that it could have been a perfect sweep. They've dropped their first goal. It's Jack, there's the pass, nice pump from Tempo. We will get overtime. It's game on.
And Tempo is, I mean, commands so much of that offense and was a huge part of that on his previous team. So you thought, well, just with way more firepower, surely GK are going to come out of that trade, right? But it's been a tumultuous, big word there. And now you just got to go to overtime and close it out. And Abjack, what a reset right there, but deflected.
Yeah, this is where we really see if this new team has built that connection and whether the pressure is truly on. Oh, that could have been a goal for Aziz. Don't pitch in. Someone get back, please. All good. Tox is right there. So that happens so often. You nearly score down 1 end, but you just send all the troops, you overcommit. Gritty Goose will be happy that's not in the back of their own net. Joyo's just found himself a little bit awkward. Bounce off the roof. Tox meets at 50. Coming through with apparently Jack. And, well, both teams looking to not exactly send the house, but it has been a little shaky on both ends.
Yeah, and Abjack was gassing up Tempo, saying it was hands down one of the best talents he's seen in the game. So then I felt like that raised all the expectations. If I'm Tempo, I'm like, quiet down, Abjack. I just want to do me, bro. I don't want too much excitement around me. Just want to be able to integrate, but now it's time to put up, or again, the road to Paris is really going to matter, and there always seems to be someone back for Gritty Goose, so they're able to bail each other out when GK just throw a shot their way.
And there were rumors of that roster move after the Boston Major. Everyone obviously were all snowed in and whatnot, and it was funny having a chat to Jack, and I was just trying to prod him. He gives away nothing. He's the ultimate professional, but I kind of said, I reckon you guys are going to pick up Tempo. Oh, there's a nice bump. Surely, what a save coming through. Bibaba getting back in time. I said, you guys going to pick up Tempo? And he said, oh, you like Tempo, do you? Yeah, he's pretty good, isn't he? He is pretty good. Kind of had a little smirk on his face, and then I think about 12 hours later, Tempo was picked up on GK, so it seemed like that was already signed, sealed, delivered. But yes, these two right here, Joy and Jack, absolutely rate him as one of probably the up-and-comer in EU, but can certainly be one of the best players in the world, according to them. So we'll see if he can deliver on that. Well, not the promise that he's made, but the expectations of his teammates.
I see you doing the investigations over there, investigative.
There's always got to be on that on-ground reporter. When you're stuck in a hotel after a major, you just got to find out what the juice is in the transfer window. So, yeah, things were happening. There was some things moving and shaking.
Look at Joyo go.
Well, it's hard to keep
matches
secrets from you.
Pretty far into game number 4 right now. Only 1 goal,
Yeah.
though. PCS Stride leading versus Whip, trying to force game number 5. Gentlemates' Synergy tied up at 0-0. 1:30 left to go in their game 4.
Oh. Okay, Tempo's got it, but Gritty Goose have been playing so defensively. At what point do you get kind of impatient and you start upping the risk if you're GK? Because you know, you're not getting paid hourly. You gotta close this out and go grab lunch before your next match or whatnot. But Baba just tried to fake it there, and Tox gets shoved off. So GK are really threatening here, but it just takes one to slip by, one mistake to happen.
You mentioned the Gritty Goose defense. I mean, if this isn't just classic German rock, I don't know what it is. They absolutely love just defensive gameplay. Don't commit too much. Just try and play a bit of volleyball, pop it down the other end, and run back for resources, look for boost, and really just not try and commit all 3 at once. There's a nice catch, though, and they have found a little bit of pressure. I feel like these games do tend to suit the likes of Gritty Goose, but overall, this overtime has been dominated by GK. It only takes one mistake, which is the nerve-wracking thing for a new team like GK. So they have found Jack, but really I mean, I don't want to say it will, because that'll be terrible for the broadcast, but this overtime looks like it could go on forever.
Well, I thought it was about to end right there. That would have been the most beautiful curse ever. Blessing, perhaps, but Gritty Goose seem to be able to just counterattack and not turtle up. So the transitions are looking faster. It's got GK at the edge of their seat. And if I had to compare personalities, I mean, GK looked like a team that could really be composed and be able to play in overtime that lasts hours if they needed to, but...
Oh, Gentlemates hits a buzzer beater to clean out the series. 0 seconds, looking like we're about to go to overtime. Archie hits it in. Gentlemates 3-1 over Synergy.
Wow, Whip as well with the go-ahead goal, which is huge. 16 seconds left. They look like they might be able to lock it in. 3-1 is Raziz! What is that has ground pinch action, 1v1 as well, coming out against Joyo. See, I don't know if he got the reset, but that is pinged off the underside of his car.
It's crazy it was in. And Gritty Goose, hey, they're staying alive in the series. We'll go to game 4. Oh, and hey, we might get an overtime over here. Oh, this is some fantastic Rocket League. Well, let's not get too hasty. Let's see how the kickoff goes here.
All right.
Wow, I just think Whip should be, on paper, when you're looking at compact A shift, Toxic. I know the Captain America, Garrett G, absolutely loves Toxic. I think he's one of the best players in the world, just individually. With mechanics, there's a beautiful shot, and there he is. Just as the captain said, he's going to step up 3-2, and they do get the job done in 4.
Look at that. Oh my goodness. 81 kilometers an hour, Lemon. Bang. Whew. Whew. You guys get to watch us for a second because none of the games are playing right now. That was 2 buzzer beaters after a 5-minute overtime. I mean, this, if the rest of the day is going to stay this hot, we're gonna be here. A, we're gonna be here a long time, but B, we're gonna watch some great Rocket League.
I mean, Whip coming in as the 2nd seed was really impressive, but you kind of looked at their schedule, and the biggest surprise was that Game 5 win against NIP, and the rest are against teams that aren't even in groups anymore. So kind of all eyes are on Whip to just see how they were going to do, because they also appeared at the last regional and kind of did their best, but nothing to write home about. They were in the papers, but hey, they look exciting this regional.
For sure.
Yeah.
These teams are getting into the rest of the lobbies here. We'll hop over. Looks like they are ready for game number 4, GK versus Gritty Goose. Can they keep the run going?
This is getting interesting now. As I said, it's just the best of 5. You're closer than you think. They're about to get perfect swept. They hadn't scored until game 3, Gritty Goose, but just get that 1 game win on the board, and you're thinking we lose this, it's game 5. It kind of feels like when you see Neo Tokyo in a best of 7, Lemon, you're thinking, oh, game 6. It basically feels like we're already at champ field. 1 more win. They could be right in the hunt, and here we go. They've woken up. First goal, game 4.
Gritty Goose were just hammering this defense like nails. Just about time. And it's that beautiful 50 from Bababa to set that up. And Razir said on his stream a while back that him and Tox were looking for a young player with high potential, the quote next Zen, which I don't know how jokingly or how serious that was. It off kickoff. It's none other than Bababa, that quote next Zen that does it.
Well, Wavepunk, what did we say? It can turn very quickly in a best of 5 in Rocket League, and this is going to be the big test for GK.
Getting that game 3 win is not that hard when it comes to like not getting swept. When you're running the reverse sweep, it's the game 4 win that's hard. If they can get this one through, GK are definitely on the ropes, and this is not a good start for GK.
The overtime, Lemon, is just, it just does things to your mindset. When you lose a 5-minute OT, you could have closed it out. You're thinking we should have just swept them right there. We had chances, it didn't work. And now you're potentially looking at a game 5 off the back of it, but Jack might be able to get an open net. Should be in the back, and it is in the back of the net. They do get 1 back. A little bit of pressure off.
Yeah, when the time resets and you're not in overtime anymore, it feels like now you got the excitement, the momentum from the overtime win. You could just start throwing. You could just start throwing out all the chaos at GK. We're probably floundering a bit, and they're probably having to still switch from that more risk-free, more defensive play style to now, okay, it's a new game. We got to go back to square one, and for the first time, it feels like this whole series, GK have to play at a deficit.
Yeah, you got to kind of roll the shoulders back once the game starts again and not getting to that overtime mode, but it does seem like it suits Gritty Goose. You mentioned before the kind of old school German Rocket League playstyle. There's a beautiful pass to Jack, double commit. Should be goal tempo, just had to find the slot and does. Beautiful placement just from the set play. The connection from the Englishman. 1, 2, 3.
Sure, it was disgusting off the ceiling, and I like that Tempo has the confidence to step up and finish off what his team has started, because you have just that chemistry already with Joyo and Appjack, 2 players who could really do it all on a team, set up, score, play defense, and Tempo has finally found a nice slot to be able to fit into.
Yeah, he's looking. Well, I don't want to curse him, so I'll just say he's looking okay. He's looking okay so far.
Okay.
Let's get space to cook there, though, off the ceiling. Little reset. They are finding the offense. minutes. Just as that clock ticks down, they do need to find the go-ahead goal. It kind of felt like the pressure was off them once they were 2 goals down, and we did see that offense coming through. Just in this kind of situation where the score's level and it is an overtime, they do kind of tighten up a little bit. This GK team, we do see them perhaps make a few more mistakes. It does suit this Gritty Goose team, but they have found the 2 goals they needed, and now they don't need to panic. The time is on their side.
And Gritty Goose are playing tight together too, so any mistake can't really be exposed. They just bail each other out, but that does mean you have less long options to pass to, but Gritty Goose don't care. They seem to be bringing the speed like Tox is challenging from across the field. He's insane.
It's a nice little play there defensively. Tox just baiting it for his ears. There's a little double commit though. Gritty Goose getting a little bit antsy. Just feel like GK has got control back in this one. There's a big whiff, but Jack didn't read it. Thought, maybe just assumed through his ears we were going to find that sideball read. Now Bibaba, the prodigy, as Tox and Raziers would call it, tries to get to work. But yeah, this is really GK's game at the moment. The playstyle's looking fantastic, and they're having pretty much all of the boost control that they'd want as Bibaba finds the 50. But since those first 2 goals from Gritty Goose in this game, haven't quite really found much of an offense.
At least GK were able to close the gap and definitely have a buffer in the series. At Joyo's to step up. He got bumps in the net too, and Joyo's been the more flashy one. Like he's going off the ceiling, he's looking for passes, but maybe got too greedy actually. Oh no.
This just wasn't the play. Joyo throws it off the backboard to 3rd man, and Jack just says, you know what, let's do it. Let's send the house. But it just wasn't the right time. It's 2-2. It's a team that's looking for the counter-attack, a team that loves being on defense, and they hadn't committed all 3 members in net yet, so that's just not the right play there from GK, getting too antsy, going for too many passes, and now they're in a little bit of trouble.
This could be Gritty Goose putting the nail in the coffin, but Joyo will get him out. And he's just flying away. I like that you're trying to not let Joyo just fly through for free. And as they look for that first goal, and there we go, we get that equalizer.
Watch him recover this.
Talk me through this wave.
Off the wall. Look at that. What is that? How do you dismount the wall and get behind the ball like that? That's incredible.
He's bumped Bibaba into the extra pop as well. I think the save might have come through, but Tempo getting to work on ball, finds the bump, finds the pop. 3-3. This GK play better when they're losing. That's a problem right now.
Well, tell that to them last regional though, but
well, all they did was lose, which was an even bigger problem. They looked amazing. But they got 0-2.
Yeah, and someone like Raziers, he has such a deep hunger too to prove himself after some tryout spots allegedly didn't go his way, and then he swapped teams, kept being with Tox as his duo, added Bibaba, so it's just, he knows he has the talent to get to the top, but you gotta beat the top teams to get there, and I think GK's a great first test for this Friday.
Yeah, feels like GK are gonna be a team sitting on that bubble of a major spot. So we are sending 5 teams. Jack's got an open net though, finds a 50 on Tox. 20 seconds left. Just need to hang on now, GK.
And this is how GK gets you. They just start peaking and you start having the mistakes at the last few seconds. Still 20 seconds though, so Gritty Goose, I mean, we have a pretty high scoring game, I should say, getting this deep into the series. So the full send, you gotta send the house, as you say, CJ.
Yeah, they got to go for it now. Have to be a bit of a mistake as well on GK's side of things. Just want to sit back in there. That's a beautiful beat coming through now to one-on-one. Bibaba gets dusted, and that is going to be game and series. GK, a little scary wave, but a huge first win.
They get there. They hold down the 4th there. And Gritty Goose, I think, redeemed their honor here. Again, they start out the series not scoring for the first, I think it's for the first 2 games. Yeah, so they went 10 minutes, no goals. And then managed to get a win in game 3, score 3 in game 4 there. So made a respectable series out of it by the end, but that is going to be the end of the series. They'll drop to the lower bracket. They've got a match against Synergy in round 2. And Lemon, we were all hoping we would get here in Group A. Gentlemates versus GK for a spot on tomorrow's playoff Saturday.
Ooh, that's fun. And I'm kind of surprised there were so many 3-0s or 3-1s for this first round of Group A. It's a pretty stacked group, and we'll take a look at those results, of course. No huge upsets for me, except I kind of expected KDOP Corp to come in a little hotter. They got swept by Magnifico. Definitely thought that was going to be a closer series.
Yeah, I think that's the one that we're all kind of rooting for KDOP. We're trying to be unbiased over here, but you've got to have a lot of love for Alpha 54 in a little bit of a comeback season. There were some decent goals, though, in that first round. We saw finally Gritty Goose wake up through that game 3, but Jack closing the door in that final showing there. Gentlemate's a little scary as well, Wave. They didn't look as hot as we thought after that first game. It kind of got a little scary. We saw the tied series at 1-1 as well for Synergy. So they're still not fully convinced.
Yeah, we're still have yet to see them be the greatest team in the history of Rocket League the way we saw them in the first major there in Boston. Like, it was just, the performance they put up there was so incredible, and we keep waiting to see that level of performance out of Gentlemates. But here they get the job done enough to qualify to the next round. Whip, again, we were talking about them being the favorites in this matchup, and while PCS did make them work for it here, went pretty cleanly through. They'll have a match against Magnifico for a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, Whip are going to be interesting to watch because they kind of fell through the cracks of the discussion when it came to, well, the last one first. I mean, they got knocked out in groups pretty early. And like I said, there was a ton of Game 5, so there was so much to talk about but Whip in that moment. But hey, Whip returning means, and the fact that this roster stayed together, which is always great, means they're going to be the ones to watch, especially after that NIP upset. And love to see them have a strong first win here.
Yeah, they need to make the most of this group as well, because they didn't last event. I believe they're on kind of the Cloud Inner Circle quadrant. I mean, when you're looking at these next matches, Wave, you've got the likes of GK coming up against Gentlemates. You can see it there on the bracket. Whip Magnifico. I mean, come on. This is just obviously it's not free. It's going to be tough for both teams, but for Whip, that should be a game that they'd be looking at. 3-0 out of the Swiss. They now get a team that didn't make the main event last time, even though on paper they're a good roster. They need to make the most of this opportunity.
I'm kind of excited to watch Synergy versus Gritty Goose. Both at the end of their series were starting to look strong against their opponents, and their opponents were the favorites of the group here. So how do they bounce back here after both getting really solid warm-ups there? PCS Stride, congratulations on making it to Friday. You now get to play KDOP Corp because they weren't able to figure out a win there. Maybe, but hey, KDOP Corp have yet to win a game. Only team in the group that hasn't won a game yet so far. PCS Stride's like, hey, we got a game win. Maybe they can continue that streak against KDOP Corp. So that's upper quarterfinals done. We're to move over to the upper semis and lower quarterfinals. So the 4 matches you just saw on your screen will be all played simultaneously here in just a moment. So we're going to get those matches set up. If you want to follow any one of these team stories, these are the matches, the streams to do it on. I've been kind of having these pulled up. I've been keeping an update on those. Hey, Itachi up there with Gentlemates, they're having a great time. Go check out their stream and just support some of the Rocket League creators out there, folks. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, round 2 here for Open number 5 Friday here on the RLCS.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Quarterfinal matches in the book. We got 2 upper semifinal qualification matches and 2 lower bracket elimination matches here for you on a Friday. Continuing on our road to the regional championship Sunday here in just 2 days. Friday, a fun, exciting day for many teams, but also the end of the road for half the teams left in the competition. Rlcs continue to entertain. I'm joined now by Gibbs. Gibbs, I mean, round 1, biggest surprises for you. I feel like there's a few contenders here.
I feel like absolutely nothing happened in that first round. Like there's some game, like absolutely nothing. Every team that I expected to win won. Maybe Magnifico, maybe, but also like they were supposed to be a top 16 team last time. That's a minor upset, maybe because it's a sweep, sure. But K-Dot Corp, you expect them to come back down to an average playing field at some point. They should be on the borderline. Maybe that one goes 5 normally. But Magnifico, I think they are a very talented bunch, so it's not too surprising that they won that, but also I'm just happy about Whip because like I could see a team like that going 3-0 in Swiss and then somehow faltering like in that round 1. So they got the job done. So I was pretty happy.
That's a really good point here, CJ. I feel like we do see a lot of Swiss merchants that then we're like, if we get in the bracket, we're like, are these the same team? So they just hand their controllers to their younger sibling? Like, what is going on here, right? So the fact that they came out and actually won their first match of the day, even if nothing else goes here, they at least beat those allegations.
Yeah, it's a bit of a broadcast debuff as well. I feel like once you hit the main event, it happened a lot in OCE. There's some plays that just were absolutely popping off, but the bright lights sometimes are just too bright for some of these teams. So it's good to see that they are performing in the main event as well.
We are going to stick here with Group A, not going to be hopping over to Group B. My brain was even like starting to prepare myself for Group B, but that's not how it works anymore, folks. We're going to stay with the same stories we were telling there in the last segment. We're going to be telling those same stories here, and 2 of them are going to be ending right here, right now. Synergy versus Gritty Goose and K-Dot Corp versus PCS Stride. Those matches are for their tournament lives. You survive that, and you get to play in a qualification match next round. GK versus Gentlemates and Whip versus Magnifico. They've got everything to gain, nothing to lose here. You lose, you just drop the lowers. You win, you're through to Saturday's gameplay. You are done for the day. Gentlemates versus GK here. Gibbs going to be the obvious, like, fun match to watch up there, but I think we kind of expect both those teams to still make it out of this group. With those elimination matches, I mean, is there one that seems more interesting to you than the other?
I guess I want to see if K-Dot Corp can kind of bounce back because, yes, they did so well last time around. I want to see Alpha try and perform like he did in Open 4. But those matches, high pressure, because if you lose those for like any of those teams, you know that you're playing for the LCQ at this point, right? Open 6, it's not really going to matter what happens there. But on the top side, I feel like that bottom quadrant with Work in Progress and Magnifico, like that was the golden bracket. That is what you wanted. That is what Whip earned with that 3-0. And now they both get a chance at a top 6 to be in that major conversation. Again, this is the Paris major, and these guys have not been there before. So whoever wins that match, I feel like, is that golden ticket. But GK Gentlemates, so much pressure on the line there, too. So a lot of pressure across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for Gritty Goose versus Synergy as well, an elimination match for their season. Gritty Goose right now sitting 7th in European Worlds points, sitting 9th in Paris Major points. This is a really important match for them, CJ.
Yeah, it's just so close. The season wraps up so quickly now as well. I feel like the players, it's even quicker for them because now we've got, only 6 events. There's just so much more pressure, so much more at stake during each weekend. So you've just got to be on your game. These best of 5s as well. We mentioned it in the pre-show, just how quickly things can go wrong for you. And before you know it, you've gone 0-3, 0-3, you're out and your season's over. So I love it. I love the high stakes. I think the players, though, are thinking, my goodness, there's a lot of pressure on a random weekend sitting in my room playing some rock.
It should be a good time. You go check out Rise stream at RXIILRL if you want to watch that Gritty Goose versus Synergy match in its entirety. But we will be covering those matches as we hop through the 4 matches here that are going to be live at the same time here for our Friday broadcast. I'm excited about each one of them. I feel like every single one of these matches has a story to be told in it, so we'll be telling them as we go through it there. PCS versus K-Dot Corp. I mean, we talked about from K-Dot Corp's perspective. PCS also trying to bounce back there. You know that they thought they had a chance. They really, they could feel it in their grasp there for Whip, their match against Whip. But Whip versus Magnifico, you win that. You're playing on Saturday. Magnifico trying to bounce back after not making top 16 in the last event. Whip trying to make one of their best runs of their careers. And we'll probably start here with, let's start with Gentlemates versus GK. I'll keep you guys updated on how the other matches are going here, but each one of these is exciting.
Let's lock in. Let's lock in, Gibbs. Great to have you here as well. Look, I want to apologize. Clearly, the first round just wasn't doing it for you. You've come in and said that you were bored. There was no upsets. And then you've basically said there's only one good game in round 2 as well. You're not interested in the other 3.
No.
Anything else you want for us?
There's a lot of great matches here in round 2, a lot of pressure. We're going to go, I'll do the sponsor reads too because I show up game 1 presented by Progressive. Let's get it going. All right,
He's a
GK
company man,
versus
and the
Gentleman.
company is listening.
I'm ready. I'm ready for that. I am pumped. European Rock League. I've been gone for too long. I did some North American stuff, and the gameplay's not there. So we got Gentlemates coming out. GK, both these teams missed out on top 8 last time. Both desperately need basically an open win at this point, and this is the road to it. You got to have 2 lives going into the weekend.
This is a completely different man to the guy that 2 minutes ago when Wave said, are you interested in any other matches? And he went,
No, I'm not interested.
I just had to wake up, all right? I just had to wake up a little bit. Now The Rock is on the screen. I'm ready.
We're ready. Wave, what else is happening? Talk to us.
I mean, Magnifico versus Whip's already hot. 40 seconds in, they both have a goal on the board. Nice aerial plays here as Magnifico is able to bounce back on that one. K-Dop Core's already up 1-0 versus PCS Stride as well, so some exciting goals getting started here.
Gentlemates as well. Looking okay, Gibbs. What were your thoughts on their first run? Oh, hang on a minute. A little equaliser here. Gentlemates, they obviously didn't make the top 8. How much slack are you cutting them? I guess you could say, Gibbs. They did have a little tough run, but Man City, they're the major champs. You got to win. You got to.
Yeah, like you have to win. That was the first time ever that a major champion has not made top 8 in the following event as well. You don't want to be on that side of history if you're the mates, but yes, they had a tough road, but at the same time, you got to win those games. And I feel like I want to call out Oski a bit because I feel like he was like the split 1 MVP for this squad, like up until the major, obviously, with Nas like doing so well there. So I want to see him kind of pop off again. But GK on the other side too, a last place. That cannot happen, like at this point, especially with the roster move. So a lot of pressure on both these teams. And for Mates fans too, they bought a lot of Paris tickets.
The Mates,
Mates, come on. What are you doing, all right? So make at least a top 6 here, have 2 lives. Probably be a favorite to win this tournament if they can get by GK.
Yeah, well, let's just hope that the Falcons haven't bought half the stadium because they're not looking too pretty over in Mina. We'll see what happens there
Sure,
as that also wraps up. But yeah, Gentlemates, you're calling out Oski. Look, Nas, the expectations are through the roof now because, my goodness, that grand final in Boston, it was the most ridiculous finals performance we've seen nearly ever, stats-wise. So it's got to be hard to back that up online as well, where everyone else is kind of playing a little bit more consistently. But I'm still expecting some sort of level that resembles what we saw in Boston, which we didn't see in that first event as GK almost scored their second goal. Bit of pressure on Gentlemates.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup, though, for both these teams. Obviously, they're both like, all right, we're pretty happy we have a chance at top 6, but neither wants to face one another because both these guys know that these guys are major qualifying teams. They should be top 5 teams in Europe. Just one down tournament for both of them. So, again, yeah, that pressure's high, but these guys are all veterans of the game outside of maybe, like, tempo, like, in terms of big moments. So they should be ready for this matchup.
Yeah, should be absolutely locked in. Do you have a minute 45 left? This one's going to absolutely come down to the wire. Wave. Are there any other games that are coming down to the wire in that game one?
Well, they're all pretty close. K-Dop Core has successfully got a 2-0 lead here against PCS. So they're bouncing back just fine. 140 left to go in that game. Whip is up 2-1 versus Magnifico with a little under half the game left to play. So trying to make the most of that opportunity. 2-1 in favor of Synergy over Gritty Goose that game with 2 minutes left to go as well. But lots of rocks still have to be played here in the series. I say that Raziers ties things up now. Synergy versus Gritty Goose, a tie game, 149 left to go.
Yeah, I think Whip Gibbs have to make it. They've had 2 free quadrants. I know they went 3-0 in the Swiss both times, but they can't just do it in the Swiss. They need to make the most of it because some of these other quadrants are ridiculous, like this one we're watching right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to see more tempo action. Like, we saw him in that first series hit some incredible goals. He had that ground pinch that didn't even look like it could be pinched. And that turned into goal. Then he had that wall catch, like aerial dribble to secure that final game as well. So tempo has been on something. So he's playing incredibly well now. And he's also been more passive. I feel like when he was on Man City, he was that #1 player that would lead the charge on the offensive side. Now he's trying to tone it down a bit because he knows he has Abject on his team who like historically, the past 2 years has been the fastest player in Europe and just plays Chaos Ball time and time again. So I think Tempo has to kind of learn his place on this team of like, yeah, I have to play a little more passive ball, allow Jack and Joyo to do what they want to do, but right here we see a great pass out by Oski for Archie to secure this with only 15 on the clock.
Yeah, this is just a bit of a positional mistake there from GK. Jack obviously getting 50'd off the post, but just both front posts there. Tempo sitting on the sidewall. Jack kind of rotating front post through net, ends up facing the wrong way and just having to chase Archie down, doesn't get the touch in time. So still seeing it's not perfect just yet from GK. And as you mentioned, Tempo's kind of gone from being that guy on Man City, whether he was the leader, but he was certainly the person that everyone looked at as the best player, to now kind of just being
Good
at least
pass.
the third. Oh, is we almost see a play ball still going to be up. NASA's surely going to try and 50 this one straight to the ground. They do take game one. Huge.
Every other game, super close here. I think we're just going to go by time. PCS Stride versus KDOP Core, 18 seconds left, and KDOP Core takes the lead. 3-2 in every game, though. Make sure you keep all the streams up, folks.
So last week we had a record of 3-2 series. Maybe we're just going to have a record of 3-2 games this time. I like it.
The opposite of scoregami. Every game is the same score every time.
Here we go. 7 seconds left. See KDOP Core can try and move their way along in this double alien bracket. They had to drop down early. Look disappointing against Magnifico. They will be able to take that game one, which is important, and everything else is looking. Oh, hang on, we've got a tie ball game, top right.
Yeah, looks like we might have an ending ball game bottom left here. Gritty Goose trying to see if
there a second?
No, we're going to get we got 2 games going to OT, maybe.
That's a ride play. That is not a Rixie play, CJ. That is a ride.
Rixie!
There it is. Look at the shot. And 0. We've seen a couple 0-second goals to force overtime already today. Love to see it.
That's my boy Rixie. I don't know about this Ryan nonsense, apparently, that he's called. That's my boy Rixie, and I'm going to stand by it.
My keyboard was on fire. I was just in your DMs. I'm like, it's Ryan, it's Ryan.
Rixie just sounds so much better, though, doesn't it? Maybe another guy in a minute. Synergy coming through is... Well, this overtime could go forever. I'm gonna warn that everyone that when you do see Gritty Goose on a team, when you see the Germans playing together, they would like a 10-minute overtime. We saw it with GK as well. That went 6 minutes, I believe, maybe the best part of 5. So it could be in for a long one, Gibbs.
Just keep you updated too. Magnifico versus Whip has also gone to overtime. GK versus Gentlemates have gotten into game number 2. No goals here.
Deer's throwing it high. It could have ended here. Dorito on the opposite side. Talk straight clear. AJG, just don't own goal again, please.
That was one. I think we had an own goal compilation in OCE, and I think that still topped it right there. That was fantastic from AJG. Just a beautiful assist play. As I think Rosiers could have definitely ended this overtime. He had a completely open net up the other end about 25 seconds ago and just hit the crossbar. Finishing isn't quite there, and sometimes that can separate these teams from the very best.
These two teams are very talented, though. We saw, like, in Open 4, Team Set Synergy making some moves. They don't want their major hopes to die here. They want to continue, but Gritty Goose is a very good team, as well as Tom Dunk. AJG, great save, though.
They're very low boost. Very low boost. Synergy has to go. There's a reset double. Top left bench, Rosiers. They're low boost everywhere, Gibbs, and Rosiers gets to work. It beats all 3 members of the defense.
That the flip reset off the wall, just bounce it back and forth. When no one has boost, just keep the ball near the crossbar. Great shot there.
1 minute in overtime, Magnifico manages to find their way through the Whip defense, and they do get the win there in game number 1. No goals scored here in the second game of the 2 series that have gone that far. I take that back. Tempo has scored. 1 goal has been scored in game 2. Congratulations, DK.
Great timing. Great casting curse there as well. I can't believe Whip lost game 1. That looked like they were going to lock that one in.
They were so close. They had that. They really were like holding control of that game too.
Yeah, it's going to be a watch on Whip. They might be the best Swiss stage team you've ever seen in Rocket League, but just cannot get the job done when we do find the main event.
We need more team name changes, and just that they have to change their name to Jorgus. You know, just Swiss Merchant.
Goodness, no.
George Swiss Merchant, that's it.
I was going to
get rid of that tag.
Swiss team of all time. I was like, old M80 might have a word.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Here's Tempo again. Like, you see him as that third man on offense, just looking for the cleanup. And he's scored a lot of goals so far through these first 2 series. So, keep an eye on that, because every time they're on offense, it seems like we see Jack and Joyo moving upfield, trying to set something up for Tempo.
Yeah, they're a bit Bit of a two-man band, and Tempo's still trying to find his feet in this one, but early lead is important for GK. We did see in the match against Gritty Goose, they looked a better team when they were losing. They certainly played with a bit more freedom, a bit more offense, and were able to tie the ledger anytime they're at a deficit. Archie, that's just beautiful. I mean, he just completely faked out the defense. They thought he was going to be coming in quick. He just delays his shot, Gibbs.
Love the mind games there. Doesn't use his boost. He had it. He had the boost, but knew exactly what he was trying to do. A low 50, and it turned into just a free shot. Love the mind games there by Archie.
A really nice plays. He's really just missed a solid. That's a shot on there from Tempo. I don't know if it was going to be in, but certainly off the post. Had to be helped away by Oski. Reset. Jack can't land on it. Oski with 0 boost. They throw it straight into him. Tempo had a shot. They've just got to hit the ball, GK. Gibbs, what are they doing? Another save from Oski with 0 boost. GK should have scored about 16 times. 0 goals to their name.
I like the idea by Joyo. He definitely should have scored that. I think 9 times out of 10, he puts that on net, but he just messed up the double tap. Couldn't get the shot, and Gentlemate survived.
Wow, I felt like they were overthinking that offense. They just thought, what if we just shoot it straight at Oski? Unfortunately for Oski, he had 0 boost. He couldn't go anywhere. Maybe they thought he did have 100. Minute 40 left. 1-1. Wave, how are we looking around the grounds?
It's been pretty slow going with the other games. KDOP Corp is up 1-0 over PCS, but the other 2 games, about 3:46 left to go. No goals between Magnifico Whip or Synergy versus Produce.
Stick here then, Gibbs.
Yeah,
Locked
I see
in.
a lot of pressure here, a lot of play on the orange side of the field, but there's just no execution on the final touch. We saw earlier, apparently Jack went up in the air for a redirect, didn't get the pass off. Joyo now with the shot off the crossbar, and the execution is just not there for GK.
It's getting to the point, and I've felt this as a player as well, and you've had so much offense and it doesn't go in, you just think we're losing this game. It's just, you just know. I mean, because they should have scored about 4 times now. With another pinch off the bar. Everything's into the corner, everything's into the crossbar as the pre-jump comes through. Joyo, nice defense. You can see keeping it nice and close is Oski. He's been nearly 0 boost for this entire game. He's been seriously starved. So GK's done well on that front. It's just finishing off their good work.
There's Joyo, no aerial bump, just goes for the crossbar, beats out the defenders, and finally the execution comes through for Joyo and secures the goal. I think everyone thought at first it was going to be an aerial bump, but that extra little touch there to speed it up to the crossbar gets the job done, and GK looking to tie it up.
Yeah, he just recognized that for a moment there, that third man was isolated. He kind of angled to the wall and just shaped straight on net, found the one-on-one he was looking for, and then over the top of that last man in net. So great play from Joyo. That's what you want to see for the GK supporters. And I think we all just want to see that team, GK, that roster, performing a little better than they did in open 4. 15 seconds left. Looks like they might be able to tie this one up. They've certainly been on offense and trying to keep that ball pinned. Maybe one last chance. Hang on, a free back ball. Tempo's not there in time, but he makes the save. Huge plays coming through. The clear is out, though. GK will be able to make this one 1-1. Just need to find the ground. Oski off to the side, won't keep it up. 1-1.
KDOP Corp has a nice 2-goal lead against PCS. PCS has only gotten 1 goal so far in this series. KDOP Corp looking like they're going to bounce back just fine over there. Whip has the 1-goal lead versus Magnifico. And a tied series between Gritty Goose and Synergy. Gritty Goose got the winning game number 1. Can they finish it off there in game number 2? This is Gritty Goose. Again, we're talking about the importance of this, the team that actually has this notable amount of points coming in from the first split of the season. Trying to maybe build an underdog run here, split number 2. A win in this series, very important.
For both teams too, because we've seen, like, for Paris Major, we see Team Synergy, you know, they got top 6 last time. They're right on the border, so if they can make it through this lower bracket, they have a chance to triple commit on defense, and Rye will put it home. Synergy back on top.
I love that extra pass from Rye. He might have had an open net on the left side, maybe overthought it, but it just forced the double commit into a triple commit coming through. So, yeah, beautiful play there. They're looking pretty good, Synergy. You can see why they were able to take down a KC if they're not quite at their top, because, gee, these teams that are around that, 5 to 8 mark in Europe, they are very competitive against the top. Doesn't feel like there's quite that gap.
Yeah, like it always feels like that they can get those upset wins, but they always fall short in a 3-open span for a split, right? They never make the majors, but they can cause some chaos beforehand. So maybe one of these guys, because it's been pretty much dominated outside of a couple players by the same old guard of Europe. So we'll see if one of these teams can finally break through and make one of these majors.
Yeah, absolutely huge. But yeah, consistency, and I think they're the best of 7s as well. Sometimes do find them out, but that second goal is going to be huge. Look at the solo play of the wall. Resist kind of just gives up possession, trying to throw it around Dorito, who just caught it beautifully off the ceiling with a reset, and then a little help with the defender.
It's so good because it's not only the catch, but it's also he jumps to the ceiling so that he can do so much more with it. So beautiful from him to get up there perfectly. And yeah, it's like the defense was not expecting it, so maybe they were not in the right position, but that's because of the great placement by Dorito to land on the ceiling, then charge forward and go for that goal.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. I think he might have learnt that from you, Gibbs.
You know, I have scored 1 flip per set goal in my career. So, you know, it was on hoops, so I don't know if it even counts, but, you know, I'll take it.
Yeah, just dunking on all the kids, which is what we like to see, Gibbs. You are...
It might have been on my son, but, you know, hey, whatever.
Wow.
It counts.
Scored your only reset goal on your own son. That's a story for another day. How are we looking elsewhere?
Synergy looking like they probably got this one locked up. Whip is also locked up game 2 against Magnifico there, 3-0. Great bounce back after losing that overtime in game number 1. Gentlemaids leading 1-0 over GK here. Archie won a drag race in the sky to a free ball to put it in from midfield. GK now looking to equalize.
That's a good sign for Mates because I feel like the last 2 minutes of that last game, they had 2 scoring chances only. It was always on their side of the field. So to see them playing some offense again is a good sign for Mates fans out there.
Yeah, just seeing Oski as well right there go for a poker. Archie hitting that reset as well, which is beautiful as Oski nearly own goals in the other end, but looks like they are feeling it. When you've got a guy going for a pogo on your team, I'm liking the look of it. I'm thinking this guy's confident. This guy's absolutely happy with how things go. But tempo is found. That's completely over there. Jack has to score surely. Okay, all good. No harm done. They equalize.
What is happening? These double taps, you score these 99 out of 100 times. What is happening to Joyo right now? He had some boost left. He could have repositioned, but it's all right. It still goes in, but it feels like, yeah, Joyo's a little bit
the benefit. Did he go for the extra pass? Did he think perhaps someone's going to be flying through from the side of the net? Because there was someone a little late. I don't know.
You know what, Joyo? I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him this time. But if I see another double tap miss, I'm not giving him anything.
Yeah, it looked automatic, but he just didn't find the angle. But Jack was right there, and now it is 1-1, so no harm done. Tempo does get extra pop over the top, but that corner is a little bit of a curse from GK. We saw it in the previous game. Still, it looks tough for them to find the back of the net even when they do get an open opportunity, but they are creating offense. They're keeping this Gentlemates roster pinned. They do like sitting in defense a lot, this Gentlemates team, particularly Archie, but perhaps not this much.
Big save there by Tempo. I feel like Tempo, though, every time he's on the ball, it's been threatening. He's getting that one extra touch that no one expects, and then he's having some golden opportunities based on that. So let's see if we can keep that going. Apparently, Jack gets bumped out below 50 by Oski, but it gets turned away by GK, who keep this game tied. But Archie off the ceiling, and Oski's looking for bumps. Doesn't even need it. Tempo has to jump early, but the net was wide open, and Archie secures the goal.
Yeah, Archie didn't panic here. He just saved his slip. Just drove off the roof instead of jumping off so he could rip that ball as hard as possible. I know that Two-Piece did mention in Boston that Archie, out of any player in the world, hits the ball the hardest. And he's found it through him. So you see right there?
It's because he barely plays the game, so he saves all his hard hits for when he's in the pro.
Oh, you think it's something like a recharge or something?
Yeah. It's just, charging up.
Smart play indeed. Wave, how are we looking?
K-Dop Core is leading against PCS Stride. They're probably to sweep them there. Magnifico trailing against Whip there. 40 seconds in. Whip at a great angle out of the corner. Compact putting them ahead. They're going to try and take the lead in the series, but a long way to go there. Game 3. No goals yet between Synergy and Gritty Gears.
What?
Did he swap the controllers with Nas or something? Look at the catch. Reset.
It is nice, but
Three people in there.
Crazy.
Jack side flips, though. Yeah.
He tripped on the post.
Little back flips. Yeah. Yeah, not pretty. Like, it was a pretty goal, but that was definitely one that should be saved there, so GK.
I just watched Itachi report, apparently, Jack, for griefing.
He's done that twice now. He's reported AJG. That's awesome. That is awesome to see. And make sure you check out the team streams as well. The Waves been shouting out. With this format as well, the good thing is you only need, well, how many teams do you have in this group? There's 8?
8.
16? 8 usually, yeah. You only need 8 team streams open at 16 that we had in the first event when they were all going on at once. So
Let's hop over
not too
and
many
catch-
tabs.
Let's catch PCS Stride versus KDOP Corp. They're in the final minute there. PCS Stride tournament life. They do need to win this game to make it through. KDOP Corp again dropping that first series 3-0, looking to 3-0 back the other way and get back on their winning ways.
Yeah, I think PCS is one of those teams like in this group. I think a lot of people thought they might bounce out here, but they want to make some noise. Mike Boy's made noise before in previous years, so he wants to get right back onto it. Oof.
Cool.
Oh, has a scoring opportunity there, but KDOP Corp 20 on the clock. Just have to kill it. Rado, nice play by himself, but Smashy gets it away. Let's see if PCS has one last chance at life here.
Maybe a reset, one last chance on the clock. KDC, I feel like you always want to say KC, KDOP Corp. Just need to find the ground now to get their first win on the wall. Beautiful that we threw into that lower bracket as we did get a goal. 5 seconds left. It's going to be another goal shot on net top left. GK nearly found 2 in the last 30 seconds. Ball still up. Gentlemates want to get this one down to the ground, find it 2-1.
It wasn't Gentlemate's defensive error, too, that gave GK that one goal, so almost a collapse. But they get the win, and they'll be on match point. Whip versus Magnifico. 137 left to go here, and Whip leading 1-0. Again, this is a win in.
Yeah, like this is for top 6, having 2 lives on the weekend, playing all weekend long, no matter what. Huge game for both these teams.
It's because that Swiss just getting the best seeding possible to Whip, and kind of also means that if you do fall into the Whip bracket, you're thinking, well, this is fantastic. How did this team 3-0 in the Swiss? I'll take this over the likes of a KC or a Vitality. That's where Magnifico find themselves right now, but they still need to get the job done, and Whip probably deserve, you know, a top 6 performance given their seeding and kind of where they found themselves through the group stage. Just haven't got it done yet.
As Fairy Peak would say, be careful. You know, like these teams go 3-0 for a reason. They're playing some good Rocket League, so it might look easy on paper, but these teams are hot.
And pretty good indeed. Eugene doesn't get the touch day shift. Nico's able to hand it out. I mean, Toxic. Oh, hang on a minute. Don't know if you had the angle. I'm going to cut him some slack there. You've been cutting a lot of these players, like Joyo before, now Toxic. So what are your thoughts on Toxic? He's been pretty, well, highly sort of thought of. Kind of like the Eugene type operator as well. I mentioned before that Garrett absolutely loves the way he's playing. And yeah, has a lot of potential. They do go 2-1.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he had that huge goal at 0 in the first series as well. The one like redirect, the power shot. So, and GK already up 1-0 though.
Yeah.
In game 4, we could be looking at Champs Field. It's still early though.
Yeah, it'd be. I think it'd be fitting if we did get a champ field just to kind of test this GK lineup in a game 5 against the major champs. See kind of where the ceiling is for this team. See if they can lock in under pressure as well. But perfect start. Didn't quite catch that first goal, but. Yeah, Gentlemates is still looking a little rough wave. I don't know how much you've been watching kind of off stream while we've been looking at a couple other games. They don't look quite well. They're not looking like the major champs right now.
Yeah, no, it's I feel like GK is scoring more on defensive opportunities than other than a few really strong pop-off modes. No, actually, I'm mixing it up with Gentlemates there. Yeah, it's mostly been Gentlemates' defensive errors. I feel like the GK has been capitalized on, which is important at this level of competition, but still, they haven't been creating their own opportunities as much.
Oh, that's a big save there by Joyo, though. To just get back in time. Oski trying to throw it mid, but GK will get the clear. And, yeah, we see Mates playing some offense here again. GK hold and serve, though. But it's still so much left on the clock here. They're going to have to find some offense. And, again, it's about that execution. I feel like GK could be up 2-1 in the series if their shooting was just a little bit better.
Quick update on across the matches here. Very, very close series between Synergy and Gritty Goose. They're 1-1 apiece in game 3 right now. They are in overtime as well, with 1 goal scored apiece in that game so far. So winner of this overtime will be on match point.
I still feel like this GK team, hang on, tempo with a chance.
Again,
with
man.
a flip. Nice delayed save coming through. Nas just lunges top corner. Something about this GK team gives where I feel like they look a lot shakier when they are in this position, 1-0 up, versus when they are behind and they're kind of playing a little bit more freedom. They look, I mean, even just before that defensive set, like a lot of double commits, a fair bit of panic coming through. They don't look like they can put a game away with multiple goals. It's kind of, you know, just hanging on just.
Yeah, you do worry about them when they are on defense about those double commits. I think, like, out of these top European teams, you would expect them to make more of those errors than not. But it's been the mates so far, like in the series, who've had a lot of those double commit errors. So see how it plays out. But mates are still up 2-1 in the match anyway. And here's a chance. Archie, ooh, he almost missed that.
You thought he missed?
He gets it. He gets it. That was close. I thought he missed. I thought he missed.
It was definitely off the post there, Archie. And, yeah, had a lot of... Nah, that was easy. Bury that one away. But yeah, another overcommit, gentlemen. Sorry, GK on that side of things. You mentioned it before, Wave. Like, they're 1-0 up. They just get a bit antsy. And then they just force a little positional error. Archie is going to capitalize on that every day of the week.
I think it's one of those things with all three of these players. They all want to be on the ball so much. You know, Jack Joyo and now Tempo, who, like on Man City, was that player on the ball that, like, they're just not used to it yet. They're not used to being passive as the third man, and it kind of bites them sometimes.
Yeah, who's the glue guy?
Get the overtime win. They'll be on match point versus Synergy and going into game 4.
Wow, Synergy could go from beating KC top 6 in the previous event to then losing to a Grey Goose team, who were actually a pretty strong team, but obviously they didn't make it through to the top 8. Lost to Man City, I believe, as TRP in Open 4. That'll be interesting. Yeah, minute 50 though in this one. This is super important. And now this is where I feel like it's 1-1 now, Gibbs. I think you see a different GK. They play a little bit, you know, they're spreading out, looking for the passes, playing maybe a bit more risk and less panic. But, you know, Gentlemate still looking to put the squeeze on. Jack with a nice save. Still a little bit of pressure on this GK unit.
Yeah, Tempo made a big save, but it did go off the crossbar. It did throw off the defense a bit. Now some chaos in the midfield. Who's going to come out with the ball? Tempo will just throw it on target. 1:20 left on the clock. Still plenty of time. Apparently, Jack's just throwing it deep. I think everyone just needs some boost and to recollect their thoughts.
Nice demo from Joyo. Just kind of throws this Gentlemate's team off kilter a touch. Speaking of touches, that's a beautiful one from Jack off the roof, but Hosky able to clean up. Still low boost here, and pressure on. GK. Can mention now it's 1-1. They are having a lot more of the offense. There's a beautiful pass. Jack just wasn't quite there in time. He was waiting for Joyo to rotate out, and now he's found himself in a 1-on-1. This could be absolute disaster, and it will be. Nas capitalizes. You could see Jack, he wanted to be there for the pass. He had to wait for Joyo to rotate Gibbs, and then he caught himself in no man's land 1v1.
It's a game of inches too. Nas was so incredibly close to being bumped out or even demoed out there, but just barely grazes his bumper. He keeps control, and when Nas is in a 1v1, he's very difficult to beat. Apparently, Jack kind of caught flat-footed a bit on defense. Right here's a pass attempt. Joyo to Jack to Tempo. It does not go through. GK have to throw everything at the wall now.
Yeah, this is it for them in the upper bracket. Obviously, double E limp, so it's not the end of the world, but see if they can create some magic. You just want to ease the pressure. You don't want to go down to that lower bracket. The mental demons of last week or a couple of weeks ago can certainly strike. He's a lot of pressure though. Nas grabs the boost. Had to be careful of ripping it into his own net. Oski off the ceiling with a pinch. 15 seconds left. GK, what have you got for us? Can you produce something? Joyo pops it up. Nas just goes high enough. Jack, nice catch. Doesn't quite get the reset he's looking for though. It was just awkward. Little wobbly. As Joyo needs one more pop. Pre-jump tempo blocked. Gentlemates too good. Drop down. That's going to be 3-1 win.
That's huge.
One for Gentlemates there. With esports, there a goal finally going in as they'll take the lead. It's been locked back and forth. Really good scoring opportunities on both sides.
Oh, that dunk.
A few crossbar hits, a few really good spots, but that dunk gonna put Whip ahead 125 away from being the top 6.
A flip reset dunk, you love to see. Day Shift just throws it off the ground and just waits for his flip to use it for the challenge and secures the goal. And Whip, again, 3-0 in Swiss. They want to go through to the weekend undefeated.
And minute 10. They feel like they do deserve it, but they don't want to take it with both hands. As my goodness, it's just a complete open net. You can see Compact wanted to get involved. It's basically a 3v1 though. That second man from Whip was beaten for free, and Magnifico looking like they might be able to force 5 if they can find one more.
Yeah, Compact had no boost, so he's probably thinking, oh, it's a 3v1. I'm going to be bumped out or something. I have to go for the play immediately. He obviously drove up and immediately was like, yeah, this is the wrong call. Tried to turn around, but it was way too late. So wide open net, so Whip gives one back.
I'm back in 50 seconds and still a lot of pressure coming through. Eugene, he's going to fake that out. Nice save there, Day Shift. Pop it across the sideboard. Day Shift again, first up. So you want to leave for Toxic. Gets one more, trying to fake out this Magnifico defense. Eugene intercepted off the roof. Whip, 30 seconds. Can they create something with a 50? You can see the demos coming through on third man as well. Just didn't quite land that time. Spinning game of counterattacks. So he's going to overcommit. As you said, just gets involved, gets the touch that he was looking for off the corner now. Have given up possession. Looks like we could be heading to overtime, Gibbs.
We said that before, and then heroics happen right at the end of a game. Let's see if it happens here. Toxic, ooh, bad 50. The shot comes out, but Whip somehow survives. A couple extra chances by Magnifico, but it gets turned away. Compact gets the big clear. And see if he can keep it up. He will not, and we will go to overtime.
Yeah, they definitely were happy with an overtime there, I'd say. Magnifico. So how that pinch occurred. He's Nico with a bit of space. Over the top of one. Day Shift does get the touch that was required.
Bumps him out, though.
There's a bit of pressure here on Whip. Magnifico, well, they obviously need to have a fantastic performance. You said devastated Atomic was after that open 4, not making it through to that top 16, but gee, there's some pressure on Whip to make it through as well.
The pre-jump!
It was coming through.
I'm sorry. It was a pre-jump on defense. It looked like it was a pass. It looked like a beautiful pass, but Toxic actually pre-jumped the pass in lane. So well done to him. He even confused me. A little shaky on defense, though. 2 members commit. Toxic only left. Eugen secures it, and we're going to game 5. Eugen, one of those breakout players back in like 2024, it feels like, and now he's been kind of roster hopping around, and he's trying to make some waves and gets a brilliant goal pass to himself when he knew there was only 1 member back. We're going to Champs Field.
Champ Field we go. Wave, what's been happening over here? Gritty Goose looking like they're able to lock it in.
They've been locked bumper to bumper just now. Gritty Goose finally breaks the silence, getting a goal. And they are, again, 1 minute away from surviving to the next round, giving themselves a qualification match.
And this opens up that door again. There's 5 spots in Europe. Though we see Team Synergy, they have the 5th place right now based on points.
Yeah.
They go out and last. That opens up that door again for teams like a GK who also have a last place finish if they can make a run through the lower bracket. But it opens up that last spot just a bit more.
Yeah, it sums up Europe, doesn't it? It feels like there's kind of 12 teams that could get top 6 on their day if they just get the right bracket, can make it through uppers as Synergy did. So this is disappointing from Synergy if they're not going to be able to make it through, and it just doesn't look like it's going to be happening from them. Gritty Goose, 3:29 seconds. This one's going to be all but wrapped up.
They sent it all. It was up to Rye to make a dribble play. It doesn't happen. And Gritty Goose going to be moving on in that lower bracket.
Bracket run. Yeah, this has opened it up, as you said. The teams that are underneath Synergy in the ranking, sitting like a GK, Gentle Mates obviously they're in that position as well. Just makes it a little bit easier for them. They're not having to require perhaps a regional win or an open win or a top 2, but just kind of a semi-final, top 4, top 6 performance puts them right back in that kind of 5th spot.
Yeah, the other 5th place team, Toad in the Hole, they don't play until later in Group B. So we'll see how they fare. But yeah, it does bridge that gap down just a little bit.
We get a whole Champions Field here. It's the only game that's going to matter, or the only game that's alive right now in the RLCS. And this one is a win and in to Saturday, and also to Sunday. This is for top 6.
Huge for both teams. Again, that 5th place spot opening up a bit. Whip has shown that they can beat some quality teams. And Compact opens up the score in here after a great 50 by Day Shift. Just kind of force the defense into something. Compact comes up as that 3rd man and secures the shot bottom left.
It was actually a beautiful 50 there. You could just see them crawling on the backboard, sitting sidewall, 1 back post. No one looking to follow up on the 50, which dropped down beautifully for Compact. So great start there for Whip. It's a nice pass across as well. They just don't want to be too aggressive now. They do have the lead. You can see the scores from the matches there in our 2nd round of the day. Upper bracket coming through. Everything else is, wound up.
And somehow BDS just finds a way to be part of the Rocket League scene still.
I was like, what am I actually looking at here? Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Good to see. A bit more European flavour coming through, and if they're not in the tournament. 3:50 left. Whip still with the lead. If they can get one more goal, it just needs a little bit of pressure on them, but Magnifico, they're never going to be out of it. They do have the momentum after winning that game 4. Wave Punk, you got?
This is the only game we got going on.
No, but
Yeah, who you got in this one?
who wins
Who
it?
do I think wins this one?
Yeah.
I like Whip. I've loved seeing them play so far, and I think that they're going to finish the series off.
And I just want to call out, real quick, poor Wave Funk. He's like on every single part of the show. He's finally like, all right, there's one game left. It's game 5. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to mute my microphone probably, relax, have a sip. And CJ's like, nope, I want more Wave Funk all day.
Hey, who doesn't want more Wave Punk?
That's
Get a
fair,
1 in the
that's
chat if you can't get enough of the Wave Punk action. I mean, I wouldn't mind you can you throw a bit of play-by-play in for me or something right here, Wave? Just for old time's sake.
Yeah, Mr. Toxic here driving down the field into the corner, finds the boost, finds the demo, finding everything for his team here, but it's not going to be enough out of the defense. Magnifico pushing into the other side of the field, back and forth for all the players. Nico to the other side, and it's a little bit hard because, we're a little
CJ.
I gave you the worst. Nothing was happening. And it's in the midfield, it's still in the midfield, and it's still in the midfield.
Yeah, and we're just playing midfield ball. That is Rocket League in 2026, and here
Oh,
we
hang
go.
on.
Up top?
Almost
Yeah,
Tommy
up in the air.
got through.
Okay.
Needs a bit more of that action in the last half of it. 2 minutes 30 with half the game left because they haven't quite looked threatening so far. Day Shift can get the flick. That was a 2v1. They didn't really figure that one out too well there. Did the whip offense. They definitely would have capitalized and made it 2-0.
Yeah, the 2v1, the ball, not the player. So it didn't really work out there. Big clear, though, by Day Shift. It's not going to go in, though. Eugen will be back in time.
Was that a front back rule 1 that just got broken, by the way, on that side ball? Is that what I saw? That's disappointing.
There was.
I think it does.
It wasn't nose to nose. Like,
I think a front back counts.
You think count? Oh, maybe. Who's backing down the wall?
At the risk of this going in the wrong direction, I'm going to leave it at that. But I do think they have a legitimate case. Whoever broke that might get cursed there. Minute 40 left, and Whip still with the lead. We'll take it off stream.
Nico, good challenge. Eugen, though, has no boost. He's the last one back, and Comp back home for the bump. Eugen, what a save on 0 boost. Avoids the demo and gets the big-time save.
That's strength. That is just pure strength coming in. Minute 20 left. Whip still with the leader. We're going to get a 1-0 champ field deciding match. I feel like they're pretty rare. Usually you see a lot of mistakes coming through. Pressure on. Deciding point in this upper bracket as well, and you've got a top 6 spot on the line, as you said, Gibbs. You're straight through to Sunday. Even if you don't have to show up Saturday if you don't want to. You'll be in the lower bracket on Sunday. You're still going to be in that top 6. This is huge right here in Whip in the box seat. Mark playing a bit of defense.
Eugen has some boost, but gets beat out there. Nico, just going to throw it deep. Just trying to waste the boost of work in progress here. And Eugen, again, he's just attacking. Right now, there's a scoring opportunity, but all 3 members back. So nothing doing here, but they're just going to keep throwing it on target. But Whip is very happy with that. They have everyone back, just waiting on the goal line and getting some easy saves.
Very low boost. Day Shift. Oh, you can see Eugen actually read what was going on there. Day Shift didn't want the ball at all. He had 0 boost. They have been sitting in net pretty much since his first goal. They might have one chance. Eugen in a 2-on-1. Does well. Pinches it downfield. Right there is Toxic. Does he get a chance? You're looking for the infield. They just don't want to commit. Whip. They want to hold on to this lead. 10 seconds left. Will this be enough?
Eugen?
Up in the air, Eugen. Perhaps one more over the top. Blocked out. Anybody home? One last shot. Atomic blocked out just by Compact. One more infield pass to Eugen. Back across. Pre-flip won't go. Whip through in the upper bracket. They're in the top 6. Wave.
That was a close one. That was a thrilling final game. I did say I called it, though. I mean, you asked me just off the top of my dome who I thought was going to win. Yeeted that one. It's not a fit.
To be fair, he asked you when it was 1-0, and it ended 1-0 So,
That's true.
I'm
That's
not going to give
true.
you too much credit there.
I can read, okay? Like,
Just go back to play-by-play, all right? Then I'll give you credit, okay?
What a round, though. Back and forth here. Whip securing that top spot. Gritty Goose is keeping their hopes alive as well. Gentlemates through to a top 6. And we've got GK versus KDOT Corp coming up here, as well as Magnifico versus Gritty Goose.
Yeah, I think GK in this match, we mentioned their defense, their shooting really let them down. I think the fact that they weren't shooting well, it forced pressure on, the next player to follow up, They do overcommit, so good to see Gentlemates get through. GK have to do it tough in the lower bracket once again. Whip Well, we saw what happened here, Gibbs. Gibbs, they just made it through in a little 1-0. A little bit of a boring game 5. Trying to get Wave to do some play-by-play, but unfortunately it was just nothing happening.
But credit to Whip, they get the 3-0. So they get the nice quadrant, and they get the job done. They are top 6, and they are moving on. So congrats to them.
And they'll find their way through. Synergy, I mean, interesting story that ends here kind of prematurely on Friday. I wonder what Synergy's situation is going into open number 6, which is really where the last thing they have left on the season.
Yeah, they will need at least probably a grand finals, right, to have any chance at a top 5 spot. So we'll see if they can bounce back. But then we also have like KDOT Corp doing pretty well, you know, getting the clean win versus PCS. And but Gritty Goose, we're just going back and forth on highlights through both these lower bracket games. But we'll see what happens. Gritty Goose versus Magnifico. Magnifico barely fell on Champions Field. That's a tough matchup against Gritty Goose. And also for GK, they get KDOT Corp. Like, now they're heating up like after a 3-0. Those are going to be some difficult lower bracket games.
We'll see how it goes. This is how Group A is shaping up. You heard us talking about the matches a few times here, but now you can see them on your screen as well. Magnifico will be taking on Gritty Goose. GK will be taking on KDOP Core. Those are 2 win and in, lose and out matches here for our open number 5 weekend. Excited to see which teams get to continue their story on playoff Saturday, first thing tomorrow. The groups are continuing on here, folks. After these next 2 matches, we're only halfway done. We're gonna hop over to Group B. 8 completely different teams starting their runs through our weekend of competition here. And it'll be a lot of fun. 4 big contenders in that group and 4 hopefuls. A really good chance we get some cool upsets over there, folks. So, for 2 matches left to play there, Magnifico versus Gritty Goose and GK versus KDOT Corp. We're going to give those teams a little bit of time to get set up for their matches. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, European Open number 5 right here on the screen. Make sure you check out the other streams as well. Great streamers there covering the action. We'll continue with RLCS after this.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online. I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a motto. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, but always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away. Baby, I forgot to breathe. This time's got a hold on me. My mind is a casualty. Fire me open spaces. Static in my blood. Can you feel the flood? Yeah, I've seen enough. Fire me open Feel the weight under the weather, counting the thunder, keeping me under. And if we break out from the tethers, fade into each other, I drive away, leave it behind us, without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right.
Four teams left in Group A, only 2 spots left on playoff Saturday. Who's gonna get it, folks? We're about to find out. 2 best-of-5s with everything on the line. Season implications, world championship implications for these teams, and it's all gonna come down to this. Fantastic Rocket League so far on the day. Hopefully we get some more of it. Only Champions Field once so far, if I'm remembering correctly. I think that's true. Yeah, we've won Champions Field 1 time, so we'll see if we can get there. Fear, welcome to the broadcast. How have you liked it so far?
I've loved it. It's been a great time watching these new Fridays because I'm used to doing the watch parties during Fridays when every single match is going on at the same time. There's like 1,439 different tabs to look at. Now we only have 2 when I actually get to hop in, so it's going to be nice and easy. I'm excited about it.
You have to keep track of the action. Watch your team lose in 4K a little bit easier here. When you're watching, Fear, do you have a team affiliation? Do you have a team that's like, that's the one I'm most partial to here in Europe?
You know what? No, but I can be bought. I can be bought if I need a team affiliation.
I see.
I've watched players for a long time, so I usually favor the 1v1 players, but tons of players have now dabbled in it, so I usually don't really have a direct favorite.
I see. He can be bought, folks. We'll see if any works take him up on it there. Magnifico versus Gritty Goose, as well as GK versus KDOP Corp. My brain wants to short into K Corp, but they haven't quite earned that one yet here. GK versus KDOP Corp. Lemon Key, we're going to be in a win and in match.
Guys, I'm gonna crash out, and Jordy's maybe gonna join me here wherever she is in the world, because how is GK in a lower bracket situation against the team that could maybe beat them? Although KDOP Corp, not sure. Them getting swept by Magnifico at the start of the day really disappointed me. Like I said, that was supposed to be a way closer series. I think clocking in, clocking out against PCS Stride, that was to be expected. But now that KDOP Corp are warmed up, my hope is that they're gonna look better. But how do GK look now that they have to come back?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me to get a read on KDOP Corp because we've only seen them sweep or be swept. So, like, luckily for them here, Fear, like the sweep was the more recent of the 2 series, but still, what's happening here? What's going on?
I think KDOP Corp had a rough start. I think I'm going to give credit to Magnifico, who came back, who weren't in main events last time around. They played a much better set of games today. We didn't get to see the KDOP Corp game as much, so I don't really either of them. I didn't get to see them get swept or sweep. I expect KDOP Corp to beat PCS Stride. The good news is they might have a good matchup against GK, considering they won it last time. Those are top talents. I didn't get to watch Alpha 54. I'm ready to watch Alpha 54 again, so I'm stoked about that one.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun here as we're getting closer to those matches starting, folks. Only 2 matches left here for Group A. And we've seen some fun matches so far, but yeah, you can see here that run that KDOP Core had was they got that 3-0 coming off of PCS right here. And we have, I mean, to Fear's point, Lemon, we have not actually on the mainstream watched a lot of KDOP Corp. We've just heard about the result because every time we tune into their match, they're either getting bodied or they are bodying, and there's some other closer match that we spend more time watching. So this will be the first time we get to like really kind of tune in and catch how is KDOP Corp playing today.
And I guess we got our first real upset, I would say. Magnifico losing to Whip was a bit surprising to me. If you just look at the players on paper, I feel like Magnifico have been more proven, at least in the past. But Whip are starting to like prove that win over NIP that they had in Swiss was the real deal. And they qualified to be on the upper side of the bracket. So as CJ said, to be able to go straight into Sunday, it's going to be really cool to watch the competition. But now Magnifico have to try and stay in. And I know Atomic was really upset not making the main event in the past, so he can't let that happen again.
These are where you can catch the full stories if you want to watch these teams play uninterrupted by other gameplay, but we'll be cutting back and forth between these 2 matches here. You were asking where Jordy's is. She is hosting that GK Esports broadcast on the GK Esports channel, so we'll see if she's crashing out as well. It's been going to be a fun day, though, with these 4 teams remaining. Who's able to make it through? You can see the teams are getting warmed up on their servers. And after this, we'll be jumping over to Group B, and we'll be back into the fray with 8 teams left. Again, we'll be having 4 matches happening simultaneously. And it'll be the Group B, if upsets happen in Group B, I think there'll be much spicier upsets than Group A, which felt kind of a group of life vibes to me here, Fear. I feel like every team had an opportunity. And it's really kind of cool seeing the teams that emerged out of Group A, like Whip Esports, taking advantage of that group of life opportunity here and making a top 6.
Yeah, definitely. Gentlemates and what's supposed to be GK should be some top teams. I think people were expecting a lot out of GK, which is why we're only really talking about that bottom half matchup, GK, KDOP. But in the group of light, there's going to be a chance for Gritty Goose or Magnifico, who we haven't really mentioned much at all. I've been really excited watching Gritty Goose, mainly because I like to say Bibaba. Bibaba is such a fun name to say. And also a Hungarian player, which, you know, in Europe, we get to see a ton of different nationalities just more naturally than the NA games that I'm used to watching over in my region. But I haven't seen a ton of, you know, great Hungarian players, so it's cool to see Bibaba with Gritty Goose. And then Magnifico all rocking, you know, different nationalities as well. I think it's going to be a good match. I want to see maybe a Gritty Goose victory just because I've been kind of rooting for this Bibaba guy so I can say his name more often. But Nico, Atomic, Eugen are also, you know, fun guys to watch.
What a story it would be if they're able to make it there. We'll kick things off with GK versus KDOP Corp. Keep an eye on that match here first, and I'll let you guys know if something crazy starts to happen between Gritty Goose and Magnifico. But both these matches should be good.
Yeah, that game 1 brought to you by Progressive, and almost brought you a first goal too. But this is what everyone is stressing out about, because if GK don't make playoffs again, Paris is in shambles. And that may also cost them the World Championship, because if Manchester City, for example, get to the Paris Major and not GK, then they will hold on to that spot and create even further of a gap, because now we have a gap in the goals.
Radosin getting our first bucket. Radosin is a player that has truly been playing at the highest level for a long time. Radosin and Alpha 54, teammates on that famous Vitality team alongside Zen. Matsur has to come in and try and be the Zen for them, and I'm not sure if he's quite ready to take that role. I don't know if anybody, you know, in the game can take that role, but Matsur is a French player that people have been, you know, looking at for a long time, and I really love these teams that bring in the old guard of Alpha 54, Radosin, you know, alongside some new talents. France has always been really good at doing that with their players, and so a long future ahead of Matsur. But Alpha 54 is kind of an interesting storyline, because I'm not sure we've seen a player take off as long as Alpha did. Normally when you see a player who's been playing for a long time, you know, step back into a sub role for whatever reason, you're usually just saying goodbye to them. It's kind of like a quiet retirement.
Yeah.
Alpha 54, he always kept his rank really high, and so I was wondering if he'd ever be back, and now he's finally ready to show he's still RLCS level.
I know the fans were super excited to see him not silently retire, and he's back from the quote metaphorical grave. And Matzer, who I think has a lot of hype, especially the pros, really speaking highly of him. Where he looked good on BDS, he looks good with the ball right now, but he's also GK all over that. And he also finished second in the LCQ, so the results have looked good, sometimes mixed, but this team is looking good. And I just love also an Alpha and Radosin, like post Vitality, as I've said, who I think want to get back into that spotlight and find a team that can challenge and be amongst the top. I think that's why they almost adapted like a top team name with K-Dot Corp.
Yeah, K-Dot Corp. I don't know how much I love that name. It confuses me. When they first came out, I was like, oh, that's K-Dot's team. I was like, wow, K-Dot's team's actually doing really well, because K-Dot, would still make main events here and there, but usually he'd have a tough time. K-Dot Corp had a really good result. I was like, wow, K-Dot is really back. But no, it's more like Alpha 54 who's really back. But Jack, Joyo, and Tempo, I wanted to talk a little bit about them. It feels like this split or this season has been the story of trades gone wrong, and that is definitely what is weighing on the minds of the GK players if this Tempo move does not work out, and this would not be a good result for them if it continues the way we've seen already. One goal, it's really lots of time to make up for it, but they intentionally moved out to pick up Tempo, as I understand it. Seiko taking over Tempo's spot in Man City, obviously doing much better. We'll get to see how they do in Group B later, so maybe they have a chance to still kind of look equal to GK, but there's no question that first regional is favoring them, and I feel like there's a few different examples of that across the scene. I mean, we saw maybe over in NA a Gen G trade that kind of worked out similarly. We've seen maybe a Falcons trade that maybe isn't working the way they'd like to over in MENA. So there's a lot of different trades that have not worked, and that almost feels like the theme of the season. But there's still time for GK to fix that. I mean, they could bring this back and show that Tempo was the right choice.
Yeah, when MENA make trades, you're like, oh my God, there's an investment there. There's a lot on the line, and there's a lot of weight that carries with that. But I like that you brought up, trade watch that we're, and also waiting for GK to get that first goal. And the way you mentioned that GK and K-Dot Corp did win against GK in the past, but it was also off of GK almost reverse sweeping K-Dot Corp in that very first match of the group stage. So that's what sent GK to the lowers, and I think really shook them up, because then GK ended up losing to KLG, who's also in this group stage. And that's what kind of were the demise of GK. So I'm really, really worried about GK being in this lower bracket.
They've looked a little bit better here in the latter half of this game. The majority of it was spent in the blue half, but now a couple different scoring opportunities just recently clear that actually pushed them back. But they need to create something to get a bit more desperate as the clock winds down. Alpha, nice beat there, but Tempo is having to make goal line saves. He seems comfortable, but the clock is winding down. GK had to find the magic, had to find some offense, but they might go just take a tough loss, 1-0.
And the coach of K-Dot Corp 2, Econ, he's spent months coaching Radosin and Matzer. So now incorporating Alpha, that's just like the firepower that they need. And you're waiting for that strong secondary with Alpha, because he can, pull off all the magic solo, and now they can just pull off this game win as long as the ball's on the ground. And there we go. K-Dot Corp with game one, looking good.
Magnifico versus Gritty Goose, very close to going to overtime here. It was a Gritty Goose scored like the first minute pretty quickly there. Magnifico had to work real hard. He take like 3 shots at it around 150 to tie up the game. We'll see, do they go to overtime here?
I'm excited to see.
Keep it up.
Bababa? Oh, a chance there.
Okay, there we go.
OT, I saw Bababa hit a kickoff goal directly into the net. I think that was mostly GK's fault last time, but doesn't seem like Magnifico's going to make it that easy on him. Still a win here for GG.
Yeah, I was not expecting that Magnifico loss to whip there, but again, sometimes about those underdogs peaking, and there is the peak there from Toxic Friends of Gritty Goose to secure that game one, but that's still so close.
Yeah, that was great POV from Raziers. You could see him watching the ball, seeing what his teammate was up to, and then deciding, nope, he's got it. Turn off ball cam, I'm gonna chase down a defender. Create an opportunity, and this is perfect. What a transition right back into more gameplay. That's what I love about these Fridays.
I love that kind of red zone style. We get to just drop in, and then we have less games to watch as we get deeper into at least Group A, and then it'll get chaotic once we kick off Group B after this. But trying to send some more teams. Now this is going to be about going into Saturday, not Sunday, and starting on the lower side of playoffs if you get there.
I feel like this game still has a lot to be decided. We saw K-Dop Corp score really early. I think it was maybe in the first 30 seconds or so, and then no goals from then on out. Still no goals in this first game. So I think it's actually a fairly equal lobby right now, despite the series edge for K-Dop Corp for that first initial goal. But Joyo, Tempo, yeah, and definitely Joyo, Tempo, Jack as well. I feel like a team that should be a really offensive-minded team. I feel like I see Joyo and Tempo creating opportunities all by themselves and seem to, you know, I think it was CJ or Gibbs saying earlier that they didn't seem to want to be on defense too much, but apparently they figured out how to be on defense because they're at least keeping the scoring to a bare minimum, but they can't forget offense along the way. That's a nice double beat. Joyo, does he have an angle? Jack tried to finish it off, but now are they going to get beat on a counterattack? Hey, there's that all-in method that is going to get them scored on.
Yeah, I was about to say it. Like, GK haven't lost because of bad defense. It's just the lack of offense. And having Tempo in the lineup, you think that would not be an issue for GK. But now it's the rotations that are an issue because who's supposed to be back? You can't be all offense. You can't have open nets like this. You're in a pretty much do or die scenario when it comes to Paris and your future. So not to put too much pressure out there, but there really is. And now everyone's getting demoed.
Yeah, traded demos. Tempo trying to add to that by going for another one. Seems like K-Dop Corp is scrambling in that, but they're just somehow making a play. Alpha on 0 boost is right in the perfect spot to cut off a shot, and they get nothing out of this. GK cannot, you know, come out of those opportunities without even at least a better scoring chance. Their only shot cut off immediately by a camped outside the net 0 boost defender. Joyo giving him a bit of space now.
Just finding the right times to go for these challenges. Like, KDC are just not making this easy at all. And Joyo showed us like flashes of brilliance in that first match against Gritty Goose. Like, he was off the ceiling, passing to Appjack, now Appjack to Tempo to the back of the net. Okay, welcome back, GK.
Yeah, I love this pass from Jack. You have to get such a negative angle. He needs to pass it, you know, it's kind of like a back pass. He really just needs to adjust it slightly. If he puts it anywhere more in field, it's just going to go straight to a defender. So really strong assist, considering how hard it can be to get that sweet spot touch on a double. But GK on the board, thank goodness. A goal for them. K-Dop Corp, oh my goodness, K-Dop Corp are gonna respond.
A laser. Pretty much picked up the phone and hung it up, and like this pre-jump, it's now K-Dop Corp finding that flow, get into a flow state, which I wanted to see more consistency out of that, and now K-Dop Corp also waking up at the right time. It is the lower bracket though, and if you don't make it through here, you're not going to playoffs, which there's also considerations for KDC, and if they have some strong chances of making to Paris, so you gotta make playoffs for that though.
Yeah, KDC, I mean, Alpha 54 and Verdosen, it wasn't that long ago that they're, you know, making majors playing at the top of the game, so it's not unbelievable that they could do it, especially with the help of fresh talent. Usually that's a good way to get the right recipe, but Alpha 54 showing he never left with that goal to put these guys in the lead. Unfortunately for our other game, this one is a very relevant one, it feels like, for Major, and they're keeping it close. They're not, you know, blowing it out either way. Maybe if K-Dop Corp were to score again, we could stop believing in GK, but they definitely are still in this one as Joyo tries to get something going.
I kind of noticed that even from the past regional that GK are good at playing ahead, like when they're up a goal, up in the series, and not so much at a deficit. Nice save at the end in that 1v1 situation, and Maxer's following up. There's demos off screen, and GK get themselves above water, but still need to make some magic happen with this 90 seconds, and Joyo, you can always depend on him to deliver.
Yeah, Tempo, great setup here too. Sees Verdosen on the back wall instead of going for a double. Actually, did Verdosen get a touch there? Verdosen might have helped him out. He seemed like he was trying to slow it down, but I think Verdosen might have even touched it on the way through. The thing is, you can always count on Verdosen to give you, you know, maybe an own goal a series or maybe a pass to the team series. And that one wasn't even that bad. So if that's the one you got it out of the way, I mean, that's great news for K-Dop Corp, because going forward, they won't have to worry about that. Alpha getting dunked though. GK looking a little bit better. I feel like they definitely spent the majority of their game on defense. We saw, the one time they did go on offense getting counterattacked quickly, so maybe they're getting helped out by getting their rotations compacted here in the blue half. See, Joyo, that creator, normally can really make stuff happen, but hasn't really been able to today.
Yeah, I think GK just need to be quicker on those transitions because you can maybe catch KDC not having someone in the net, and usually it's Radosin who's that big pillar that you have to get through. I mean, he won that last 1v1 to deny GK's last solid opportunity, but this last 30 seconds, how it develops, could determine a lot, and that's a huge one for Matzer.
It just felt like all of GK were there. What happened? Tempo taps it away. Joyo's a little bit low on boost, but maybe they waited out because they're expecting Tempo to make contact. That just didn't seem like that spectacular of an air dribble to make it past both defenders. Jack a little bit awkward. And now KDOP Corp back in the lead. They have been driving the bus. Even when GK have been able to equalize, it's either been, tied or KDOP leading. I say KDOP's not on the field. Why do they call themselves KDOP Corp? But either way, they're up 3-2.
Yeah, and you just sometimes need that defensive player on your team, and it feels like GK are just so desperate for that goal, and sometimes you're just not ready for it. But Tempo's ready for this one, right with 5 seconds to spare.
I mean, they've just been responding. Luckily, they're responding in time. 5 seconds left to go. Tempo just camped out at the midfield, ready for that pass. 3-3. Looking like we're probably going to get an overtime here.
We're probably going to go to overtime. Just quick update there. Gritty Goose has been making work of Magnifico. Razir is having quite a spectacular game. But Bababa got the go-ahead goal there to make it 3-1. They're probably going to clinch that one up and go to match point. Let's check out the overtime, though. GK, can they equalize?
That's the big thing, because if GK go down 0-2, I honestly just want to permanently change the channel. Like, I don't want to watch this happen. Oh,
well, you don't have to worry about it.
Alive and well. Okay, we are so back. We are so back.
We might even be able to still catch the end of the other game. Nice pass.
Let's go.
Joyo to Tempo. They do it in overtime. That's the only time they've led.
So it's the other game's already over anyways, but we'll watch it. We'll watch the final 12 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to hear Razir's has been doing well. I feel like Razir's, we didn't get to talk about these guys very much, so I'm going to, speed run everything I have to say about Razir's really right now. But Razir's has just been, he's been playing really well on all of his teams. I feel like he had one of those spectacular goals, that full air dribble double reset that he's done. I mean, he's always playing super well. He got kind of screwed over by the roster change setup. He kind of had to walk back to Tox, because I think he was planning on, completely leaving or switching up the team and being like, hey, Tox, I'd like to keep my RLCS points. Want to just team again? So it's good to see that that's still working out for him. Razir still seems to be playing really well, so I'm excited for him.
Yeah, the first goal of that game was him. He popped it onto the backboard from kind of in the front third there, and you see his teammate jump in there like he's going to go for the ball, but the defense is so sluggish. Razir says, "Oh, you know what? I think I can get in the air after this," and double taps it himself. So great. They had lots of options in that offensive game there for game number 2. They win that one cleanly with the 4-1, and now 1 win away from punching their ticket to playoff Saturday. Magnifico's got their work cut out for them. GK though, man, Tempo. Bouncing them back here, Lemikiwi. It's not over just yet. Watched a wave of relief across Jordy's face as I got their stream up here. Keep an eye on that one as well.
Yeah, the beats per minute on the heart, though. We're going to need a medical check on everybody very soon. And GK, their RLCS journey, their lives, it feels like, are on the line on this one. And KDOP Corp are no slouches, but hey, this net kind of getting exposed, but it looks like GK got back on their feet, which isn't inspirational for the start of this game.
Yeah, GK, I think they have big aspirations. They kind of limped in to the last major at EU5. KC was able to win that extra spot for Europe, and Europe has always kind of needed that extra spot when it comes to how many teams are able to compete there, but big aspirations for this GK squad. So I think that just making it in and kind of sneaking in was not their gameplay. They're hoping to have an even better squad, not only to compete at majors, but, to push even further. Now, instead, they find themselves back again, fighting for their lives, just, hoping to sneak in, it would seem.
Yeah, and K-Dop Corp snuck into the playoffs last regional and could have had a big run if it wasn't for that nasty Game 7. That was such a nail-biter against Man City, where you had a bunch of overtimes or a bunch of 0-goal games and answers back and forth. It was not clear who was going to come out of that series, but K-Dop Corp, that journey has to start here, and GK get ahead of it.
That great shot. I mean, this follow-up from Tempo was an angle that I thought was impossible. He almost found it, but created a bit of panic there, and Joyo had an opportunity to slot a shot. I mean, that was not free. He needed to put it right there in that corner, and he did. GK, this is their first time leading, you know, during actual clock time, not just overtime. So they're turning it around.
Yeah, Joyo has been that pop-off player this Friday, at least consistently. A lot of these flashy goals, the nice setups, like, feels like he's been the real hope and the real spark plug to this GK team. And look at this pass, and Mazur just breaks it up just in time. Uh-oh.
You know, there's too much musty for one team. Joyo loves to launch his musty flicks. And he's one of the players who do it, you know, more than anyone else, but then they added Tempo, and he loves them too. So this is just too much musty flick for one team. I don't know how Jacks are, to be honest. But Tempo used to have him with that Dominus. Oh my goodness. He could rip him, and it turns out he can still do it on Fennec as well. They didn't get anything out of it.
Joyo has to go from the ground to the ceiling and reset and everything, and Alpha almost creeps by with a nice double opportunity, and it's recovered by KDC, so GK cannot afford this. They just need to stay ahead, because like I said earlier, it's really tough to come back from that deficit if you're GK, just because KDC, their defense can be so strong, but so is their offense. Oh my god.
Matzer, welcome to the lobby. My goodness, passed to himself off the ceiling to the backboard.
Crazy. And
you got Alpha 54 to finish it for you on your team. You can trust in that. My goodness.
Scary stuff. Both these teams have been so neck and neck this series so far. No real lead. You know, we did go to overtime, I believe, in that first one. Oh, almost did. 1-0. But this is going to be a scary one, as we'll see if GK can have a more structured defense. And with that demo, you're already kind of removing a lot of the options. No, off the post, off the corner.
Yeah, Joyo got a demo, and I didn't think, I actually thought he was going to maybe chase down another one, because if he had gotten a second one, it might have been free. But it turns out in that 1v1, Tempo found a way, or almost found a way through. I guess he didn't score it, but man, that flick was saucy. Try and capitalize. GK are looking so much better. I mean, now we're seeing shot opportunities. It feels like this series started so slow. I mean, it was just a ton of nothingness in game one after that first goal. Now we're actually seeing scoring opportunities both ways, a little bit of peak plays. I don't know if there's nerves in this kind of situation, maybe because the context, but you think most of these guys have been playing in RLCS for a long time. Maybe the threat of elimination, though, gets them just a little bit worried. They're in it now, and I'm excited to see what they have in store next.
It just hasn't been a real threatening offense from KDC. They've been good at slowing down GK when they're ramping up, but not able to create any good scoring opportunities themselves. That's just because GK have been rotating in there on time, but even with the 2-on-1 almost from KDC, it still wasn't enough.
Be clear. What can they do with this? We saw a passing play similarly off of a kickoff. They're doing a great job of playing in between each other, but ultimately the final touch just gives it up. We have a spicy match on our hands, but I must admit, I'm interested about Greedy Goose and Magnifico.
It's been a close one. It was a great, stylish, just dusting of the defense by Raziers early on in the game to get a 1-0 lead, but Eugen just put it on the backboard, landed on the backboard, jumped off, kind of in a, I don't know, Zen-style goal to tie things up, 50 seconds left.
Okay, so it's 1-1 over there as well.
It is 1-1, yeah.
Oh.
Cool.
Eugen has always had that pop-up potential, but we'll lock back in 30 seconds here. GK and K-Dop Corp Master put it off the ceiling. Actually could be a good pass for Radosin. But everybody back for GK.
Oh, and Atomic scores. That is a 2-1 lead now. Magnifico holding on, 30 seconds left.
All right, Matzer, last chance. And Tempo's off the ceiling trying to get this away from him, but now you got GK panicking. Thankfully for them, it's reset back to a kickoff, but it is overtime.
I've seen GK lose a kickoff straight into their net, and then they also won their last OT on the immediate kickoff, so I've seen them go both ways. This one's going to be a bit more neutral, it would seem. Actually, still GK possession. Tempo creeped up a little bit too far. He should have been able to stop that if he was positioned correctly, but instead he's going to get himself demoed and going to let KDOP Corp go the other way. Alpha doing a ton of creation, but his team wasn't believing in him. Nobody there to try and help him finish it.
I like KDC going for demos as well while rotating back towards the net, because you don't want to just have a one-sided demo game, because GK, we're just ramping up off of that, but Joyo is trying to just cleanly transition, and KDC are just hounding him, but Abjack's got so much free aerial space too, but then you have Matzer stepping up and deflecting all of that, so it's pretty tied up between these two teams in terms of opportunities.
Tempo, bit of a scary. Should be, easy for him, but he has to ground pinch this one to keep it away after they go low. I love to see Tempo in the air solo. Round one, ceiling, come on, make me right. But Rodosin able to sneak in and take it away. Just didn't keep that ball close enough to maintain full control. Looks like Gritty Goose not getting their sweep over there. Must have held on as, 2-1.
The one goal from Atomic was enough. The go-ahead holds on, and they're going to game 4.
Not dead yet. But how long will this overtime go? Because GK had that, almost 5-minute OT against Gritty Goose in their very first match. So GK got a lot of resilience to them when it comes to OT.
They just love Rocket League. They're just trying to play extra.
Yeah. Hey, you needed a united effort on defense there. But hey, the defense from GK didn't get tested too much. Looks like Matzer is able to get away from the wasps of GK, who another united effort from GK, but almost a gap left behind.
Yeah, it was some bump attempts. People had to rotate back in. It's always interesting to see how teams attack whenever there's a big space available for them. Everybody's back on their own half. One team has possession. How do they decide to try and lock it up? And I've seen some good get-up court passing plays so far when they've been in that spot. And I feel like we're actually seeing them in that spot more often than GK for whatever reason. They find themselves in possession when play settles down more often. Right now, GK are just kind of scrambling on their net to try and eventually escape this. They all seem to have boosts. This could be difficult. The Tempo did make the save. Jack trying to pass infield, finds KDOP Corp instead.
Oof. And GK are able to take a lot of boosts from their opponent's side, but still able to maintain a strong defense. Now 3 minutes into OT, I wonder if GK beat their almost 5-minute record, but who's gonna come out on top? KDC looking real scary, but then Joyo just sails by that fast. Oh, that was a laser.
Straight up, yeah. Just probably an unlucky bounce if you're KDOP Corp. I don't think you want it going straight ceiling and then out, but fortunate for GK, who have spent the majority of the OT on defense. Great shot though! Jack will do it, and they win OT again.
Out time, not breaking that 4-minute record, but again, Joyo is always part of the equation, and that bump to free up the net, even with 2 others in the net. GK, it's the teamwork that makes the dream work, and their dream is still to make Paris, and that's still on the line, of course, and we'll go and check in with Gritty Goose and Magnifico. Did we miss anything, Wave?
Just
Exciting?
the one goal that went in. Magnifico, bit of a defensive lapse in the corner, and Tox immediately capitalizes there. So there's been a few defensive mistakes, a few forced by Gritty Goose over the course of this series, but generally it's been Magnifico's match to lose, and they have been losing it. So can Gritty Goose continue to put the pressure on?
Well, I'm excited to see. We haven't really got to step in at all. Vivaba, ooh, Razier's has, I mean, he's just trying to keep this in play. If he lets Magnifico touch it, they're probably going to clear it out. So he just send it to the ceiling for his own team.
Yeah, Magnifico having to come back from an 0-2 start. Well, every reverse sweep starts from an 0-2 spot, but you're just feeling like you're on the edge of being out of the tournament at all times, which is pretty mentally crumbling when you have people like Atomic who haven't really missed a main event in years. At least that's what he said about the last regional when they missed, and it was by like 1 match, so it just sucks to be that close and just have one game or one series not go your way, and this one is certainly not going Magnifico's way. They got to come back in 2 minutes.
Oof, I wonder if Fusion could have put that on target. That was maybe a chance. Nobody was home. And it felt like if you can hit the post, you probably could have changed it slightly enough to get it in. And who knows, might be one of their last scoring opportunities if Gritty Goose are able to just lock it down and turtle back up, although it doesn't seem like that's what they're trying to do. Spibaba trying to pull off for a 50. They are on offense now. Sometimes that's the best way to guarantee you don't get scored on. But Atomic clearing it straight down side wall. Not really an easy position to create stuff out of. In fact, it's going to be Goose right back the other way. Always for Gritty Goose. Gritty Goose.
Yeah, and Bababa and Tox are working really well on the front lines, and this is just a fluid team. Like you pointed out, Braziers and Tox just looking for that prodigy, that mechanical third. They really found it in Bababa, and this is already I would say a better regional compared to the previous one when they were known as TRB, you know, putting their names on the line, and now something more loose, more fun.
I like it. It's a nice logo as well. I had to zoom in, but if you can't tell, there's a little goose in there in that Fennec driving the car. 30 seconds and a big moment. A berth into the top 8 here. And seemingly, you know, in pretty strong fashion. It sounds like maybe a Eugen peak led to a game win for Magnifico. Atomic though, wow, great double, and it's all tied up.
Oh my God, Atomic makes it happen. This is so gross, too. I mean, waiting to see a pop-off moment from him because you know how much this means to him. And he's got some, you know, 2 young prodigies with him. We'll see when that prodigy clock expires, as we were giggling about in the green room.
Yeah.
And just how many more chances are you going to get to really prove that you're on the come up? And this has got to be the roster for people like Eugen and Nico.
Yeah, for sure. Atomic's been doing it a long time. Now it's 1-1. Nico trying to create something. Everybody is camped in net, though, for Gritty Goose. 0 seconds. Seems like the last opportunity will be Magnifico's pass up the ceiling. Tox actually keeps it high, which I'm not sure it's going to pay out for him. It's going to pay out for nobody as it'll hit ground. See if anybody has anything nifty in store for the kickoff. No, actually a perfectly mirrored kickoff. We'll get into OT.
Matza is having a great game right now. He went through the corner to bump. On goal number 1, goes through, gets the air dribble, or goal number 2 here, gets the air dribble bump. On goal number 1, he dribbles a player in the corner and then left the ball in the corner to go bump the goalie out of the way, make an easy goal for Rado. So K-Corp doing well. See if they can hold on.
Trying to go for a solo play there again. Like he's like, oh wait, now let me cook, and I'm down for that.
That's over the top. It is.
Not down for that. Not down for that. No, it's over.
And that's it. Just like that.
Gritty Goose, congratulations on a top 8. We'll see them play tomorrow.
Another main event miss for Atomic. Not Acronic, but Nico's old teammate, Acronic. But I wonder if he mixes it up, but I already messed it up. But let's focus on this match. And if GK don't mess up this lead, they should have a whole second half to figure it out, though.
The GK seemingly want to go the distance. They went to game 5 against KDOP Corp. Last time around, unfortunately, we missed the peeking for Matzer. One of their previous goals was also a really great play for Matzer, and that's what you expect to get, or that's what you hope to get. You can expect to get consistency out of Alpha and Rodosin. They are such known quantities. I think they're going to be less phased in any moment, but you bring on somebody to give you the spark. And Matzer's been that.
GK are able to get back in time. It is very stressful to watch GK play defense, though. It's like they're playing catch up a bit. But now
my goodness.
Uh-oh. See, even that one was really scary.
He just got so much control right now. Matzer, like, this maybe feels like an exaggeration, but he's reminding me of Nass in Boston. In this game, he's just, wow. Touches the ball, I'm getting excited to watch what he does. And again, he's being creative. The defense is matching him at this moment, but still, they're forcing strong plays out of him.
Good save from Boston Nass on KDOP Corp.
This might be a goal. The reset. Oh, well done, Tempo.
Hey, I didn't see these first couple goals, but I saw Nass in Boston, so I'm on the train now. If you're telling me Matzer's playing like Nass in Boston, I'm ready to see what we got in store.
This is getting fast. Like the ball going from one side of the field to the other. Oh, he can't set it up to the team. And now it's going back to the orange half. 40 seconds. KDC just have to not choke. But surely that's possible.
I think they've got it. I don't know if I'm going to see 2 goals here. This is too much of midfield play. You need, you know, a scoring chance to actually be getting created by this time on the clock, because you're going to need another one as well. Instead, it's just KDOP Corp down to just take air dribbles across the field, get it 50, rotate back, do it again. They'll do it as many times as they need to just to delay out this game. Matzer is not even going to be able to try and follow that up. Didn't have the boost to do so. But KDOP Corp, they are really going to put the nerves on GK, because, I mean, it's kind of like, is it season on the line for these guys? I think Lemon Kiwi, you seem to be fully locked in on Worlds chances and stuff if they don't make it to Paris, but it seems like they need to win this next game.
Yeah, at least like Gentlemates were in that same boat, but because they won the Boston Major, they got a lot of points from that. So they're chill for Worlds, but GK not so much. So this game 5 is going to be intense, Wave.
It's going to be an intense one. And of course, look, it's the last match of Group A for Friday. You got to go to Champions Field. We got to go the whole distance to see who's going to pop off, who steps up in this moment. Do we see old Joyo? You never want to play Joyo on Champions Field, and so they've committed the cardinal sin of taking him to there. But still, on a team of Rado, Alpha, and Matzer, we like to meme on Rado a lot in this community here, Fear, but he's a very skilled player. He's a world champion player. Matzer is definitely the player that you look at and say, that's the guy I want to see pop off. So the fact that he's having a series right now is such good news for KDOP Corp fans.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Radosin is, you know, we mess with him, but he's so good. I mean, he's crazy good.
So good.
All those Vitality teams, I feel like there's kind of almost rewritten history with those Vitality teams. Radosin was really good on those dominant Vitality teams with Zen and Alpha, and he's kind of proven that on other teams he's been on, so he can definitely step to the plate. Alpha 54, you know, I just don't know what to expect fully yet from him being back. But if Matzer's playing a good game, that's how I would imagine KDOP Corp winning. Is if you told me, hey, Matzer, he played well, he was the best player, you know, for his team, then I'd say that's probably a win for KDOP Corp.
Yeah, and at least if you watched Alpha in the last regional, you're like, yeah, Alpha is so back. It's like he never left, and that is great. And the script writers went crazy with this one. We have a game 5 between GK and KDC, which is the same kind of game 5 situation that we had at the last regional, which costed GK not go their way. So maybe the script, the narrative will be rewritten here for GK if they can pull this off.
Ooh, Matzer, what a read. Yeah, he lived in the future, knew exactly where he was going.
I feel like Joyo's been the one that's trying to get good beats and be that opportunity creator, and even that bump was nice.
Couple match 50s. Ooh, was he gonna get the sweet bounce? No, it didn't. But Joyo knew he was up high anyways. That's a better bounce. Oh, that shot was not the best shot I've ever seen.
Real. You're so real.
Joyo.
We had just been hyping up Radosin, so you know.
Hey, you're just able to just park this in the net. How does that not go in?
He's got space. And some boost. Tempo.
Oh, Alpha with the bump. Someone follow up.
This is
Radosin,
I did not love that touch.
No,
yeah.
I felt like it was scary for GK, and then that one touch was like, oh, they're fine.
I wanted the crossbar hit sound on his touch.
The game just recognizes when you make a bad one and just gives it to you.
Game's like, ooh, that one's ugly.
Has to let everybody know as well. But I like Radosin more defensively anyway. Like last regional, he was making these crazy goal line saves, and it was so hype. And well, the post had it coming.
Wow, they had, there was such
chances.
a solid pass play to get around Matzer, and then the shot just wasn't there.
Both teams having kind of like accuracy issues. That's when the pressure is really getting you.
Champions Field to do that to you.
That's just gonna get this
2
beat
in the air.
easy.
Oh, called
Yeah,
off.
Jack slow to it. Demoed. Getting a little bit scary here. Decent 50. They won that 50 strong enough. Such a pinch. My goodness. Helped him out a lot. But K-Dop Corp chance. Radosin is trying to make something happen, and then he bumped everybody. Oh no!
Free.
No, Joyo. Not when Joyo's there.
My God, we've had so many close calls. How is this still 0-0? I can't even believe it. Just have 5 people stacked in the net like that, but now Radosin's gonna take over, and he's trying for some redemption, at least on offense, but immediately loses it. See, like, Radosin is a full tank, and he's still getting called off.
What you
so
got?
Matzer is really believing in his play coming up.
Ooh, that needs to be a dunk there for K-Dop Corp. It's been K-Dop Corp offense this whole time. That dunk could be the change of ties unless Matzer is just going to get a double reset to put his team back in the attacking corner. But even now, this is like an easier handled possession for Tempo, who is going to get undercut. So he can't pass. Radosin being a pest. We saw him trying to bump people earlier in net, but now he's doing it over on his half too.
And KDC relied a lot more on demos earlier, but wants to now focus in on just clean play as a team and just rotating where you need to be, because you do not want to get exposed at any moment. Radosin trying to set up, and Alpha has to hit the brakes to catch up.
JKR slowly working out of their half here.
Yeah, for sure. We saw a lot more scoring chances. I mean, game 1, I mean, it felt like a scoreless game for, you know, the majority of it, even though there was that early goal. But there was never even a chance. Now, there's been tons of opportunities. This could very easily not be 0-0. It could be a couple goals on both sides. Mostly, though, I'd say K-Dop Corp, except for right now. GK with their opportunity, that pass fields to nobody. It's only K-Dop Corp there, so we're resetting back to blue half.
Oh, if this goes to OT, then we're really going to need a heart monitor check. OTs have been taken by GK. They feel good, at least, by going to OT. If it goes there.
Oh,
God.
my goodness.
Close.
Oh, you never want that to happen around your own net. OT, kickoff. Wow, double cheat up from Tempo. And Joyo, I believe, on GK. And they got a heavy touch, but to the corner.
Alpha. A better shot and it's over.
We've said that many times. How many times have we said better shot and it's over?
Oh, Tempo dodges the and gets the bump. Joyo with the breakaway.
Oh, this is stressful. KDC is just right on the edge. Can they get it done? GK fighting for their lives here. They're feeling the pressure. They're barely leaving their half until they have control of the situation. Now you got a double commit. Oh, it's a shambles.
Good touch from Joyo. I don't know if it's going to be enough. They're in trouble right now. They're all low boosts. I think they had that one back corner, though. They're able to pick up some. Still, I mean, this is how it's been for, it feels like, the majority of the game, but K-Dop Corp can't finish it. That's got to be it. Radosin and K-Dop Corp advance to top 8.
I don't even know what to say. That is just so sad for GK, because they have such talent on their team. They have everyone, the players that can play all the roles, but this is now a second back-to-back playoff miss, which is probably going to ruin their chances of getting to Paris. And now their fate is in Manchester City's hands, and math people can figure it out, but that's really sad.
What a series. I was locked for that game 5. That was one of the most thrilling 0-0 games I've seen in a long time here. Fear, back and forth. Like, there's something to be said about games that are like, where like lots of little tiny mistakes keep getting made that is just so thrilling.
Yeah. I mean, there was tons of different opportunities, so many post hits. These guys really brought it down to the wire. And unfortunately, I think it's a kind of series that both teams are going to look back and feel like they probably could have played it better. I mean, GK are going to be bummed with their results no matter what, but it'd be a different thing if it seemed like both teams were firing on all cylinders and they just barely lost. It felt like both teams could probably feel like they could have played a better series, and so that's unfortunate for KDC, because they get to come out with a win and forget it and go play tomorrow. GK, though, I have to think about it a little bit longer, as I think they're probably got to be just about fully out. I haven't done the crazy stats math, but they're going to need probably to just win, I would imagine, if they wanted to try and make it in. I guess 5 spots might help them, but still.
Yeah, and you were right that, like, both teams kind of suffered with the kind of the placement of the shots, and then I feel like GK just played so terrified. Joya was the one that felt like that was the one driving downfield, the one trying to get beats and really risking it for the biscuit. And they come out with the same script ending as the last time they faced KDOP Corp, which was a Game 5 loss. And KDOP Corp will be in playoffs in that lower bracket side where they want a deeper run than that Game 7 loss to Man City at last regional.
For the first few games, I thought we were watching a Razier's highlight reel, not just the game recap. Razier's was absolutely cooking. Tox got that final goal, but my goodness, what a series from Razier's to get them those 2 early wins, and then ultimately the team able to finish it off. So Gritty Goose advancing. There are your 4 teams out of this side of the brackets. Gentlemates, Whip, I think they're a bit of the surprise here, probably coming through uppers. They took advantage of what might have been a softer little quadrant there, and then Gritty Goose and KDOP.
Yeah, if you were to draw it up just on name value alone, I think you'd put Magnifico and GK into the top 4 here out of Group A, but no, they will both miss well done and well-earned opportunities from those top 4 teams. That's Group A, done for the day and done for the season, honestly. We're not going to see that specific Group A ever again. Let's talk about Group B. This action still all to unfold today. We will play those upper quarterfinal matches next. We'll then do the upper semis and lower quarterfinals and finish off the day with those 2 lower semifinals. Same schedule as we saw for Group A, and lots of fun matches to talk about here, Lemon Kiwi. Lots of big teams up for grabs and looking for those top 4 spots.
Yeah, this is, I think, going to be a really hectic bracket because KLG versus K-Corp. I mean, KLG upset some big teams last time. I believe even GK to knock them out at the time. I know we keep bringing up GK, I'm sorry. And then you have GHT, which I think is that Italian team going up against the all-French team. We all are pretty familiar with NIP and Toad in the Hole, aka Inner Circle, which impressed a lot of people, squeaking in some Game 5s towards the end of the group stage last regional. And a big welcome to Era, or Era, whatever we want to say, who missed out on the last regional the last group stage last regional by just 1 match. So excited to see how they're going to do.
We'll see all that and more here after the break, folks. We're gonna step away. When we come back, the RLCS continues here for open number 5. Here's the other broadcasts you can catch, or all the other streams you can catch this broadcast on if you want to watch a specific team's run. But we'll be back with more coverage of the RLCS after this.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
I think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Group A is in the books. They've sent 4 teams through to playoff Saturday, and there's 4 spots left in the main event bracket. We're going to find them here in Group B. 8 teams on the board. Which 4 get to play for the title of European Regional Champion here for Open number 5? Everything here on the road to Paris and further on that road to World Championship. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited for it. I hope you guys are ready for it too. We got Gibbs and CJ back in the booth. This is the big dogs. A lot of big dogs here.
Yeah.
Gonna be playing here in Group E.
There's a lot of big dogs. There's also a lot of small dogs too. But we've seen on European Fridays that the small dogs have their day. We just saw it too with KDOP Corp. It wasn't a fluke. They did it twice versus GK in both tournaments. So we'll see if any of these small dogs have any bite in them, CJ.
It's not about the size of the dog in the five-way punk. It's about the size of the fight in the dog. And we saw that with KDOP Corp in Group A. Group B is going to be just as exciting. Just you wait.
Well, and I think this is the day when you have I feel like it's the most likely to have crazy upsets, right? Because there's the biggest kind of disparity in how we rate the power rankings of the teams that are competing. So this Group B, this first round of matches, oh my goodness! If one of the teams if one of the teams on the bottom beats the team on the top, what a story it is! And it puts everything into chaos. So keep your screens locked right here. We're gonna keep all 4 matches covered for you. GHT gonna be taking on Vitality. Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Toad in the Hole. Calagaris taking on Carmine Corp, a battle of the K's there, and Era taking on Manchester City. Gibbs, is one of these matches the most exciting to you?
I feel like you have to watch for Toad in the Hole. They, had a top 6 last time around, playing against Ninjas in Pajamas, who have been known to be hot and cold at times. So I think if there's any upset, it'd be Toad in the Hole over Ninjas. But I'm feeling chalky today. I'm feeling boring, CJ, like as we talked about earlier, So I think we're going to get the top 4 dogs all doing pretty well here.
No, it's my job to get you out of this boring hole that you've found yourself in. You're in a rut at the moment, Gibbs. I want to fire you up. I think we're going to get an upset. If we get one upset, and I'm not saying that we want an upset. We obviously want the best teams in there. But if we do, Wave, one of these top 4 teams is not making it through. It's that simple. That's how important this first round is.
Wait, okay. Can we all put our pride on the line? Which of the top 4 teams, Manchester, Carmine Corp, Vitality, and Ninja Pajamas, is not making it out of this group? If all 4 make it out of the group, this doesn't matter, right? So
that's true. Okay.
If one doesn't make it, which one's the one that doesn't make it?
Well, look, I'll go first. Now, I did read that that Ninjas in Pajamas had some layoffs or something. They've cleared out the Sweden office. I think they're boot camping in the Sweden office. I'm worried. I'm worried that there's no one there and maybe they're getting kicked out. There's construction workers around them or something like that. So I think the Ninjas aren't having the ideal prep wave. They might not make it out.
Okay.
I feel like there's been a team that's been very lucky for a long time and they barely squeak through, and that is this team called K Corp, Carmine Corp. I feel like now it's time for them, like it's their due to finally lose one of these game 5s. I feel like they've been pushing very hard and they keep winning in 5 for some reason. They just haven't looked like the same team, but like Atto has looked normal, has looked mediocre at times, I'll even say. So if there is a team, it'd be K Corp, but I wouldn't bet on that.
I mean, but you heard it here, folks. Gibbs is betting that K Corp is going to be the team out.
It's crazy to say out loud, isn't it? I feel like when he was saying it, Wave.
Hey, last time around, they went to the lower bracket and they caused chaos down there and they barely squeaked through, all right? Maybe it's finally time that they go down to that lower bracket and then completely fall apart.
Maybe this is.
I don't know, Wave. I feel like the fact that the worst team out of the top 4 is Man City and we haven't predicted them. Are we not putting any respect on Era?
Yeah, no, because here's the thing. Vitality's coming in as regional major champions, which seems to be more of a curse these days than anything else. If any team's not made out of the Group B, it's obviously the reigning regional champs Vitality, which means, according to the 3 Rocket League experts, Man City guaranteed a top 8
There you go. Congrats.
performance here in open number 5.
Congrats to them. But again, this round 1 is very important because if any of these teams lose, like say 3 out of 4 win, then the lower bracket, that lower final, is going to be versus 2 of these teams, right? 2 of these teams will very likely battle it out. So it is very important for all 4 of these favorites who all got top 4 last time around to win round 1 to avoid one another.
Okay, well, we'll see which teams are able to get through. Do all 4 get the win and earn that? They get 2 opportunities to win it there, because if all 4 of them win, then obviously they all play each other there in the next round. We'll see how it goes. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to get into the matches. Let us know who you think is going to be the team that misses out in the chat. We'll pull it. We'll take a look. Take a look at how chat feels about it as the teams are getting ready to get on the pitch. Taking a look at the streams. They're looking good. So we should be getting the game started here momentarily, CJ.
Yeah, I like that this group, there is no easier quadrant. I think we saw in the previous Group A, we had that Whip Magnifico side of things where we're kind of thinking, okay, how do we have, GK Gentlemates going at it? Well, it turns out GK weren't that good, but I like this. It's a competitive group. Will we get an upset is the question, Wave.
Will we get an upset? I'm hopeful for it. I'm excited. So we'll be watching all 4 streams. We'll be focused on one, and I'll keep you guys updated on how the other 3 matches are going. If an upset starts to evolve, we will hop over there and watch the destruction unfold live for your viewing entertainment here. Group B underway. You want to start things off with Toad Nip?
Yeah.
Up there, maybe? Let's start there.
Let's do it. Oh, we almost got a goal immediately by Ninjas in Pajamas, but we're going to see. And CJ, I'm a company man. So game 1, presented by Progressive. Let's get it going.
And the company loves you, Gibbs. My goodness. This is the match, though, surely. Toad in the hole. Got a top 8 performance last time. They're doing a rebrand. They're going crazy. Once again, another team. Maybe it's a placebo thing in EU. You have to change your team name every, it gets stale. You might not perform, but...
Yeah, if you don't want to make a roster move, that's the only other thing that you can do. Or fire your coach or something, I guess. But, it's about it.
Yeah, you can go a little bit crazy, I guess, like that. But Toad in the hole, they were 3-2. They went through round 5 of the Swiss. They did get swept by GK. They also lost to K-Dog Corp. Not two pretty good losses from what we saw, because K-Dog Corp did make it through the top 8. So they're a chance here. They're in, well, I was going to say they're a chance, and they've just let that ball roll in. Jorius, the Great White, first goal.
Yeah, based on our camera angle, we're like, okay, this is not going in, but boost greater than ball. I don't know who that 3rd man was, but he decided to go in the back corner for the boost instead of protecting his net, and Ninjas get a freebie.
Golf's a little motion force. They're triple, I believe they're 3 Englishmen. They're a triple threat here, Toad in the hole. They are actually, with Andy coaching, it's just a 4-man English team. We are seeing some more English teams, obviously with the GK fellas as well. Unfortunately, they won't be here for open 5. They'll need a big open 6, but this has been a strong start here for NIP, who I feel like they're consistently inconsistent, but I don't know if that's just the narrative that I have around Ninjas, or they're more consistent than we give them credit for. They got top 2 in the previous event years, but I feel like they're still a team that could lose at any moment.
Yeah, but I feel like we've had this argument before where you're like, I really like this team, and I'm like, they're just too inconsistent for me. But again, top 2 is fantastic. Kind of fell apart in that finals though, so we'll see if they can bounce back from that. But still, top 2 is a top 2 in Europe is absolutely huge. Obviously, have tons of points here, so if they make top 8, they'll be looking very good to go to Paris.
Yeah, and as we saw in Group A, it's tough to even make the top 8, let alone a grand final here in Europe. So a good start for Ninjas gives you a little bit of breathing room, which is important. But you don't really know at this point the exact points that will be required for a top 5 spot. But right now, can't do much better than, well, you can do a little bit better than the top 2. You can beat Vitality in the grand final, but not many teams are looking like they're going to be able to take them down. And so far, a good start here for Ninjas, but they need to be careful. Motion is starting to slice and dice through that defense.
So before we get updates from Wavepunks, I assume those will be coming soon.
Yes.
I want some numbers.
I'm listening.
From you guys. I want an over-under 4.5 games for the small dogs in this round. Will they win 4.5 individual games? I'm going to go with the under.
Okay.
I think it's going to be kind of a blow-up across round 1.
Series.
Yeah,
what's wrong with you today, Gibbs? You want boring games.
I want
you don't care about.
I want good rock. I want the favorites to win, so I'm going with the under.
I'll take the over just for the fun.
I'll take the over as well.
None of them go to Champions Field, basically what you're saying.
Well, Well, there could be one go to Chinfield and the rest are sweeps, and that's still
Well,
only 2 games.
CJ, before you give your number, I'll tell you Caligaris is up 1-0 versus
Give me 5 games total.
All right, 5
I'll back him in.
games from the small dogs. Okay, so they win 5 individual games. Okay. All right.
I'll believe with CJ.
Okay. Like, I think one series could be close, but I think some of the others might just, turn into a 3-0 sweep. So we'll see, though. They're top 4 for a reason in Europe, but Europe, we all know, they have depth and CRR, downfield.
I'm changing it to 4. I'm changing it to 4 games after that. I mean, look at this. Look at the little pop reset catch, downfield redirect. That's beautiful.
It's pretty good.
I think I've seen what I need to see here, Wave Punk. Can I check that little upset game? Are they still up?
We want to take out, Caligaris versus Carmen Corps still up with 1 minute and 30 left to go. If we want to hop over there, Vitality did just score against GHT, and Man City's making quick work of Era Esports there. Ira Sizen driving the Roadhog. Always notable anytime somebody drives anything other than Dominus, Fennec, or Octane, specifically those last 2. But we'll see here if they can keep it going. We'll go check it out. If
Atto.
they tie it up.
Oh, have we cursed them? Did they want to sneak a little game 1 win off stream here, Caligaris, and we put the spotlight on them, and once again the lights were too bright? Is that what just happened?
So this is a classic, though, like Gibbs is always right, because I picked K-Corp to lose, it was Caligaris, but I also picked the under on the small dogs game. So either way, I'm going to win somewhere here. Like, if they keep this up at least.
Do you always just mention yourself in third person? Is that?
Yeah, my wife finds it a little odd, but, hey. Like,
Gibbs is hungry. Well, I mean, it's strange if you went with that all day through the household, but, to each their own. You are a legend.
I'm a content machine. This is what I do, all right? Or should I say Gibbs is a content machine? Yeah.
He's a content machine, and everyone agrees. We'll see if Caligaris can steal this wave. Have you had a look? What was the first goal, by the way? Did you catch?
I did not catch it. I looked up and it was already in, so I think they scored pretty fast.
Early, okay.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, actually, all the other games, my prediction that we're going to get 5 games out of the underdogs is looking bad here in round number 1 as Ninja Zombies are up 4-0, Man City's up 3-1, Vitality's up 2-0. So this is the only close.
We need this. We need this for the overs.
We do.
For the overs. the 5 gamers. We need to push well. Could get an overtime at least, which would be...
Osop is driving a Crimson lawnmower boost. That's such a cursed item.
I love how Wave will always notice these first.
Look at this even. Like, what is that?
Even tell you.
Oh, I thought it was in. I couldn't even see the car. Oh, the deer's there.
He's cutting some grass over there. He's cut some shapes in this KC defense in this overtime, but it does look like KC's warmed up, at least from what we've seen so far. And there's the bump coming through. Juicy.
Not good.
Just makes it work. Yeah, they collapse. Now we're in a little bit of trouble. This could just be the dominant 4. This is the big dogs day for round 1.
I guess slip reset on the bump.
Production, I guess we head over and watch Era versus Man City, see if we can catch the Roadhog on stream before Sizen inevitably changes cars here after they're getting bodied in game number 1. There it is. Look at it and enjoy it.
I like the really ugly brown as well. So on the car is nice.
It's a truck.
It just looks so heavy, doesn't it? I mean, if my teammate is right, this is the Itachi chat all over again. And look at him now. He's not playing. He's watching. So I just think it's a bad sign if you're rocking the Roadhog for the future of your career. But it is a beauty to see on the field. Just not if I was playing on the same team as it.
Man City, though, they were like one of those teams where everyone's like, all right, you barely missed out top 5 last time. Now there's a roster move. And everyone's like, all right, do they fall short? Or do they bounce back? And right now, they've looked fantastic. They look like a top 4 team. And what do top 4 teams do? They blow out their opposition when it's a team that is less than them, I would say. And Man City, great game 1 win.
Yeah, and we did say they were the guaranteed in top 4 team, and they put up the most goals of any team in game number 1 here for round 1. So, what's a ball?
Gibbs did say that KC are the likely team to drop down, and they were the closest team in.
They were the closest
match.
They were the closest there. So
sometimes we actually know what we're talking about. Sometimes.
10% of the time, Gibbs is right every time.
Oh yeah, let's go.
We seem to live that 10% a lot.
Yeah, it's a strong 10. It's a strong 10. It's a really strong 10. As we get into game 2, you're checking out Vitality. I mean, what a performance from these guys in Open 4. Ever since I decided to put Zen 25, and can the French people stop DMing me every time Zen clips and saying, this is on you. Thanks for that. Thanks for motivating him, because he is looking like the best player in the world. And I think they can go back to back.
I believe Vitality has now won 23 games in a row from Open 4 to Open 5, which is unheard of.
That is crazy.
Especially in Europe, out of all regions too. I believe it's 23 in a row. They won the last 13 in a row in Open 4. Then they went 9-0 in Swiss. So that'd be 22, and then 23 was game 1. So yeah, 23 in a row, going for their 24th year. Absolutely.
Wow. Zen looks like he's a fan of the Octane as well. I mean, look at this double reset into a bump and exotic. Can I be exotic, actually? Can you just put me into this team in this situation? You just look at how easy this is. Just net cleared. Feel free to tap that one in. Wave Punk, you're scoring that.
Yeah, this is it's a pretty simple one, and honestly, as I'm keeping looking at all the other games going on, the overdog, the big dog on the field, is in the other team's half on every single game right now. And they are winning in all of them as well. Carmine Core's already scored, NIP's already scored. Great redirect there in the NIP game.
It's not going well for the underdogs then.
No.
That's what Gibbs wanted though. So this is Gibbs' fault, everyone. If you want an exciting first round.
I get paid by the day, not by the hour, okay? So I put myself on the round where I thought it could be all 3 O's, and look at this, Zen, here we go. Here we go again. Zen is just, you know, like, we always talk about him. We always credit him for so long being one of the greatest players in Rocket League. And lately, over these last 2 years, it hasn't been pretty. Now they finally get unlocked again, that they make a grand finals at a major. Now they win an open. And it's like, oh yeah, Zen has always been this good. And we all knew this, but I think the casual audience was like, Zen gets too much credit. But yeah, when you see him on a team that begins to win again, when his teammates are playing up to par with Zen, you can see why Zen is one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world.
Could be the best in the world.
Sizen in the Roadhog, he did not switch off, and he did score. Ira is in Man City in game 2.
Huge for the variety.
They're not anymore. It's now tied. Acro put one in.
Wow. Well, we'll see if the Roadhog can really clutch up. I think it's a car that needs to take a little, you know, a couple of games to get going as well, just to warm up. The Hog. What we'll have to see is, yeah, Zen's looking great. He's going for, he did dip to 25 in the world, but he probably is back to #1 based on that first event.
He just needed motivation.
Over. You guys want to swap one of the 1-0 games? Yeah, we got it. Ira's tied up. We go Ninjas and Pajamas versus Toads. It's a 1-0 game, but it's over to Man City Ira. See if we can.
Yeah,
some more.
Might get our first upset, as well. That's the closest one. Having a shot at it, Man City.
Take us in there.
Nice.
Ooh. Nice work. Wavepunk has the keys controlling everything, so if you're not happy with the match, please direct.
I do not accept this responsibility. I just talk.
I just feel like you're in control, though. And you're doing a fantastic job so far.
The illusion of broadcast production.
Oh,
good time.
Well, right now, Ira are giving us the illusion that they might be a strong team. If they keep this up.
Yeah, halfway through, 1-1 here. Let's see. We're starting to see Man City, though, pick it up on the offensive side. Another pass and play coming out, but intercepted. But Man City will control it pretty comfortably on their side of the field, but as this time ticks down, it's better and better for the underdogs in the Euro.
Yeah, gee, I tell you what, it's just tough work to get that Roadhog anywhere near the ceiling. You can see Sizen just struggling there. He used twice as much boost as a normal car. Blue comes through, Seiko just circling. He's looked fantastic, Seiko. I feel like we see this a lot, to be honest, with the roster moves. A team, or a player that's on the outer, or they get kicked, or out of favor, then really perform early on with the new roster. I think I remember seeing with Chronic from the Ultimates, Gibbs going to Space Station and performing early. I just think you get that motivation, you get kicked off, you want to prove yourself that you weren't the reason why the previous team was underperforming. I think Seiko so far is, well, clearly outperforming his old team.
Yeah, they're top 4 right now. If they make top 8 here, they're going to be looking pretty comfortable for one of those top 5 spots. So See if they can continue. They do have takedown Era though, and like Era's hanging on right now. There's been pretty much no action. It's just going back and forth midfield game. Here's a musty attempt here, but it'll be turned away pretty easily. So no quality scoring chances over this last 2 minutes, I would say.
Every other game, too, is tidying up very nicely here. Vitality and NIP going to win 2-0. Karmine Corp with 28 seconds left is up 3-0.
Oh, the demo. There it is. Acro getting the finish because Edgeby with the big-time demo. Sometimes that's what you need to do. When it's Born Rocket League, everything's going back and forth, no scoring opportunities, just drive upfield and just take someone out. Edgeby clears the field.
Yeah, it often takes a while for a player to realize that you're kind of at a midfield stalemate. We saw it certainly a lot in that first Group A matches, and just that person to push downfield, take the risk. That time it was Man City getting rewarded for it. They're looking pretty comfortable, I'd say, overall. The Roadhog is certainly throwing me off. It might be throwing Man City off. Size are not looking too bad. It's a nice little solo play. Reset over the top as well. Clear downfield. They're keeping pressure, Era. It's an interesting team. Mako as well, rocking just the letter M. Wants the small name tag, so he looks more invisible in game. I like it. That's metagaming.
So for a while, I think, for the first couple of years, I think you could have a really small name tag, and then they made it like there's a default size that you can't go under. So it doesn't work as well as the first few years of Rocket League, but it still works a little bit. Maybe the mind games.
Could be something in that. 2 seconds, perhaps a chance. Edgeby just wants one more, but ball down, and Man City looking good. Yeah.
Not looking good for
CJ,
the underdogs.
I'm not gonna lie. We said they win over 5.
Take it back.
0.
Yeah.
So,
hey, reverse sweeps
Gibbs
are still on the
kind
table.
When he said 4 games, like, and because like we want to go against Gibbs, but I feel like he should have said it at maybe 2. It doesn't feel as achievable now, to be honest. That's a lot of games.
He baited us for this, because we're such entertainment-brained people. He's like, hey, guys, what would you take on this bet? I'm going to take the really obvious side. Do you want to take the other side and win where you have to either be boring or wrong?
Yeah. That's Gibbs, because as Gibbs said, Gibbs is always right. Quote Gibbs.
Gibbs is always right. You know, it's just how it is. That Gibbs is a great dude. So...
And it's not just that saying it.
Gibbs,
everyone's saying it. Sports Illustrated saying it.
Yeah, Gibbs is always right. You just sometimes have to concede.
All right, well, let's see
well
Toad.
played here.
All right, I want to see Toad. Well,
Come on,
let's
Gibbs.
wake up here a bit, Toad, all right? Well, let's see these underdogs, you know, take it to these guys a little bit, make a few of these games into matches. I don't want to see all 3 O's. I was just joking about that. I want to see some quality Rocket League. And right now, we're seeing it out of 4 teams. I want to see it out of all 8 teams.
Yeah, look, the problem is I feel like there's usually one big upset, and fortunately enough for Group B, GK said, watch this, and they've kind of taken the hit for everyone, and now maybe we get just, you know, back to regular scheduled programming in Group B, but they weren't just big dogs, they were the clear big 4. You know, they're the top 4 in the rankings, and they're in this group, so it should be going this way, you know, all things equal.
See what Ninjas can do again. They made Grand Finals and then kind of whimpered out in that last tournament, but Grand Finals is actually huge. Holy, opened up the scoring for Ninjas. 1.5 minutes in. Jorius, nice little pop to himself, gets the ball down in traffic, makes it work. Oli by the defender. Well done. Great shot placement, and Ninjas up again.
Karmine Corp's already up 2-0.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Any good news for the underdogs? Gives any good news at all for the underdogs?
No, Vitality's already up 1-0. Era has not been scored on yet.
That's something, but they haven't scored
That is the best news. That is the best news available.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, they just scored. Mako gets one in, so technically they are winning right now.
Okay. Well, I don't want to hop over there and curse them just yet, but we'll keep notice.
Doing on defense.
Let's go! Come on, Toad!
CRR just does absolutely nothing. I'm not sure what that was. Driving in circles.
That's a plat play. He's driven under the ball, not realizing how skinny how short the octane was in that instance, and then he's popped the ball around Oli as well. Pretty much, it's just. That's a catastrophe. That's a CRR gameplay, though. I feel like it is high risk, high reward, that guy. He's going to give you a lot, but sometimes he might just do that.
And to be fair, that's a Grand Champ play because I do that every single rank session. I'm always like, I have enough room to actually hit this ball, and it doesn't happen. Just drive right up.
Guys, I don't want us to get too excited.
I'm getting excited.
Again.
Whoa! Hey!
Over Man City.
The underdog's coming
We're
back.
about to get 4 reverse sweeps after just completely one-sided.
2 of the series reverse sweep. No, never mind. Okay, if 2 of the series reverse sweep, then it's 6 game wins. If 2 series force game 5, Gibbs is still right.
Need a reverse sweep here. Era 2-1. Man City do get a goal.
Yeah.
Man City to get one back.
I'm a little bit worried.
Vitality getting another one there in the bottom right corner, so they're up 2. Looking for the sweep there, and we'll come back here. Ninjas and Toad. Still tied, 2 minutes left. See if Toad can cause some havoc.
I feel like, I don't know. Again, this is a classic Ninjas in Pajamas sort of performance where they look really great, and then you see CRR do that, and you think, well, they can't be a top 4 team, but then they got second place in the first event. It's just, it is hard to trust them, but nice little reset on the slow ball. I like the extra play, but it was well covered by Toad.
And now they're open, a little counterattack shot. Goes a little bit wide. Oli will get the clear, but see another pass into the middle. Oli gets demoed for his efforts as well, so Toad putting on some pressure here.
Ooh, the back ball with a little dunk.
Oh no.
Scored again.
It's tied. Oh no, and it's open! Oh, he missed! What a read! Jorius, this is an insane read. You missed a wide open net, you gotta make up for it. Look at that. Perfect placement on the read off the post. That is not easy to do. Those posts can get wonky. Well done by Jorius.
Yeah, they're a bit rounded, those posts. You never know where they're going to bounce, but he pre-jumped early and put himself in the right spot as Golf's nearly let that ball just run straight into his net for 3-1. I'm hearing Man City have tied it up as well, Wade Funk. It's just an absolute disaster here for the underdogs.
The underdogs are not having a good time.
I should have said 4.5 goals.
Relax. And this is where Gibbs gets carried away, he gets too confident, and he'll crash back down to earth. Or will he?
Yeah, sometimes Gibbs gets too happy, you know, about being right. Just
he's got a third person for the rest of the event. Actually, I don't mind it, to be honest. We can keep that going. 30 seconds left. We'll see if Toad can find some offense, but really they have been a little bit pinned. Maybe a chance here sitting downfield. A little drop down pass as well from a little motion. Don't mind it. There's Vos is pushing the ball forward as well. They are kind of camping net here in IP. They want the 3-0 sweep, but they're not looking to score one more goal. Redirect on net, Sarah. Yeah, these guys are just pinning it down. The good thing is for the Ninjas here with 10 seconds left, Gibbs, they've got a lot of boost to work with. It's looking pretty safe.
GHT has tied it up with 40 seconds left against Vitality.
Okay, all right.
And is actually the most competitive match in the round at the moment. Edgeby received a aerial pass, flip reset it onto the backboard and double tapped it for Man City to take the lead. But I think GHT versus Vitality, we could head over there. Gonna watch the final 20 seconds, see if they're able to get a game 4.
I mean, at this point, this is all we have to hang on to here, Wade Funk. This has just been, it's been sweeps galore. And look, we do love the favourites. We love the top dogs, the big dogs, but sometimes you want the underdogs to just give us something. Maybe the Italians here, GHT, Grammar, Hyder, TMS can provide some magic in this overtime.
I'm rooting for Grammar. Like when we were, I think Johnny Boy was doing some of his 1v1 tournaments, and I was following one of his roads, and I became a big fan of him. He was a big underdog in that, and moving up, and somehow CJ, BDS, still alive.
BDS is performing incredibly in both groups. This event so far. This could have been completely serious. I don't know how BDS kept doing it.
I'm shocked Zen missed that, but that looked pretty open for him. But Grandma, no.
He doesn't.
He's got a shot here to move upfield. Zen a little awkward on that back wall, but Exotic has plenty of time and will get the clear.
Yeah, look, the world champ won't miss that on Sunday. Fridays, it's all good. You can get away with that when you are winning in this position, but there is a world champ on the other team. We got Cooks in 97 coaching the Italians, so it's great to see on that side of things as we are approaching 1 minute overtime. It has been all Vitality so far. So I just can't get over how well BDS are performing through this, just playing both groups at once. The minute 10 gone. Love to see GHT just get a game.
All right, let's see. Exotic pass back down to Zen. Oh, Hyder, great play by him. Zen almost had a boost, but no boost. Exotic's got a chance to just drop it home. He does. Zen chasing down the goalie as well, and Vitality will get the sweep, and Man City will get the sweep, and the answer is 0. 0 games for the
That
Outlaws.
was the quickest round in Rocket League esports history, I think, in a group stage. My goodness.
I mean, we had
only
some
said
overtime, so
Yeah, I guess, right? So
yeah, maybe it was a little. It leaves a little room. It was pretty close to the bottom though there as far as competitiveness in that round. As everyone goes 3-0, the top dogs moving on. We'll see them all play each other here in round 2, which it does mean, CJ, we get some really nice competitive round 2 matches. When you got a bunch of 3-0s, that means all the teams that just got swept are playing each other. All the teams that just swept are playing each other. I'm excited.
Yeah, we're just about now. We're going to see the top dogs versus the top dogs and the underdogs against the underdogs. KC, Man City, then Vitality, Ninjas and Pajamas. That's going to be exciting. But I mean, the highlights, it's just all about the big guys here. They looked fantastic all the way through. Ninjas and Pajamas had a little bit of a hiccup. Yeah, I mean, I feel like every team had some little hiccups. Even Vitality went to overtime, but not a single top seed Gibbs dropped a game.
yeah, 3-0s across the board, and that's what you expect out of the top 4 from Open 4. But again, that means next round, all those top 4 are playing one another to have 2 lives going into the weekend. So it's going to be absolutely huge games across the board there.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like they saw Group A as well and saw what happened to GK and said, look, we are not letting that happen to us. Let's just get the first win. We spoke about it in the mini pre-show going into Group B as well, just how important that first game win was going to be. So you do avoid the chance of playing one of these top teams in the lower bracket. So a huge win all around as we're just seeing some more highlights. Zen just getting to work. I mean, he just creates so much space. Even when he doesn't score, Gibbs, he just opens it up. Look at it here, double reset.
Double flip reset.
Around 1 to bump as well.
Yeah, that's just insane because that angle, like no one expects that ball to come back around, but he does a double flip reset to bring it back around. There's probably like 5 people in Rocket League that can actually do that. But GHT, they did fight back a bit, but at the end of the day, finally they ran out of boost, they ran out of time, and Vitality got the dub.
They get the dub, they advance, and now those 4 teams that we saw win will be playing for top 6 in our bracket. Win that, and you're through not just to playoff Saturday, but also to championship Sunday, regardless of how you do on Saturday. So everyone else going to be playing for their tournament lives. Lose those rounds, and you are out. We will see Caligaris take on Era Esports, and Toad in the Hole taking on GHT. Winners get to face off against the losers from the upper matches there for our final matches of the day. Karma Core versus Man City and Ninjas in Pajamas versus Team Vitality. There's a rematch of this Open 4 Grand Finals happening here as an upper semifinal there. We'll see if Ninjas in Pajamas can get the salty run back here, CJ, against Team Vitality.
It's a beauty of the group stage. You do get kind of the top matches earlier on than, you know, having to wait all the way until a semi-final, grand final on Champ Sunday. But yeah, these are the matches we're going to be looking at, focusing on those upper semis. I'm still thinking we could see an upset in a lower semi. I'm not fully convinced after seeing CRR drive under the ball in that match. Maybe some chaos later on in this group, but I'm excited to see those top teams go at it.
Group A is done. We finished the upper quarterfinals of Group B. We'll now be moving on to those upper semis and lower quarters. So only 2 more rounds of competition going. Make sure you keep it locked right here. This is going to be some exciting action, getting yourselves set up for the big broadcast tomorrow as we'll watch the teams facing off in best of 7s. Karma Core taking on Man City, and NIP taking on Vitality coming up here after the break. Caligaris and Era Esports as well. Toad in the Hole taking on GHT. We're covering the matches here round, in red zone style, but if you wanted to watch just one match in its entirety, make sure you're checking out our streamers who are covering those matches on their individual streams. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, Open number 5 for Europe, the Rlcs continues.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online. I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
I know you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'll never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. Never meant to disappoint ya. Smart enough to be a lawyer. Don't you waste your time on me, 'cause I don't care at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Switch it. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. sound. Listen to this ultrasound. Sound, sound, sound.
So far, the teams we expected to win have been winning, but that changes right now since they have to play each other and somebody has to lose. Welcome back to the RLCS, folks. Top 4 teams into the upper semis. You win that, you're through to top 6. You'll play on playoff Saturday. You'll play on championship Sunday. If you're in the bottom, though, you're going to have to win 2 matches just to get a chance to be on that Saturday broadcast. And in either of those matches you lose, you are done. Welcome back to the desk. Fear, it's been an exciting one. Well, at least Group A was exciting. Group B has yet to be exciting. It was fun to watch, though, and just to have a reminder of just how good some of these teams are.
Yeah, for real. These are the top 4 teams from the last Open. They're going to be top 4 again. We're getting slightly different matchups. Vitality and Ninja Pajamas met in that final, but we didn't get to see KC Man City. So it's a little bit of a mix-up. We get to see which one of these teams are truly the best, if they're performing to the top of their game today on a Friday as well. And maybe get to see who's not going out in the bottom. And I get 4 matches at once. That's what I'm excited for.
Yeah. Strap in. It's an adventure as a caster. It's an adventure as a viewer, Lemon, when we got 4 matches happening at the same time.
Yeah, not that I think, K-Corp can always be a question mark when it comes to these Swiss and group stages in terms of how far down the barrel and how far down the tournament they're looking at. So that first overtime against KLG kind of had me excited, but for this to be all sweeps was so surprising to me, considering last regional, everything went to game 5, and there's a lot of returning teams, a lot of the same rosters, so this completely caught me off guard.
I think it's just a testament that EU has fallen off. These teams are getting washed. Like the depth in this region is drying up. It's just all over. So that's how I'm reading these results here. I am excited though to watch the 3 teams that got swept going into those lower quarterfinals. I think there's going to be a lot of even mentality. Any boom that would happen from getting swept in that mentality, that the team you're playing just got hit the same way you did. It's going to be easy for these teams to ground themselves, and I think we should get some really competitive matches across the board here, Fear, in the uppers and in the lowers.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's no question that uppers are going to be competitive, lowers are going to be competitive. What's kind of the question now is actually the next round. Are we going to see another set of 3-0s when the top dogs face, the underdogs, and just are all 4 of these teams going to pass through? It's a big deal, though, to pass through the uppers, and that's what we're watching right now. It's just a huge benefit. The key is to then not fall out, but even if you do fall out, still just guaranteed top 6. I bet if we look back, winners are almost always coming from this top 4 or this top 6 upper bracket. Maybe the exception of KC or something losing sometimes and going all the way through. But these are the big games right here.
I don't. There's something about coming up to the lower bracket, right? The lower bracket run where you are winning. This round is everybody who won in the last round facing off against each other, and everyone who lost in the last round facing off against each other. But then the following round will be 2 teams that won and 2 teams that lost facing each other. And I think the teams that won do have a slight mental edge there. I don't know. I'm excited to see how it goes. Here's how the points sit right now. I think coming into this event, or I know this is including the points they have earned so far in this event with the wins they've gotten right now, because Team Vitality had 19 points. Right now they've got 20, so sitting up there on top. Gentlemaites, KDOP Corp. We were talking about it in the caster chat there. Alpha and Rado right now tied for 5th place, Lemon Kiwi. I mean, it's not a thing we thought was going to happen, but hey, they are earning those points.
Yeah, Gentlemaites, KDOP Corp made it through. I know Synergy, I think they not so well, but Toad the whole, with all these name changes, it's so confusing, but the race is still on, all things considered, and hoping that now the Group B, you kind of have it's more top half heavy. I feel like you got the top half going up against each other, the bottom half will have that second chance. It's nice to have that wake-up call, it's nice to have the double LM, but yeah, Paris is in consideration for a lot of these teams, and maybe for a lot of the teams that are just getting together, that's maybe a faraway dream, but it's still cool to keep that in mind.
We'll see which of these teams get to earn more points in advance in our bracket. Keep that hopes of playing in Paris alive here. And momentarily, all the players are in their lobbies getting warmed up and getting ready to go. So we'll be playing those matches here momentarily. And only 1 round left after this. So make sure you keep it locked right here and enjoy the broadcast. Or maybe go check out some of the other streams. There's a nice chill environment, a lot of fun that gets had on these broadcast days. Fridays, a special environment, a special place in the esports ecosystem here, Fear. I mean, Fear, you've experienced the view party vibes a lot on your personal streams there too. Which one are you enjoying more? Is there anything you miss about having it be your show where you get to decide the tone entirely?
It's fun. It's a good time. I love people who, you know, come to my streams and get to watch, but it's also great to be part of the main broadcast when it's been so long, so many years that I've been watching it, you know, as a fan. And so to get to help make the product, you know, as good as it is, hopefully I am doing that. It's great to be here, but the Fridays are fun. I mean, it's really good at getting everybody involved in some way. I've done team streams where I've led with different teams at various different times. I've done watch parties where I watch everybody else's teams. It's just all of the Rocket League community comes together in this moment for these days, and we wait all week, and then everything seems to happen all at once on these Fridays. We've actually been slowing them down a little bit, which is nice. We get to watch a lot more games with this new format, so true. That's been nice.
True. It is such chaos when we were running groups A and B at the same time, and you had like 8 matches to watch at the very beginning of the day. But I do enjoy the times I've gotten to be on team streams, Lemon, and we get to like be full biased. Just like, nope, we are here cheering for this team. If you're here watching, it's because you also want this team to win. If you don't want this team to win, please leave, which is what happens to CJ with the Shopify stream all the time, especially when they start to lose. People pop in there just to watch him rage because it's amazing to watch. But I don't know, there's a little bit of everything here. I like the vibe we got going here. I like the vibes we got on the team streams. It's a wonderful celebration of the esport.
Yeah, we get to see honesty out of Fear of like, I hated that shot and how critical he gets. We get wave casting and CJ flaming you and giving you feedback live. Like, I just love Fridays and how chill it is. I'm glad these are back because this is also just as chaotic for some of the teams. Now it feels like it's going more according to a script when it comes to at least this regional, but the last one was crazier. But now teams are starting to settle in and find their groove.
They are, and all the teams, again, the format is just as important part of any competition as the gameplay itself. So for all these teams, they have to adjust to the constant changes that undergo here with the format. So everybody's settling into this group stage vibes, especially now that it is round-based. They're not having to keep track of how the other group is going to understand what their tournament life, situation is like, because however, how good all the other teams are doing is just as important to where you're at in the standings as how well you are doing, unless you are literally just winning. So for all the teams, this is maybe a little easier for them to keep track of here. I'm excited. I'm not sure which matches I'm more excited for here. It's probably the uppers, Fear, but I don't know. Like the lower quarterfinal matches, when teams have their lives on the line, there's something about those stories and getting to know that those stories are just having their first chapters written. And if they win those matches, they get to write a second chapter and continue to build that legacy. So many names that we now consider household names in Rocket League started on teams like Caligaris and Toad in the Hole.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's an opportunity for teams to get their first wins under the belt. Sometimes you get unlucky. I think if I just look at Group A, get a KDOP Corp, I believe, was dropping down, and then PCS Stride has to play KDOP Corp, and then they still don't get their wins under their belt. Whereas in this case, it's just a crew of underdogs. Somebody's going to be able to get a win, maybe someone who hasn't even gotten one before in the mainstream, or not necessarily the mainstream, but although it is going to be mainstream this time, but just like main event, that's where it starts. And lots of different players have started there, so it's definitely interesting to see who's going to come out on top on the bottom ones. But definitely the upper ones, where teams are, all 4 of them are probably likely to make major on this trajectory.
Yeah, for sure. And Lemon, those upper matches, I mean, it's everything to win, nothing to lose. You lose, you drop to another qualification match. If you win, you're through for the day. So I think with these top matches you see there, Karmine Corps versus Man City and Vitality versus Ninja Pajamas, we should see just all out Rocket League.
Yeah, of course, we're going to go to the repeat rematch grand final within 10 seconds. NIP have already scored and about just as many goals as that grand final. So we're off to a good start when it comes to NIP.
Yeah, it looks like Exotic and Zen had a little bit of miscommunication there. Zen was flying across net. I wonder if he was able to get his clear, if he would have been able to take it away, but instead, Exotic sent it straight in the air. Also, Ninjas and Pajamas so far all in on kickoffs. They had a double commit kickoff to open and another one to follow, but this one's not going quite as well for them as Vitality are going to get something going.
And when you look at Vitality, like this is a team with so much talent, but it was always about how they were working together. And man, was it ever a good time to be a Vitality fan when you watched the last regional, because Stizzy became like this catalyst for the team. So good at enabling Zen, just tried to do something there. And Zen had promised that this team was going to get better every event, and that finally showed. That was a really dominant final against NIP, and I think everyone's learned their lesson there, and I'm expecting a closer series now.
Yeah, Zen, as much as we talk about him, you know, had been in a bit of a drought in terms of winning events, whether regionals. He actually won an international event with not his Vitality roster, but it's great to see Zen. You know, everyone seems to be hyped and locked in when Zen is playing well. So Zen back on top. Can he continue to stay on top with another regional win? It seems like, you know, we're also ready for the Zen dominance to take over once again. He finds himself at the top of every single list whenever he is winning. His team is winning. You can't ignore it. You got to put him up there at 1. But even when his team's not doing as good, people are still trying to sneak him up there. So it has been, you know, the Zen era almost for a while. We'll see if it comes back. But right now, Ninjas in Pajamas playing well. Talking about eras, CRR has been on quite the run. He has been a player for a long time, but with this Ninjas in Pajamas squad, he has been unlocked. I've loved what I've seen from him, and he's the only person with a goal so far in this one.
Also, speaking of era leads Caligaris 1-0 with 311. Not actually particularly notable report. I just wanted to make that transition. I wanted to, because you kept saying era, so I wanted to say era. Good job.
Good.
Great insight.
Love it. Yeah, there seems like there's a toad on the field.
In their group. Like, that was cool. Oh, yeah. The NIP is just getting first seed, definitely good for the confidence. A roster that's stuck together through like kickoff and Boston Major and top 6, top 8 finishes. And when I think they even got #1 seed out of groups last, or going into groups, even last regional. So NIP do well in this kind of format. Just wish they still had energy left when facing Vitality in that grand final.
CRR, oh my goodness, we're just flying past this one. Pinch away, gonna give it a little bit of time to breathe. How's my KC Man City game going? Oh, it's paused, never mind.
They're gonna pause right now, and I've been watching it closely to see if something's gonna happen with the scoreboard. They just reset the kickoff. There might be a chance a goal gets removed. I think that's probably not, though. So I'll let you know. It is 1-1, though, with 3:35 left to go. So 1-1 games actually across the board, except for Toad in the Hole GHT, which are got started a little bit late. 0
Nice shove. Oh my God, yeah.
All these games brought to you by Progressive. Appreciate them being a part of the RLCS.
You'll see them off in the distance, and you'll see more of them, especially if the series stays as close as it is. And cool to see players like CRR, kind of like AJG from other teams, is just a multi-regional talents, ones that can go and learn from so many different players, so many different styles and speeds, and eventually end up in Europe to try and best the best. So it's exciting.
If we want to hit the 4-box here, there isn't a bit of an update with Man City hitting a goal against Carmine Corps, now leading 2-1. 3 minutes left to go in that game. Edgeby having himself a great series so far.
Sweet. Oh, there it is. Ooh, close matches across the board. I was thinking that era KLG match was going to be the closest in terms of 2 underdogs. KLG had some upsets in the last regional era. This is their first one, so they're unproven, untested, but excited for that one.
We'll stay locked in for now. Vitality and Ninjas are locked in score as well. We saw Exotic doing a lot of creation to get Vitality's goal. I think that Zen and Exotic have been a duo that have been long, awaited, at least by them. They seem to love to play with each other. Exotic can sometimes, catch some heat. I think being a part of Zen's team is always recognizing that, you might catch some heat. There's a lot of Zen fans out there. If your team doesn't win, they don't want to blame Zen, and maybe they shouldn't, but either way, whether you should or shouldn't, you're going to catch a bit of heat. And so Exotic, when he's peaking for his team, you always got to feel good for him. And he's got his squad up. Zen right now is trying to peak for his team like he normally does. 50, how did he keep that close? CRR, nice save. My goodness, I don't know how Zen even got that anywhere near the net with Troyes in his way.
Yeah, not just coming to a complete stop last couple of seconds. Always trying to bring this speed. The post is hanging on. It looks like we'll go into an OT, barring something crazy out of Stizzy, which not the case. But, I mean, this Vitality team, so different compared to their pre-Boston era look. Like, they look so much more confident, more controlled, less mistakes, and nice to see a clean Vitality. And now they got to play some defense, though.
Osoft on Calogueras, 0 seconds, dribbles the ball on the roof of his car, flicks it to upper 90 for a buzzer beater. That ball was locked on his roof. Really pretty goal to give them a winning game #1 and avoid overtime.
Osoft's a 1v1er. You can't leave him all by himself. I'm sure I didn't even see the goal, but I guarantee it was a great 1v1 play based on your description, which was very vivid.
For this one, I mean, it's hanging on by a thread. Vitality has been stuck on defense now for a good 40 seconds, and this backboard's getting tested.
Why does CRR not shoot? I'd have to go back and see it again. It seemed like there was a chance to shoot. He went for a backboard double instead, but it felt like there was maybe an opening to just shoot. The follow-up was definitely not in. Tense overtime. Vitality now with a chance. Dizzy trying to get physical. It's not going to work. Passing play counterattack, but all of Vitality back. They're all low on boost though, so maybe an opportunity to get a little bit of offense going.
Karmine Corp with 36 seconds left has equalized the score against Man City. Demolition on defense and Juicy able to sneak it through the gap. Toad in the hole, up 2-1 now. There was 2-0, now 2-1 as GHT gets on the board with 54 seconds left. So every match competitive and interesting. Let's go, Zen.
Exotic did a lot of the creation here. Exotic in the corner. Jorius was like overexcited. Exotic just waited out and then doubled. And then Zen got the finish, but it's a great tap in by Zen.
That's that teamwork from Vitality. Like, they're just enabling each other, and now we'll go and check in with that K-Corp Man City match. And it's 17 seconds left. Tao and Vatira just got a lead, but we'll see if they hold on to it.
Important kickoff. KC kind of led the kickoff meta once upon a time. They were more willing to experiment. Now everybody in the game is down to throw tons of different strategies at the kickoff. Man City's wasn't good enough to get possession. Atto just kind of hanging out behind the ball. Maybe one last chance at 0 seconds. Nope, Juicy will intercept. Wait, what? Atto probably should have tapped to the ground.
There it is. There we go. There they go. K-Corp back in control, as per usual. They had that sweep against KLG, and they're on match point over there. Where are we going now, Wave?
We're going to go hang out with Caligaris and Era there as they are getting quick here. 30 seconds in, Caligaris already gotten 2 goals. The first one was pretty from Vatty. Matt going to get the second one here on a dunk. And they are establishing a quick lead there. You saw it kind of bottom right if you were an eagle-eyed viewer there. Toad in the Hole did get the first game win 2-1 over GHT. We'll see if they can keep that going in match number 2.
Speaking of rising talent, I know Ozap has been a really exciting player to watch for the German community, because they felt like they haven't had that German player to really cheer on, and Ozap really turned up, especially at the last regional. And fun fact, I think it stands for Origin Soft or something. I'm butchering that in German.
Orange juice,
but
wasn't
basically, yeah, orange juice. So Ozap is like OJ in German, basically. So my fellow fruit, I might be biased.
Oh, that's right. I see.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm biased too, so we're double biased. Osoft dabbles in 1v1.
Well, folks, we'll hop back over here to Game 2, Vitality NIP. So Vitality gets the first goal on the board. Man City scores first against Karmine Corp as well. Despite Karmine Corp taking the victory there in game number 1, Man City was leading in both games 1 and 2.
Close kickoff chance there. CRR maybe could have gotten that in. Everyone's backing off now. Zen is so scary that even on 0 boost, no one wants to challenge him.
Yeah. And Zen is fun to cast because you'll be hyped about something he's doing on offense, and then when it counterattacks, look, Zen's back on defense. Like, he's kind of like that do-it-all player, but not too much, not too little, just right. He's found a really good balance, and most importantly, a team that you can trust to kind of fill out the other roles too.
Nice interception, still dangerous here. Zen, wow, went for the pass. Probably a good idea. I don't think a shot would have made its way through, but it's a double commit. So Ninjas in Pajamas, great chance. The 50 actually keeps it somewhat scoreable, but Zen did a good job bodying it up. Only got it midfield, and Jorius had no interest. He had 100 boosts. He says, no, I'd rather not get scored on again. I'm gonna hang out in the back. So you can afford to be safe for now. You do have a lot of time left on the clock, but you have to throw everything at the net eventually if they don't find a goal. CRR threw it across the nets.
Yeah, almost a really nice setup there from CRR, and he was the big question mark on this team because you knew exactly what you were going to get out of the Jorius Oli core from in the past. Then you add CRR, and I think he has been such a solid addition. And just because there was such a there's so many players in EU to pick up, and you bring CRR, and kind of people weren't sure. And I think this team has really proven themselves. Obviously, they got number 2 in the last regional, and they tied up just now.
Yeah, talking about Joreas, Joreas and CRR, I was just thinking about how it seems like something about being in EU levels up their gameplay. Because they both played in NA, but I swear they play way better over here in EU. And why couldn't they have brought that to North America? That's what I want to know.
Right?
Isn't this supposed to be harder here? I think it's supposed to be harder, but apparently they thrive, in what is the toughest region to qualify from. Luckily, they have that extra spot, which can make it easier on them. But Ninjas in Pajamas really are a story of a team that became greater than the sum of their parts, I feel like. Jorias and Oli have been buddies for a long time. I feel like they've been trying to team with each other since forever, both Dutch players, and then they're able to pick up CRR, a veteran who's been around for a while, which Jorias is now too, even though he's been, here since the very early days of his life, I should say, like 15 or 16 years old. I think he's still playing Rocket League, but now he's gotten to a stage of his career where he's looking to team up with the fellow vets to play the game the way he likes to, and Ninjas in Pajamas, it just worked so well. I mean, I'll just be completely honest. Expecting the teams, coming into the season, I would not have predicted this result. This would have swung to the high end of what I thought was possible for them. So it's great to see these guys having fun and competing and playing well, but they don't want to just settle for just that. They're not going to, settle for second place, and that's why they are as good as they are. They're going to want to try and beat Vitality here, and I'm sure they still have that sweep in the back of their minds from a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Joria's got that first goal, and look how his team is already shoving people out of his way to get that lead back in NIP's favor. And Joria's has been that top statistical performer in the past. I mean, from qualifying to majors, championships, he's got the 1v1s. So there's no doubt of Joria's as an individual, but it was always about, like you said, like the sum of the parts and how the team comes together. Because Joria's can be that player that brings you to a grand final, or can sometimes have those off days. And I'd love to see that NIP are having a good day today.
Score updates. We have Calagaris up 4-1 over Era. They've got that series in control. GHT is up 2-0 versus Totenhole. They would equalize in the series if they were to win game 2 here. Carmine Corps, with 43 seconds left, is trailing 2-0 to Man City, who look to equalize that series. So this is the most competitive match we're watching right now. But Man City there, what a win that would be. Get a game off of Carmine Corps, trying to force a win.
Meanwhile, Stizzy scoring on our main game here. Just a great read. Oh, and wow, got it off the post and in. Sometimes that can be perfect and impossible to stop. As a defender, just good reaction time from Vitality. They find themselves in the lead again. I mean, this is scary. Zen's team is seeming like the best team in the region, and people are going to start claiming them as the best team in the world, I'm sure, when we see the mates who won the last major not really performing to the same level as they did. And Vitality are staying consistent, staying up there. In fact, a lot of the other top teams, looking all around the world, are maybe not repeating what they did in this last split. But Zen and the rest of Vitality, they stay up there. So we might need to get used to some Zen victories, unless Ninjas in Pajamas can do something about it.
Man, NIP have just been that close to scoring, and then Vitality stole the lead away. That seemed to have been going the other way. But hey, both NIP and Vitality came out as the #1 seeds of their groups with perfect 3-0 scores. Let's say maybe NIP had a tougher schedule, and they had a tough time getting through this one. But within 5 seconds, oh my God.
Oli just slows it down and then muscles it in. Instead of taking the initial shot on Stizzy, he makes him dive across the net and then forces the 50 that he's going to be in better position for. So really heads up play by Oli. Got ourselves a tie game.
Let's see if this goes into OT. One last swing from NIP. Oh, they take a shot, and Oli was trying to make contact.
Man City does get the job done against Carmine Corps. They're already into game 3. 1 game apiece in that series.
These passes already. Zen's gonna collect. You need to get in his way or it's just trouble. And then you got layers. It's not just all eyes on Zen and shut him down. The team comes apart. It's Vitality now with offensive options, and this is gonna be the most threatening team coming into this regional.
They did not expect that bump. Majority's only were on 0 boost anyways. Zen was first man. You got bumped off. Everybody had nothing to take advantage of it. They found themselves on the, on a 3v1 situation, I feel like multiple different times, but they haven't been able to get going quick enough to take advantage of it. Vitality keeping that one back to keep things under control. I feel like we've watched so many different overtimes today. It is just, the series might not have been close in the last round, but a lot of these games are going the extra mile.
Yeah, back-to-back OTs. Like, this is no joke. Vitality got the win in game 1 after 90 seconds. We'll see if we beat that score, but Vitality have been looking clean. But NIP have had these flashes of brilliance. But speaking of brilliance, we got Zen trying to go for a bump, and no one's collecting. Okay, CR dodging contact there. So Vitality want to keep it going, but can't.
Joya's got that out. They were all so low on boosts. Big clear for Joya's, just a couple pads to get them a chance to reset. Zen, nice speed. CRR was hoping to get more. Zen got another 50 on 0 boost, so Stizzy's in a bit of a 1v1. That flick, I lied. It wasn't a 1v1 at all. Oli was back there. I just love 1v1 too much. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is a really physical game too, with not as many demos as I would expect until that one there. And Stizzy's just hounded over there, so Vitality will be forced on defense. And these offenses end so quickly. It's like a flash in the pan, but NIP have been so good at stifling that aggression and hoping to still have an answer where it's been a lot of trying to feed the ball to Jorius or set him up for success because he's having a good day.
Everybody's camped. Ooh, only got one to miss, but only one. Everybody was all in net. Sometimes your extended attack, if you're not quick enough, it just feels like you're almost helping them play defense because they never leave, they never rotate. You need them to separate a little bit. Vitality has kept it back down. Exotic's got the reset off that fake. Actually might work out. I feel like this is the season of the fakes. I don't know if anybody else agrees, but just seems like the fakes are what get goals nowadays in this current RLCS.
Zen was like playing with his food there. And if he would have won that 1v2 at the snail pace that he was at, like that would have been an insane OT goal. But here comes Jorius. You have two back, and that barely holds on. And finally, NIP secure game 2.
This one was not a fake. This one was just getting a reset on the opposite side of the ball. He flew out from underneath it, got all the way under, got the reset, and got to bring it back. As a defender, you're just not expecting that.
Actually, if we could go potentially to Toad the whole GHG, we could also check out that match at some point. They're 1-1 in the series, 1-1 in the game. They just started game 3 here. Karmine Corp, though, trying to get back against Man City. 2 minutes into game number 3. Also an even one. Calgaris up 2-1 over Era in game number 3 after winning the first 2 games. Looking like we're on sweep alert for them.
Oh, there we go.
Man City just did the KC Classic. Once upon a time, KC were the main team running the air triple bump pass. Everybody's onto it now. And this one is going to be the one that equalizes.
Have you ever watched competitive Fortnite? Like back in the day?
A little bit.
When the meta was to run 2 sniper rifles and the first person would shoot with the storm rifle to pop the wall down, and then the second person would shoot to actually get the headshot. It's very similar to like the air dribble bump pass meta there, where the first guy goes up, bumps the guy out of the way, and then the second guy comes in and actually hits the shot that does the damage.
I could see that. Well, Atto's looking like a sniper too. Finally gets K-Corp the lead with 90 seconds. And these are 2 teams that ended in the top 4 last regional, but somehow dodged each other. So we'll see who gets further. And what was it, like the first time in ages that K-Corp didn't make a grand final? Can't let that be the case ever again. But people have been starting to wonder, is KC looking less threatening? Is the competition catching up? Was that just a weird regional? Like, we'll see.
It's tough to doubt Vatira. Vatira always seems to find a way, and there's nobody I have to, worry less about locking in and putting in the grind and making sure he does what it takes than Vatira. Him and his teams, and I imagine he doesn't settle for anything less with his teams either. He seems to be always wanting more, never had enough in terms of success, and his rap sheet shows just how good he's been. And I think you have to, be that way to be as good as Vatira. So often we see championship hangover and stuff. Somebody wins here or there, and then they're like, okay, well, that's good enough for me for a bit before they lock back in. No, it's never enough for Vatira, and especially with that Worlds win still hanging over his head that he needs. I'm not sure he'll ever stop. Even if he gets it, though, he'll probably just want more. He's probably looking for the greatest to ever play, so it's definitely...
I would believe it, yeah. Vatira definitely one of my favorite players, and K-Corp, I mean, to play against them means you have to absolutely peak. Like, you have to play the best Rocket League of your life. Because even then, like, NIP did just that. Wow, some saves are crazy from the K-Corp side. And that's the thing. They're so frustrating to play against because they could do it all. And it took the wind out of the sails of NIP when they won the Game 7 against K-Corp, that they lost it all in the finals. So it's like K-Corp are hanging on there to be able to take a lead in the series.
Wait, why did Vatira go back? Oh, he doubled it in. I was thinking he just hit it to the ground, but no, Vatira had other plans.
We do have games kind of like nice and sequentially ordered here. Caligaris versus Era, 47 seconds left. That one's tied up. You can go check that game out and then quickly check out Ninja Pajamas and Vitality afterwards. Well, let's check out the Caligaris versus Era, given that they are close there. And this will be the end of Era's run where they drop this game 3.
Caligaris had a good run this last open, right? So I feel like coming into this, they're probably the favored team here. I'm not sure if Era was there in the last open, but Caligaris getting defeated them. They're kind of a team that, you know, I've seen Matt Osop Vady around a lot. I don't know if I want to play them coming off a 3-0 win. Even though it was such a clear advantage to all the top teams, you know, we talked about the momentum base. I think players have mentioned that a lot, how tough it can be to play off loss, because everyone coming from uppers will be playing off a loss. Caligaris will be playing off of a great win if they can get one more goal here. It'll be a nice sweep, but they might have to go to overtime. You see, we've had so many different overtimes. It is possession for Caligaris right now. And a chance. Osoft. Ooh, too much on the flick. Unless he's got to follow. Oh!
He was up for it. That's the best you can hope for as a teammate. Like, just at least be there once I get you that opportunity. It'd be a little bit better if you hit the shot, but you know, still, just glad he was there.
The Roadhog. I forgot about it.
Roadhog reset.
Now, winning with this is a different level. Like, it's just, there's a certain aura to it.
The Roadhog's so big. No way you're getting that aerial around the Roadhog.
Honestly, watching Era and Swiss, like, their mechs are so good, and they're good at using them, not just to score, but to find each other on the field. That's what I liked about them the most, and they have that experience of being high in 2s, but they just kind of needed to really up their 3s game, and I think they just underestimated the danger of some of these plays, like maybe this one, as Ozap gets ready to launch and wanted to find Matt there, but good coverage from Era. And Era was trying to ramp up towards the backboard, but now a pass doesn't find Mr. M here, but aka Mako, I should say, which everyone's using kind of funny names here on the Era side. They're like,
yeah, I like how they're
names.
They're bookending the strategies in terms of name length. They've got both the shortest name possible and the longest name possible. Ooh, baby just got faked. Sizen, the Roadhog, was trying to clear out some space. Didn't work. Caligaris a little bit more backed in, ready to play now.
Yeah, and Era missed groups by 1 match. So we almost saw them last regional, and they're super exciting. They played under the Caliente banner in Regional 3, making after almost making playoffs or something like that. So there is some serious talent on this team. It's now just like the teamwork that needs to be refined.
All right, Beatty, what do we got? A little bit of space here on an air dribble. You're getting pre-jumps. Ooh, good cutoff, good challenge. In fact, that's maybe a passing play. And Mako can't really just fully believe that he's gonna get that good of a 50, but if he did, it actually could have been a great setup for a shot. Ooh, Mako's got that.
2-minute OT though, this is getting stressful, especially when you're on your last life. If you're Era and you work so hard to get here. I kind of had KLG winning this match. Oh, I almost cursed it. So bad.
That was a good save. Osop came right from off camera for the perfect amount of suspense. It felt like he's gonna have it, but Osop recovered it. Ooh, nice takeaway here. Oh, another great 50. This feels like a couple wins that eventually can lead to some offense, but nobody there to follow, so not gonna get much out of it.
This KLG team is super young. Like Ozapt and Vady are also 17, and then Matt has to be the elder at the big old 20 years old, and Matt's been on a bunch of different teams and hopefully is settling into this one. I think with the results that they had, they're trying to stick it out, but look at the shot, and Ozapt is just on the post.
Can you imagine being a whole 20 years old?
I know.
I mean, it's such a
Dude,
high
that
number,
face
I
right
can't
there.
even fathom it.
I know. Ooh.
Mako
Mako.
found a way through. There was defenders in net here. Matt thought he was going to be able to take that ball at the back wall, I think, but then all of a sudden he didn't exist anymore. So Osop had to try and make a zero boost save.
While that's been happening, crazy high-scoring games here. Vitality versus NIP, 3-3 on the brink of overtime. Karmine Corp versus Man City in Game 4 at halftime, 2-2. It was 2-2 at 3 minutes as well. So you see that the top dogs have been just going blow for blow, and we're into another overtime.
Jeez. And if this is like our appetizer for what playoffs are gonna look like, ooh, we're in for a treat. Because NIP are already looking much better. I think it's maybe more of an energy thing when you don't have to go to Game 7 against K-Corp and then face Vitality. Like, what a gauntlet that must have been for NIP, but good day for them still.
Definitely. Looks like they've been playing well while they've been off camera. I feel like Vitality had that edge, but wait, this is three back-to-back overtimes actually, right? These guys have just been in overtime every time, even though Vitality maybe looking stronger earlier in the regulations. Dizzy got around one, but I think Joris is there. Who scores and when?
A lot of these overtimes have felt really long, like several minutes. Like none of these instant kickoff shenanigans, although ooh, you can see that NIP are searching for any kind of mistake or lapse. And you have to get rid of the ball so fast, and just like that, it just goes right back to Vitality.
Ooh, big dunk, but nobody there. That was the last back committing. What a pinch. But I don't think anyone can really pretend like that's going to get across the nets without somebody stopping them. Exotic going low because the Oli pre-jump, then Oli got bumped anyways. Oh, Oli got around Jorius, but everyone gets back. I mean, such a slow play that Ninjas in Pajamas, even though they're getting faked in demo, they still swing back around and just make a save, keep it alive.
It is scary though that Vitality are getting that much space and time on the ball to go for doubles. Like this backcourt is just so open, and NIP are making saves in the net, but for how long can you keep doing that?
Big clear. Oli doesn't have boost to follow that up. Exotics have been getting a ton of wins in the midfield. All right, they're in trouble right now. You always want to challenge Zen right away. Oli does. Stizzy left it for Exotic. Good communication. As these two teams vie for control. We've seen some bump plays from Vitality in order to make something happen. Zen catching this ball, soft touch. Nobody around to follow.
We hit a quick update here. Hopefully they don't score while we're doing this. Okay, cool. They get it across there. 5-2 for Karmine Corp. They are running away with that one, and they should get that win. That is a match point for them as well. Toad in the Hole versus GHT at 1:50 left to go. They are leading 2-0, and if they were to win, Toad in the Hole would get the win in the series as well. Caligaris leading 1-0 early in Game 4. Looking for that win as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out GHT super quick. All three are Italians trying to make that rise for the scene, and also it's coached by Cookser. He has the Cookser pinch.
Let's go.
One of the best Italians to ever touch Rocket League, so they kind of have their own cool little storyline. It's just sad that it may potentially come to an end in these next 2 minutes, but this is the real exciting one because it feels like the appetizer to the next final, as that touch could have been scary, but Jorius got him.
We're gonna get an extra game here. Come on, nice fake. This is what I'm talking about. Season of the fakes. I've been saying it. It's all about fakes.
It's a thing that should happen in a game, especially that doesn't have a meta that evolves via patch updates, but just via player iteration. That at some point, all right, we all know what we're doing. I just need to look like I'm doing the thing and then not do it would become part of the meta at some point.
Yeah, definitely. Players are getting so
job.
good. Ooh, the muscle! Oli did most of the hard work. He 50'd in a win last time. Now he's going to do the hard work and let CRR get the glory.
Boy, that drops in, and that'll be match point for Ninjas in Pajamas. Karmine Corp do get the job done, and they are through to Championship Sunday, playoff Saturday. We'll see them in the top 8, top 6. Hop over to see GHT do get on the board. 24 seconds left. Their tournament hopes still alive.
A lot of hope. They got one done. Just 24 seconds to see if your solution does apply here. And Grandma is a fun name. Grandma, you know, actually a man. His first name Giovanni, so it feels very villain-esque. While also having a tag called Grandma.
Yeah, I mean, Grandma, he plays 1v1s, so I've been coached. I said Grandma, you know, at the start, and people are like, oh, that's not how you say it. I'm like, I don't know. If you're going to make your name Grandma, then we could just say it Grandma. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I even say it right when they do tell me how to say it. So Toad though advancing, so we won't have to know too much how to say Grandma because he's going to have to do it next open.
Next open. Look at the next one here. KLG trying a similar story, trying to end the series before Champions Field. Good to see Champions Field here in Group B.
Be nice. We keep saying that Europe is this whole chaotic, unexpected region, and I really don't feel like we've had too many upsets, if even too many Game 5s at all. It's been a quite tame second regional here.
Yeah, especially while the other regions are kind of going wild. You know, NA and MENA are definitely, I mean, MENA's the biggest one. It's just doing stuff we've never seen before over there in that region. Europe keeping it somewhat tame. KC missed the final. That's kind of new. But Zen winning feels like it's tough to say that's that crazy over here.
It feels like it's less crazy than it is. It
actually has been a long time.
But Zen, honestly, I mean, they looked very, very good in Boston, and other than Nas having the performance of a century, they were favorites, I think, to win in Boston as well. Then they come out of the first event in Boston and win online, and now they're looking like the strongest team of the tournament here. They have started Game 4 versus NIP there, and we'll watch the end of this game here, especially because it might go to overtime and be Tremaire's life. Oh, but never mind. Overtime, Air's gonna have to do some work if they want to get there.
The Roadhog didn't have a good enough 50. Seismic got a great pass off of that. Good finish from Osoft as well. Playing it from in front. Caligaris, I think, you know, as far as Toad in the hole of Caligaris, I'm looking at the Caligaris team to potentially win and get a top 8. If somebody is going to do it from this lower bracket, I think they'd be playing the loser of Team Vitality Ninjas. So it's not going to be easy. They're going to be playing against a grand finalist. So I probably just have the loser of that one coming through anyways. But if Caligaris gets some momentum, maybe we'll see a spark. Maybe we'll see something special.
So we're taking the Roadhog serious. This is like Sazon's thing.
Why not? I think he played some Dominus as well. I think he might just be a little bit more open to changing his car, because I feel like he was a Dominus player once upon a time. Now willing to do the Roadhog, not Flake's level of playing every single card as a point to try and show that you can play with anything, but hey, the Roadhog loses, so one more loss for the Roadhog. Unlucky.
Hot take, not the Roadhog's fault. There's more at stake there than just the car. I think that maybe the players in the field made a bigger difference, but we'll hop back over. Ninjas in Pajamas versus Vitality. Can Vitality force Game 5?
They can, but will they?
Yeah.
So we'll find out.
So goodbye to Era and GHT, but a big hello to maybe an exciting top half, I should say, of this regional with NIP and Vitality playing this close. I mean, the overtimes and NIP striking early, striking fast. They're up in the series. It's not going to be an easy road for Vitality this time.
Yeah, and if you can put Vitality down in lowers, you can really kind of shake things up. I think if you're a European team who is trying to break in to the top 5, you actually probably just want to see Vitality do well. What you don't want to do is, see other teams that are behind them catching up in points. That being said, Ninjas and Pajamas are fine as well with their second, but you create an opportunity for Vitality to finish with way less points if you can get them to have to sneak in to the bottom or maybe even lose in the lower round. I'm kind of just assuming they're going to make top 8, and I'm thinking they might lose there, but technically they could lose and completely miss it, and that really brings in an opportunity for a lot more teams to get points to make a major. So if you are a team trying to sneak in, you probably want Vitality to just stay on top is what I was trying to say. I don't know where I got to.
Yeah. But yeah, just playing on Saturday means you're on the lower bracket side. You only have 1 life, and the talent on the bottom half side is pretty scary. You got Gritty Goose, K-Dop Corp, which upset GK again, and could even have Manchester City, depending on how that series goes against Toad in the Hole. So Yeah, the lower bracket for playoffs is gonna be
chance.
nasty.
Good save. Nice. Only gets it done. But created here by Joria. Zen camped down on the ground, and he just watched it. He just watched it all happen right there in center of the nets.
NIP up again, and was it even game one started off in NIP's favor, but Vitality didn't know how to go the distance. I mean, that first game went to a 90-second OT, and then there was an almost 3-minute OT, and then there was almost a 4-minute OT. So every game has gone to OT between these two, and this is a brawl.
So who's scoring on Vitality to give us yet another OT? That's the only question we have left. It seems like they have a decent enough chance. This clear is going to go to the hands of Zen. Jory is able to follow it up. CRR had a hopeful pre-jump that did not work out. He was just floating nowhere near the play. Zen trying to make magic happen. It's still possible. They kept this ball in. Stizzy reset. Oh, fake. Season of the fakes. But it didn't work.
Still a chance, still a chance. That looks good. Nope. Ninjas in pajamas get the salty run back here after dropping it 4-0 in the finals of open number 4. They'll be in the top bracket there. Vitality gonna have to play Caligaris here in the final round to make it through to playoff Saturday. What a day, what a battle so far. Yet to see Champions Field, Jen, here in Group B.
Well, it feels like when you have like 3 out of 4 games going to overtimes, it gives championship.
It's kind of true.
Champions Field vibes. And hey, yeah, they NIP get the win in groups, but you know, you do expect Vitality to join them in playoffs, so you have to really settle the score there. But KLG have upset teams last regional when it comes to trying to squeeze into playoffs through the lower side. So need to see the final score. But Vitality, I think, still really played well. There's a lot of fakes, a season of the fakes, as Fury said. Vitality kept bringing it up, but NIP, I think, started to really slow it down just to really make sure, because you knew Vitality were doing so many of those.
Yeah, that was nearly 8 minutes of overtime between NIP and Vitality in that match, so we definitely got
So basically game
a fifth
5,
game out of them for sure, plus and more. Carmine Core here, Manchester, it looked strong at first. I think they scored first in every game, and yet still came out with a 3-1 loss, which tells you just how icy Carmine Core is, coming from behind 2-0 in 2 of those games to win and finish that one off.
Yeah, they scored a ton. They're putting up a bunch of goals. The 5-2 finish, that was the one we didn't get to see. We got to see a lot of these overtimes. I feel like we caught almost all the overtimes. Mako was able to settle the score there. Era, or how do you say it? It was going to have to come back again next time.
It's not stoked for them to be against Manchester City for their first match, where they got washed, and then they had a real chance against KLG, but besides the one game 3, Era just really struggled to get an offense going. So, but hey, I'm sure they're stoked to just get here because they missed groups by 1 match last regional. So, it's improvements every regional, but improvements every day that matter.
They're looking good. 2 teams sent through, 2 teams sent home. And we'll find out which 2 teams are going to be joining Ninjas in Pajamas and Carmine Core here in just a moment while they get all set up down there. Caligaris has had an interesting run so far today, starting off that day with a sweep at the hands of Carmine Core, and then managing to bounce back 4-1 here against Era. So we'll finish things off with the reigning regional champs Vitality. And that'll be our final round of the day, that matchup, and then Man City taking on Toad in the Hole as well. So 2 matches left will be played simultaneously. Make sure you got it right here on the stream if you want to catch that action, or maybe head over and check out some of the team streams. Lots of fun action happening there, biased commentary, good community vibes happening. Man City gonna be the channel there for them. They'll have as well, Fury has the Vitality broadcast. Lots of fun action here. Go check out Osaf for Caligaris there. Check out, what's it for Toad in the Hole? Where they're here, Henny RLL, folks. Go check them out. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, Europe Open number 5 continues here for the RLCS.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online. I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, she don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
matches left. 4 teams still in contention for the final 2 spots of the day. Vitality not able to get it done the second time around against Ninjas and Pajamas, despite having swept them 2 weeks ago. Ninjas and Pajamas find a way through. Caligaris also surviving in the lower bracket. Those 2 teams now going to clash for a spot in playoff Saturday. And Gibbs, I mean, at the top of the day, we said one of the top 4 teams wasn't making it out. We guaranteed Man City will be in, so they're going to be toad in the hole for sure. I said it might be Vitality. So I think Caligaris have probably got this one.
It's possible. Vitality won what? I think like 26 matches in a row between Open 4 and Open 5, and then it all crumbled. They've lost 3 in a row. It's all downhill from here, obviously, for Vitality. No, Ninjas and Pajamas look fantastic. They look great. They look much better than what we saw at the end of Open 4. And it was kind of what we saw through them through the journey of Open 4 up until that final. So we finally got to see them at their best, which is great for them. Top 6 for them. K-Corp is back as well. Pretty convincing over Man City. So 2 big wins there. But we talked about how this group was very top 4 heavy. And last time it was top 4s versus the underdogs. It was all 3-0s. I'm going to put it out there. Fear. Over under 2.5 games for these underdogs. What do you got?
I got under.
You got under?
I got under for sure. I mean, that means someone's got to go take it to game 5, right? Or they have to win.
If we're assuming 3-1. Yeah.
A game 5 and a 3-1. Or will they have to win? Obviously, if they win,
sure.
Either of the teams win, they're in. But yeah, I'm going to take the under on that. I mean, I've liked what I've seen ultimately from these top 4 over the course of this split. I think Vitality actually are usually pretty strong on Fridays. I feel like they move through usually with ease. So it's actually interesting. Maybe they ran into Friday Jorias on Ninjas and Pajamas. He's also great on Fridays as well. But I think they'll clean him up. I probably have Vitality in Manchester City. I got the under on 2.5 games with the underdogs.
Yeah, as much Gibbs as I would like to continue to live in this fun world where I think Vitality is somehow making it out of this, I think across the multiverse, the majority of experiences will be Vitality and Manchester City making quick work of their opponents and moving forward, and all 4 of our top teams here making it out of Group A. But hey, the reason we play is so we get to see the crazy upsets, and I want to see one happen. There'll be so much. We haven't seen a good one yet today. I mean, a GK maybe. But I don't know. It's just, if you're making the argument, is that an upset at this point? We don't know. Up there at the top, though, Karmic Core, Gentlemates, Ninja Pajamas, and Whip going to be our top 4 teams here tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on this lower part of the bracket, because I think that lower part of the bracket is winnable. Like, whoever comes out, like if it is our 2 favorites, obviously, they will be favored to go into that lower bracket round 1, and then they will get the losers of those upper bracket games. So it's okay if you only have 1 life. You can still win this entire thing. We've seen that before from K-Corps. We've seen that before from a Dignitas as well. So it is possible to come out on top, but you got to get the job done today on Friday, which I would say is actually harder because it's only a best of 5 instead of adding 2 extra games onto it.
True. Less room to nail your opponents down. We'll see which team is able to get the top spot, which team is able to kind of figure out their opponent more quickly here in these final 2 matches. Excited to see them go down. Excited to see if Caligaris or Toad in the Hole can get the job done. And yeah, we're just waiting on the players to get ready to go here.
So I'm going to go with the over on this 2.5 games. I'm feeling spicy. I'm feeling like Group B's been a little bit too plain. And then so it's like when you cook Thanksgiving dinner and then your mother-in-law comes over and she's like, where's the pepper? Where's the salt and pepper? You got to add it in right at the end there, right? So I'm thinking Toad in the Hole. They got a shot. Open 4 Swiss. They beat Man City 3-2. I think it is possible that Toad in the Hole can win that series. I think Vitality probably win 3-0. So all my hope is falling onto Toad in the Hole. But I think there could be an upset brewing there. I could see that going to game 5, and then if Caligaris can get 1 game, I could see it happening. So Man City, while they have looked great, Toad in the Hole, maybe a little bit of momentum coming through that lower bracket, have a chance to play spoiler here.
Yeah, I think Man City is kind of more of a newfound success than Vitality with Seiko. So they're definitely shakier, I would say. You know, it's almost more about Man City than it is about Toad in the Hole. I think if you swapped the lower bracket semifinals, they might even have a tougher time against Caligaris than they would against Toad. But Man City has to prove that they can be one of those top teams, and cleaning it up and handling it on Fridays is the best way, or at least a really strong way to do it.
Yeah, this is a big one too, because this is for 2 points on the line and possibly more, like if you make top 8. And right now, Toad in the Hole is only 3 points away from Man City. So Man City's sitting at 10. I think Toad in the Hole was at 7. So if they get that 2-point swing, they're still in that race for a top 5 spot, because right now that 5th place team really hasn't amounted to much, because we've seen a lot of these teams drop early.
I do think we haven't really talked about it. You alluded to it though here, Gibbs, with talking about like the spice at the end of the tournament. Like round 5, they've had time to sit there and think about the fact that if they lose this, they're basically playing for most of these teams. They're going to be, well, maybe not Vitality since they won the last event, but they're going to be playing for the LCQ if they want to have a chance to make it to Paris. And like that amount of pressure, which team's able to take that and say, you know what, that doesn't matter. We're just playing Rocket League like normal. Anything can happen here. And I do think that Man City versus Toad in the whole matchup is going to probably be a little bit more spicy, a little bit more competitive, especially with a team like Vitality that all have so much experience playing under these pressured situations. You'd expect them to have an advantage in this matchup, but you never know. That's why we have to play the matches here, Fear.
Yeah, definitely. Toad in the Hole is a team to watch. I was just pulling up the points. I know we had them up there a second ago, but you know, with 5 spots in EU, it's available, and Toad in the Hole are actually in position. You know, we saw the points when we hadn't seen these game wins yet get put in place. But you know, Group A got played before Group B. Group B able to pick up a couple more points. Toad in the Hole, they're in the spot if they can keep it up.
Well, let's start things off here with Vitality, Caligaris, and then if Vitality is able to run away with this, we'll hop away. If Caligaris is able to run away with it, I don't know. They'd have to get pretty far ahead for me to be like, let's cut away from Vitality. Right? But it'd be kind of fun. It'd be almost more entertaining if they were to establish a large lead.
Yeah, now it really comes down to Vitality's been so red hot through making the major final. They obviously lost there, but then they get the Open 4 regional win. Ooh. But now they have to play back-to-back, like off a loss as well. So we'll see how Vitality can bounce back from that. 2 scoring opportunities there for KLG, but unfortunately, neither goes through.
Yeah, KLG, I think, ooh, no, that's super wide, never mind. KLG have an opportunity to show that they're ready for the big show. I mean, this is a match against Vitality for elimination. This is something that a lot of players could back down against and, you know, be afraid for the big time moments, but these guys want to be, wait a second. Oh, they broke it! Osoft was in a lock with somebody else. Who broke it?
Uh-oh. Both teams curses. That's it. It's gone.
they're both
home. They both broke at the same time. It's gonna be interesting because again, Vitality, they're expected to win, but they are coming off that loss. If you can like creep in and take this game 1 off Vitality, then the doubt starts to creep in. Is it's gonna return to the old Vitality where they've been having some troubles at times, or will Vitality be like, we lost against a great team in Ninjas, and this is what I expect because Ninjas played so well that they will find their form. Exotic with the double tap, bottom right corner, perfect placement to get the scoring started, and Vitality's picking up right where they left off against these lower end teams. And Exotic has been having a day. He's been having an Open 4 as well. He looked great there. So, like, if he's performing that well, he's been a World Championship MVP before. Vitality is a true threat, not only in Europe, but also international.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what I was talking about before with Zen's teams. It just feels like Zen has an ability to create at every moment. If you add talent around him, then a team can look unstoppable. And that's definitely what he had in his championship teams in the past. Exotic maybe giving him that here today. Stizzy was a guy they went out and looked for just for that after how he played on Dignitas.
Yeah.
Softs. I have to look at that double, but yeah, Stizzy.
He's been so good. Like, he was like the comeback player of the year, like most improved player of 2025, I would say. And it turned into Dignitas getting the EU2 seed. And that's why he gets picked up by a team like Vitality, because they see that spotlight on him. And he looks so good throughout that whole year. It's like, all right, let's bring him onto the team. Let's bring him with Zen and let's get that flair going. So now they have Zen and him to do work like that. But now we have a chance here. Caligaris, can they get it home? They cannot. It gets turned away by Vitality with some solid defense.
Yeah, I liked what I've seen from Caligaris, though. They've had some really strong opportunities. They've taken last-second saves from Vitality to keep the edge in this one. It is not, you know, indicating like it's going to be a blowout like we maybe were suggesting. You know, my under might be sweating a little bit right now.
Wave, how's the other game going?
1-0 Man City.
Okay.
They scored pretty early on. It was honestly like 3 different goal line saves. The Man City eventually finally punched it through. Toad's had an opportunity, but mostly it's been in their half.
We are in sync. Look at this. This is, oh, never mind. We need a goal out of Vitality right now.
And Man City knows exactly what they need to do. Like, if they win here and then they win that first lower bracket round, they're looking so good for one of those spots. Again, Europe gets 5 spots because of that Copenhagen land with K-Corp winning it. So there's just that little extra buffer. And last time Man City was so incredibly close, had to play that tiebreaker and just missed out. And we really haven't seen a team of players that doesn't have major experience really make lands in Europe in many years at this point. Normally, like, these veterans will pick up one of these type of players and will carry them to a major, but we don't usually see teams that don't have a lot of experience make it. And now we're gonna have 2/3 of them possibly making it to their first major, which would be great to see.
Yeah, it feels like, ooh, Stizzy, nice double. It feels like EU for a long time was getting credit for not just sticking with the same talent. You know, they were so often given the props for bringing in the new talent, and people went as far as to say that's why the region was so strong, because they were doing that. Whereas NA, we've kind of seen, I feel like for a long time, the top players just passing along in between each other, switching up their different major teams without letting in the rookies. But EU maybe slowing down and creating, you know, prodigal rookies. Is this possible?
Yeah, or they all get poached, so they're all on different teams, and it's only 1/3 of all these teams, right? So, see, but yeah, but Man City, like, I'm rooting for them, obviously, because that tiebreaker was just a heartbreaker last time around to miss out on that. So, when on paper, they were the better team during that split, but then, you know, the experience of GK kind of showed up at the end there. So if they can continue that. On the same side, obviously, Vitality, it's great to see them back in this form where they look like one of the best teams in the world, because if Zen is looking like one of the best teams in the world, that is good for Rocket League, right? Because he's probably the most popular player in terms of the casual audience. Like, if you talk about Rocket League, everyone knows who he is, so it's great to see him back at top.
Unfortunately, things not going well for Toad. They do get one in here at the end, but 4-1 now. Man City has made quick work of them.
Maybe if they chose a better dish to name themselves after, it would have been a better chance, but we looked up Toad in the hole because we didn't know what it was. And that dish does not look that appetizing.
If you were to name a team after a dish of food, what's the most intimidating, most aura dish?
Seiko, just doing work there.
No, it's not.
All right. Most aura.
It's not pigs in a blanket, which is what I thought of when I looked at what Toad was, but that was the first thing that came to my mind.
I kind of like that as a team thing, though. Like, I could see an org being built around that. Because we already have ninjas in pajamas. Pigs in a blanket, like you're selling some blankets with some pigs on it.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Like
I can see
Bobby
it.
and Bobby Jr.
But it doesn't, but it's not threatening. It's not.
No, it does not. It does not strike fear.
All right, this one is over. We can formally say that this match is that this game is concluded. We'll hop over to game 2. See if Vitality can keep it going.
I definitely
said I was
spot. He would be saying Sloppy Joes or something would be a good name. He just loves those, so that's what it'd be. Vitality starting off hot yet again. Said, hey, I'll just take it off my own back wall, do a flip reset, go cross court, throw it into the net. This is Rocket League, folks. This is what you can expect out of the best players in the world. Keep the ball up the entire part of the field and do it with ease. And Zen showing up early. Vitality already up 1-0. And it looks like my over might not be looking too hot.
Yeah, I don't think so. But when I'm watching these games, especially if a lot of them are going on, a Vitality versus Caligaris game, I'm watching it for as long as it's tied, or sometimes only if, the underdog's in the lead, because Vitality and teams of their caliber are usually so good at holding on to it. So it's going to we're going to see a serious peak out of Caligaris to make me believe. The good news is I did take the under, so I don't have to believe in Caligaris. I can just believe in Vitality.
There you go. Zen's got space again. Do a little catch. Maybe a little bit too nice of a catch, so he couldn't do anything with it. Stizzy will follow it up and just doing a little 50-50s in the midfield to keep from any scoring chances happen for Caligaris here. But they do a nice little pass back to Matt, who try and push it forward. But again, being met every single time by Vitality in the air.
Double commit. I'm not sure that's going to pay off. Zen's trying to take a bit of time, because he recognized they had went all in there. Though Stizzy was there with him to take over control. it just feels like we haven't really seen a reliable way for this Caligaris team to score, and I don't think it's going to be this rolling ball. In fact, they thought it might be, and instead Zen is going to punish them.
Yep. This is, wow, that challenge. I don't even know how the ball went in that direction. It was just perfectly dunked, and Zen will follow that up, and Vitality, full control.
Yeah, Osoft had a rolling ball somewhere near the net and just had no idea what to do with it and couldn't think of what to do. And before he decided, Zen had already taken it away and scored. Has to be a little bit more, confident in that position. Probably just has to play for a 50. Not oftentimes you can really do much of anything from there. But we got a Vitality 2 lead. Do we have a scoreline in Man City?
No, they are still. Or I guess it is paused, but there was a kickoff goal. We'll see if it stands.
Okay.
Ooh. Drama?
All right, Wave. I have one for you.
Yes.
A devil on horseback. That is a dish.
That's a dish?
Yeah. A devil on horseback is a hot appetizer, typically bacon-wrapped prunes or dates. Devil on horseback would be a good team name.
Interesting. But
now that's intimidating.
It's not a bad. It's not a bad team name. Not a bad team name. Chat was quick to point out how many teams in the history of RLCS have been named after food, namely Team Queso and also bread.
Bread.
Black League history.
I remember I ate a giant breadstick on air, choosing bread at a DreamHack once. So that was fun.
Did they win?
Probably not. But we had to choose them because we found breadsticks in the venue.
True,
Like, all
true.
right. I mean, props. Come on, guys.
You got to use the bit.
Yeah.
Will you promise to eat a toad in the hole if they make it?
No. It did not look very good.
Zen gets another one.
Zen, here we go. If they make it to like an English land at some point, then sure. And if they're still named Toad in the Hole, I'll do it.
Wow, you're taking big risks there. That is.
I know. Huge risk there. Huge risk. Zen is just, dominating this game again here. Vitality, it's weird because after Open 4, we expected a little bit more madness, and we really haven't seen too much of it in Europe, especially in this group. We kind of said it's, it's the top 4 and then no one else, and it really is showing so far through these first 2 games of this set as well.
Yeah, we mentioned it. I would say Man City was the question mark. Would they do it again for me? Would they continue to be top 4? But it sounds like, despite maybe a kickoff goal or however that game's going, that one's also somewhat settled. So we'll see.
There was also Team Omelet.
There was.
Yeah.
Are you just looking at Twitch chat now for more team names for food dishes?
I'm not.
If there is a pause in the other game, it makes perfect time to do that, for sure.
It's kind of true. This game does not seem particularly competitive at the moment, as Vitality is very much in the driver's seat. Caligaris spends so much time just on their own half, just trying to get the ball across the midfield line.
Yeah. I went to hit tab to see how many times they've actually done anything, but I'm not in game, so it doesn't work. Wanted to see their shots on target. But I was like, wait, nope, not in game. Forgot about that.
Does not work. Trying to control Z when you're writing with a pencil.
So I'm looking at Swiss. Oh, Man City. No, Man City went 3-0 in Swiss. I was trying to see if the top seeds. I'm trying to think about why Vitality and Ninjas in Pajamas were playing each other so early. And it must mean that someone messed up. And it actually looks like it was Ninjas in Pajamas. Ninjas in Pajamas fell to Whip. So Whip is kind of the story of the Open so far. Going in through uppers, they have a chance to prove it. I feel like a lot of times Whip teams will make it to that position and then lose, and we don't see them again. So, but they got the win against Ninjas. They forced this, this group setup that we're in now that has been somewhat straightforward in Group B. So we'll see if Whip can shake it up anymore tomorrow.
Yeah, that win looks even better too now that Ninjas took down Vitality as well. It was already a very good win, but now also taking down Vitality, who were your Open 4 champs.
People don't understand. If you have a team that you want to win and you have a rival team, a lot of fans will be like, I want that rival team to lose all their games. No, you want the rival team to win all their games, except for when they play your team, so that when your team beats them, it makes your team even look better, right? That's how this works.
That is a very college mentality of like the old BCS system in like college football, where you want to be ranked high. Now we actually have tournaments to do this, not just random league play where you only play 10 teams out of 100.
But to your point, the Whips win looks better.
It does look
Ninjas
good.
and Pajamas are looking good, you know? Like it's and I think to Fierce point, I totally agree. So often you'll see a team get a really interesting win, kind of what it feels like a fluky win in Swiss, and then it falls apart in groups. They don't even make it to bracket for it to fall apart. It falls apart in groups there. Whips, like that win for them is going to be they're one of the most interesting stories of the weekend so far. I'm excited to see if it continues on tomorrow. But right now, Vitality up 2-0 in Caligaris. They're getting ready for game number 3. Bit of a pause situation in game number 2 for Manchester City versus Toad in the Hole. So they'll be getting that game started here momentarily. We'll be able to jump back in and see how things are going with them. But in the meantime, it's like game 3 for Caligaris Vitality getting underway here. Caligaris, everything on the line, and with their backs against the wall, they're going to find a way to win 3 straight against the reigning regional champs.
Yeah, that's going to be brutal. It's going to be incredibly hard, just based on how Vitality has looked. Again, they won like 25 or 20 whatever games in a row, so they look like one of the best teams in the world right now. And yeah, they fall short, but then they pick it right back up, and Zen looks fantastic. Exotic's looking good, so it's going to be difficult for Caligaris. I don't see them winning the game, but I've been proven wrong many times before, so I'm hoping they do. I'm hoping that we get some interesting matchups here at the end, but it's just tough when this group was so lopsided, where the top 4 from Open 4 were all in this group, and there was really no other challengers per se that we would normally name as a challenger to the top 4. So the top 4 are getting the job done, and they're looking to make it through to Saturday.
Our statistician said he found a team in APAC named Fanta Steak, like fantastic, but also Fanta and steak combined. Also turns out that's actually an Asian furniture company. So incredible branding all the way around as far as teams named after food, but also furniture, apparently. So
there you go.
So many layers to that name. I will say teams named after food don't have a particular. Team Queso is easily the best performing team named after food in the history of the game.
Yeah.
And they didn't even win a major. So, you know.
True. Once they were not Team Queso is when they won. So.
Yeah, they won it after they were Moist, which arguably a downgrade of a name, but you know, they did pretty good stuff there.
But that was the point of the Moist name, though, to be fair, was to be a downgrade, right? So that was kind of the whole MO of the name.
Breaks my brain.
Hey,
the meta
joke
game
is
is funnier. Yeah, for sure. Looks like both matches are in a little bit of a holding pattern right now. I do see Caligaris and Vitality playing, but there's a chance that is a warm-up lobby and I'm not aware of. So they should be. It looks like the other match will be getting going here in just a moment. So a little bit of stall here at the end of the day, but we want to make sure we've got a fully competitive, integral environment for the final few matches of the day. Do not want teams qualifying under uncompetitive circumstances. So 'tis the nature of esports, must weave this virtual network properly. As the teams, again, playing for those final 2 spots here for Vitality and Manchester City in the driver's seats in their matches.
Yeah, not just playing for these 2 spots, but those Paris spots. I was taking a look at all the different points. Everybody, you know, it seems like we probably have Mates, KC, Man City, Ninjas, Vitality. That seems like the safe 5 to pick right now. Obviously, Mates didn't do well, but it seems like they've righted the ship, and we can expect them to right their way in. So who do we think is really, you know, fighting for that next spot? I think it's Toad in the Hole. If the points I'm looking at, I think they're a little bit. The points I'm looking at right now aren't fully updated. But Toad in the Hole, you know, all these other teams that are fighting for that next spot don't seem like they bring the name brand value, except for maybe KDOP Corp, who have some name brands. The question is, are those, you know, still fresh brands?
Yeah. It's tough. It does seem like we have our 5. It just depends on what Mates do as well. They obviously have top 6 locked up, but if they lose out twice, kind of reopens that door just a bit to be more in the point conversation. So see how it goes, but we are back in games. Man City is down to Toad in the Hole. We have a shot here.
Okay,
right away.
For the sake of the drama, whose kickoff goal was gone? Because I don't see a point. Do we know?
Way Funk has left us. He's thinking about it.
He's gone.
I'm getting briefed on the Vitality Caligaris match, which I'll wait until we have full confirmation on what's going on in that match to talk about it. This match, let's talk about them and see if Toad can continue on.
Do you know if there was a kickoff goal or what kickoff goal got turned away?
There was apparently some goal in the first 4 seconds of the Toad Man City match that got remade, and so then we started back over, and it looks like I think it was Man City that scored. I don't remember.
No drama. No, I mean
drama. Yeah, the mental is just completely chalked now because
it was a DC like right off kickoff, obviously. So
something like it was in the first 4 seconds. It was very fast goal.
Yeah. So. But Toad in the hole, they're going to try and fight back here. We did say, like, if there is a chance of an upset, it would probably be this one. Because Toad in the hole has done it before just 3 weeks ago in the Swiss of Open 4. But that was also when Man City was a brand new team. Was that the honeymoon phase time? Was that them trying to figure things out? We'll have to find out. But Toad in the hole, holding on to this lead and honestly keeping the ball on the blue side of the field for most of this first minute and a half.
Yeah, we haven't really seen anything out of Man City. That is maybe the worst possible bounce. It felt like they had a bit of a breakaway. Seiko's going to get a shot, but nothing that was the quality he would have had with a different bounce. Edge beat.
Nice pass. Oh. You love to see it. You love to see it when you're like, I don't really have a shot, and if I do, it's going to be saved. There's someone on line for it, but you go for the infield pass. That member's always going to be open because the last defender has to sit on the goal line.
Alrighty, so this match here, 1-1. We can hop over Vitality versus Caligaris. This is there was some drama about whether there was an admin in the lobby or not. We were being told that this match is official and is sanctioned at this point. So Vitality, with a minute remaining, 4-1 up on Caligaris, and looking like that's probably going to be a sweep.
Well, that'll be for game 2, correct? So I think the overlay might be a little bit off. So I think they went back a little bit into game 2.
Their map would suggest they're in game 2.
Yeah. The map suggests they're in game 2. Interestingly, Vitality's overlay also says it's up 2-0, which is making me question reality.
I'm almost
well, maybe if an admin DC'd, they didn't change the map.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Now I get it. That makes sense.
I think they're on the case.
No, and yes, because they had a 2-0 and a 4-0. We have seen 2.
Okay, yeah, I just thought for some reason they dialed it back, but it was because we couldn't see it because the admin wasn't there.
That's true.
So they were playing the game off air. All right. So Vitality getting the sweep. Congrats to them. Moving on, we all expected that, but Toad in the hole. 2-1, halfway through this game, trying to make this a series.
Yeah, you need a Toad in the hole win now to get all 3 of your wins for your over.
I did say Toad in the hole has a shot. I did say. So we'll see. Toad in the hole. Again, they're only down 1 game, and after the long timeout, they're battling here. So we'll see what Golfs can do. Gets met up by Edgeby. Little motion with the little motion around the ball to leave it for Vorce. And that's nice little redirect shot there. And we get some quality chances here by Toad in the hole, making Man City jump, having 2 men jump at a time on defense, so they're kind of held to their side of the field for, again, most of this game. Another scoring opportunity. Golfs with the shot, a little bit 2 in the middle. Acro with no boost will turn it away.
Yeah, Vorce has been creating well. I think he created one of their previous goals. Just there, he's just doing whatever he needs to. That sidewall redirect, it's very easy to get nothing out of that. Even with defenders in net, if you put on a perfect shot, he's able to bait both of them up. I mean, then usually follow up from there. So Toad looking good. They do not need their goal. They are up 2-1. It's Man City who need to get some offense going. Infield pass is to nobody. Vorce gonna go back to work.
Nice catch there. Nice high aerial dribble. So no matter what, he's going to get a 50-50 challenge on it on the offensive side. Another opportunity a little bit wasted there by Toad in the hole, but the back pass will keep possession. And again, lots of control on this blue side of the field, but Edgeby, big clear. Golfs has to get up early, just does in time. Avoids the aerial bump. No midfield option available. Acro, though, does win it anyway. Around all 3 with the... What? What just happened? How did that not go in? The pinch off the post and the crossbar, the counter on the other side. Toad in the hole. This game should be tied. I don't know what I just saw.
I think I've seen this before. I've been the shooter, and then right after I miss, I see the vote to forfeit in the bottom left. And it's hard to blame Acro, who would have been the forfeiter in this sense, because man, did he set that up for what felt like for free. But
maybe the camera angles were playing a little bit to us, so it was a little bit of a harder shot where you had to pinch it off the post or the wall, but that looked free. But instead, Toad in the hole, throwing up another shot, and looks like we might be tied up 1-1 if they can get this ball on the ground and kill these last few seconds. Last chance for Man City. The pass to Acro. Deja vu of the first goal for Man City, and we're all tied.
The ball don't lie.
And he did not have much boost left. Look at nobody on Man City has anything left. They used every last bit of it for that play. And now they got themselves in overtime. Who's got the kickoffs?
So play back to Edgeby. He's going to go up the wall. Vorse with the challenge win, but Acro's right there. And Man City all of a sudden starting to get some pressure, getting some demos as well on the back line. Can Toad in the hole escape?
Interesting, there was no challenge there after it felt like they'd gotten demos and gotten something going. They just let him escape. As Goff's motion got ahead of that. As he got no touch, didn't threaten much of anything, but it's Toad with a chance. Redirect, Goff's crossbar down. Nice shot from Goff's to finish it.
Well done. Toad in the hole. They lost it at the end at 0, and that's the ones that are backbreakers normally, but Toad in the hole bounced right back half a minute into that overtime to get a much-needed game win, because if they go down 2-0 after that, it's over.
The ball don't lie, but I'm not quite sure what it's saying, because I thought it was saying that Man City was the better team, and now it's saying Toad's the better team. So I don't know. What is it? A great match? Hey, you know, we might get Gibbs's 3 games for the underdogs here. We just have to go all the way to Champions Field and have Toad win. We'll see if we get there, folks. It'll be a good time. So, yeah, what a match. Vitality does punch their ticket through there. We didn't watch the end of that one, but they will be playing tomorrow. So, Man City, everything on them. If all 4 of our big dog teams in Group B are going to make it through, they got to clutch up here against Toad.
But also, every team in Europe is rooting right now for Toad in the hole, because Man City, if they fall, they're that 5th place team then in the points rankings, and it'll keep everyone just a little bit closer, and they'll have just a little bit more hope going into that final open.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Man City did probably not deserve to win that last game after they didn't score that wide open net. Hey, they can put themselves right back on top.
Nice kickoff here. They've been doing some kickoff moves. Edgeby this time, just a clean win forward, and there was no cheat by Toad in the hole, so there's clearly one by Man City.
Kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it was kind of an awkward kickoff on the 3 side, because I just feel like you always want someone cheating, but
yeah, it felt like it was supposed to be a safe kickoff from Toad because they sent 2 back.
Yeah.
And it clearly wasn't safe because, I mean, Acro didn't even cheat that hard. And usually when the ball's 1 to the other half, you know, you're not going to get the first touch. Yeah. But he had time to just catch back up to it, collect it, flick it. I don't know what the plan was for the other 2, but now they're going to play from behind.
Seiko, the new addition on the team, making some moves, but it's turned away. Goff's the infield. But the shot, Edgeby's right in his face, though. And Man City's doing a good job there. While they have been on defense a lot, they've been getting in the face. Not this time, though. The challenge turns into an infield pass out to Vorse. Well done here to follow up on that play by Little Motion. And Vorse is in the right place, right time, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, Seiko was cheating up too, but the 50 was won by Toad to his player instead of allowing Seiko a chance on the ball. They're quickly forced back into their corner. Vorse actually playing it around Edgeby. That's a good pass, but Acro dunking right away. Does he have a flick? It felt like he set up like he had a flip, but it expired.
It sounded like, and maybe my audio is a little bit off, that he accidentally double jumped.
Oh, maybe.
But yeah. Ooh. Little Motion, though, with the counterattack right after that mistake. Kind of just midfield ball. Another just quick ball down, and this is a wide open midfield. After I talked about Man City being in the face of Toad a lot, that's 2 of them that got away from them, and Toad in the hole. Back up top.
Yeah, I don't know what Acro and Edgeby were up to. Seiko probably didn't get the best touch ever because he's the one who touched that right before that opportunity, but then he was also the first back. He was also the closest to making the save.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Acro and Edgeby were up to during that, but the wide open net is not going to go, you know, unpunished very often. And ooh, motion. Couldn't quite get there in time. Seiko, too heavy of a touch. So he gets no follow-up. Acro doesn't have boost to get back to this one. Man City, they're in a bit of trouble.
Absolutely. Some demos coming out now from Goffs, but Acro is back. Has plenty of time to catch it, but a heavy touch will just give it right back away to Toad. They'll keep this ball again on the blue side of the field. Goffs is trying to challenge everything to keep it alive. Now Vorse will take it over for the infield pass. Goffs is just sitting in the crease. Gets the redirect, and Toad is dominating possession, and they're making it work. They're making everything count. Look at Goffs just waiting there. He was looking for a bump at first, and then it's like, hey, I'm wide open. Just throw me the ball.
Yeah, no one's going to be in net. Don't leave. Just hang out there and get ready to 50 it in. Not 50 it, but redirect it in.
And it's getting interesting. It doesn't even have to go 5 games, Wave. It can go 4. It could be a 3-1 to Toad.
It's true. It's true.
So, yeah,
No.
like right now, Toad is looking pretty dominant.
Pre-jump. Seiko's got time. He is going to play it to the air. Motion hanging out in the air right behind him.
What's actually crazy is if Toad wins this one, it has to go to 5 for it not to be that.
Yeah.
It has to go to for the underdogs to only win 2 and not 3. It would have to go to 5 and MC wins.
Yes.
That's what Man City's playing for. Like, they're like, hey, we had a pretty easy side of the bracket. We were top 4 last time. If we can secure, you know, a top 5, like in this tournament, we are looking very comfortable going into that final open, where probably a top 8 could even clinch it based on like whoever's around there. But if they lose here, a lot of question marks around them as well. We talked about, you know, that trade, and everyone's talking about how Man City won it. But if Man City lose here, a lot of question marks for open, that final open for them as well.
I guess it would have to take quite the swap though. Definitely looks like they won it for now. But I guess, you know, if they do lose and GK has a amazing last open, we've seen that from regions before, so it's possible.
But imagine it'd be like we're in the lower finals next week, and it's GK versus Man City. That would be the good script right there. I'm gonna just take a note.
Just write that down.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Like, oh, that's a good idea. Write that down.
Yeah, write it down. Just, you know, make sure this Swiss goes the right way, and it could happen. Here we go, infield. Acro is there, and Man City's not done yet in this game.
Yeah, they got a ton of time. Acro ready to feast off the Edgeby pass. Edgeby, great little recovery as he flipped, set it up towards the corner, but getting himself back on the wall in order to make the pass. Kickoffs have been actually fairly standard. I mean, Man City was able to get one, but really just from a weird Toad mix-up. Not even them going too creative. That was a great chance, Goffs. Good recovery. Minute left to go. Vorse going to try and take it out. See if he can stop the Man City offense for a minute.
Yeah, let's not forget last game, Man City scored at 0 to tie it up. They can do it again here for sure. So Toad wants to put one extra one in. A little bit of a pre-jump by Vorse, though. Gets beat out hard. So Man City takes over on the offensive side. Acro versus Vorse. Acro wins the first challenge, can't win number 2. But Seiko's there to back them up. Some demos coming out, but looks like Toad in the hole will push it away. Play a little corner ball, but infield, Acro. In. Here we go. Man City wants to quiet the haters and just win it out here.
Pass it to Acro. That's the way to do it.
Yeah. And just like the slow breaking them down, going through the corner, get a 50, go through, get a bump, get a demo, just constantly kind of destabilize the defense so that you earn yourself the space to make that pass and then put it on the money in the moment.
Oh, it's getting messy. Oh. Traffic in the box confuses everyone here. A little motion going for the bump, but Acro misses it. But Acro into Seiko. I'm not sure why Seiko is there, which basically forces the own goal and Toad back on top.
It was a good play to get Acro out of position. He was definitely arriving late, but then it's hard to explain why it looked like Seiko just turned it straight into the nets.
Goff's just going to waste time. This is a brilliant play by him. Waste as much as oh, beautiful.
Wow, he wasted it all.
play. That was fantastic. Toad up 2-1. Here we go. Can I be right twice in a day? Wade?
Oh no!
Come on, come on.
You can't keep getting away with this. It's been 10 years of this. Honestly, like what a heartbreaker for Man City. You work so hard, you figure it out. You're doing your 30-second drill. It works, and then at a victim of your own hands, you're suddenly back in a losing position with 14 seconds left.
And not only that, that's 2 heartbreakers back to back. They scored at 0 the game previous. It wasn't an own goal, but it was also like right off kickoff. Basically, they lost that overtime. So twice in a row, they make the epic comeback, and then they fall short right afterwards. And Toad in the hole, you have to give them credit. Most teams are going to crumble under that pressure. When a team is coming back for you that has more experience, you expect those teams to continue to crumble. But Toad in the hole, finding a way to bounce back and get both those game wins. Like, this could have been over 3-0, like if they just crumble. But instead, Toad in the hole's right there.
Yeah.
Fear. We were talking about how Man City had the overtime or the tiebreakers at the beginning of the season. That fell in that way, that sucked for them. Now here they are in a similar situation. Not quite a tiebreaker, but like you got to win to continue on today, to continue to earn those points. Like this would be such a heartbreaking way for them to go out.
Yeah, I mean, Man City, you know, sometimes you can see them. They can be in a position where they feel like they're playing to not lose. Toad knows they can just play to win. I mean, they have nothing to lose. They're looking to try and get an upset. Maybe that's going to enable them here in this lower bracket.
It's going to be interesting. It's just Man City. They need this. They need this so desperately. But we'll have to see what happens as we get into this 4th game. Toad in the hole, 1 game away from playing on Saturday.
Let's see.
Seiko is maybe, you know, somebody that you pick up. That Man City was playing alongside Tempo, the 2 Danes, 1 Bruv of the past. He was, it seemed like I thought it was going to be a duo that would never break up with Edgebeat, to be honest. But it seems like they have broken up, and Seiko's maybe that better, and they're looking to hold it down. But for now, I mean, Toad are again taking the lead and looking dangerous.
The Vorse putting it in. Man City, man, backs against the wall. You got to think the mental battle is like the whole battle for them right now.
It really is, and they got to find a way to claw back again. While Toad in the hole is like, guys, just keep the foot on the gas. Let's get a 2 or 3 goal lead to make it so Man City cannot make another one of these comebacks here. But see what happens as we're nearing 3 minutes left in the game.
You know, Gibbs, if I had taken the over on 2.5, would you have also taken the over? Or were you just setting me up?
I was setting you all up because I wanted to take the over. No. So I figured you would all take the under. So
yes.
I'm going to make it interesting.
I thought 2.5 was generous.
Yeah, like, yeah. Well, it's hard because you can't go 1.5, I feel like.
Yeah, they've already been.
Yeah, that's tough. So, but
you know, had I known what Gibbs was going to go, I wouldn't have made the mistake of going against him. But I should have seen the bait.
Yeah. You should ask James Bond about the times when I just purposely threw him under a bus.
Well, yeah, that one is Seiko will get it back for Man City here. At halftime, they're going to try and keep their hopes alive. Fully open net.
Yeah, Acro doing the assisting this time around.
Another clawback, though. Man City finding ways. They're always fighting.
Man City joining Rocket League. I mean, Man City, you know, I wonder how playing against an org, we talked about, you know, favorites and underdogs, but also playing with an org backing you, it feels like you maybe have more, you know, maybe some more support, but maybe more people to disappoint, maybe more pressure on you. I think all of that plays into it. Man City really want to prove that they're, you know, worth the nameplate they've been given Toad in the hole. Love their nameplate, but I'm sure they'd also like to play for a Man City type team.
Yeah, Toad in the hole again, though. Keep the ball on the blue side of the field. Finally, we get a little bit of a clear, but it goes right back. Some devils coming out, some physical play as well. So Toad in the hole kind of just doing exactly what they did these past 2 games. A lot of offensive pressure for them.
A big stop.
That was a big clear by Vorst, and then he had to meet it back on to the ceiling as well. Man City can't get anything going, then the redirect going through. So again, we're getting down to the final minute, so it's going to be really, really tough at this point. Whoever scores probably gets the win. A little bit of a shot high by Man City. Another attempt at the net, but there's 2 defenders back for Toad in the hole. A third try is not the charm either. Toad in the hole staying alive on defense right now.
Man City still possession though. Another great pass. They've done that all series long. The infield pass. You got to think Toad has to be expecting it here at some point. But in the season of the fakes, maybe they can somehow fake it. That's the way through.
Fake it till you make it. There you go. The motto of the season. Man City trying to pop something up, but no one's available. We just have 2 members of Man City like at the midfield, just trying to keep the ball controlled on the orange side of the field. A little bit of an awkward touch there on defense by Toad in the hole, but they'll get away with it. And 2 members on defense just sitting flat-footed. The shot, it's up by Aggro, misses, but Edgeby finds a way to secure it anyway, and Man City goes up late. Can they finally secure a win?
Can they hold on? They lost this lead real fast in game 3.
This one was definitely deserved. I talked about how their loss last time or a couple games ago was for sure deserved with missing. They almost got close to not converting on that, but they had so much offensive control for what felt like the last 2 or 3 minutes, and they did actually convert it. They just need this ball to hit ground, and surely it'll be hitting ground anytime soon. It's ever going game 5.
Wow. Making it spicy.
Oh, man.
Hey, we went to game 5. We went to game 5 at the end of Group A for the final match of Group A. Going to game 5 for the final match of Group B. These are all showmen. They understand how to put on a good show here, and they're doing a great job for us. And yeah, the fact that the bet is still on the line here.
Yeah, it's a great line set.
Which one is it? Yeah, you knew what you're doing.
Toad in the hole. Look, Toad in the hole's a good team. You know, we saw them in Open 4. They got that win over Man City, so they're showing that they have some worth here, and they want that top 8 appearance. They want that weekend gameplay to come out, and who doesn't, right? Like, everyone wants to be playing every single day of Rocket League that they possibly can. So Toad in the hole going to try and make that lower bracket run if they can get through Champions Field. And this is where all that experience now with Man City, it's not a ton, but it's still more than Toad in the hole, at least for 2/3 of the team. It's not a ton, but because of that tiebreaker they played last split, the heartbreaker there, those losses, they kind of mold you as players, and you then go to every other Champions Field being like, it's not as big of a deal. The nerves are not nearly as high. So you would think you would have to give it to Man City here as the favorites.
Yeah, definitely. When you talk about nerves, for some reason what came to mind was, I think there was video of Seiko after him and the mates won, and his teammates absolutely popping off, and Seiko just kind of like, yeah, just another day, just another day, and he's clearly calm here because he's going to be first to score.
Yeah, this is what he does. Like, guys, don't worry. I've done this so many times before. I don't show emotion. I'm a robot. It's the old Cloud9 way, you know, when they just never showed emotion. And here you go. We got the Seiko effect coming out in Game 5.
And they've handled the kickoff as well, so they get to play from the lead. Although so much time left on the clock, definitely not a time to really adjust your play style too much. But they're letting Motion go to work here. Motion, little flick pass. Great save from Seiko, the man of the hour.
There you go. I like the idea, though, like a little pre-jump as well in there, or at least a fast pop up into that pass. So Toad in the hole are still attacking. They're still trying to find their ways through. Trying to get creative, which is always nice to see, but just got to be careful, because when you go for those plays, it normally keeps you outnumbered. It's on a counterattack, and then you kind of lose possession and are playing on your back half for a little bit.
I just saw Edgeby. He went through trying to pick up a demo, and there was nobody home. They were all rotating back at the perfect time to avoid getting demoed. Nobody camped in net, but there is somebody camped now. Vorst just waiting there. HB trying to play all of them, and he does. Seiko with the finish.
This setup was beautiful.
And that first touch
around the corner. Like that, and then this, like to hit it with just enough power to where it pops out for a pass and doesn't just streak across the net, unplayable by your team. Incredible.
Yeah, that first touch too, where he beat the first man. That's why he got all that space as well. So he could just sprint down the field and just get a free counterattack. It was great by him. So HB doing some work here, and Man City going back to their old ways, trying to get a much needed win for them to get to top 8 and try and expand that top 5 points lead over the rest of the field.
Do we know who Man City would play if they were able to finish it off? The bracket knowers right at the top of their head.
So they're Deuces or K-Dot Corp, right?
I'll see.
K-Dot Corp feels like the scarier matchup for them to get. K-Dot Corp also high in points. Although I really loved Bibaba. Not to. I mean, this is me trying to curse Man City, just talking about like they already won it. I'm trying to generate some toad goals by doing this.
Man City, I believe. Who else made it through? Vitality? Vitality was... Oh, no. Man City would get Gritty Goose, I believe. Because Man City was a higher seed than Vitality coming into this.
So the winner of this will get Gritty Goose.
No. Man City would get Gritty Goose.
Got you.
The whole would get K-Dot Corp. Because it's based on highest seed coming out.
But you said that it was because Vitality was a higher seed, and surely Vitality is a higher seed than both.
No. Man City was a higher seed than Vitality. I'm sorry if I misspoke. But Vitality was also a very high seed.
I see.
So.
Because of 3-0. I see.
Yes.
And Swiss. Gotcha.
I could be totally wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
I'll give you that knowledge check.
You're not often wrong.
You know, live on stream.
It's formats. That's normally something I'm good at. Like, usually.
I think the good news is it doesn't matter who they get.
This is just creeping up, though. It's only 2 minutes left at this point. They're going to have to find something.
Ooh, that's disgusting.
It's another one for Man City. I need to see it again. Did he just angle behind her for the dunk? Oh, he gets the extra little tap into the... Wow.
Technically an own goal. That's
I got orange trail on it.
Vorst, though, at the same time, just never challenged it. He just thought it was going wide, but Acro just flies right around that ball. That's a goal while pretty, I don't think that's a goal that you should be giving up for Toten Hole.
No, it's you definitely sat there flat-footed and let him play around you. You became woodwork.
All right, so
not seen a total offense anyways. I mean, we need to see him send everything now.
Yep.
Seiko really, giving this team the lead, and it's so much easier to play with that cushion. These guys have handled it well. We've seen this pass a ton. This play is something they've used for so many goals.
It's that Champions Field golf, man. The experienced players, whoever has more experience, they always have the edge of these matches, and we see it. It was back and forth so tight for the first 4 games, and now all of a sudden you hit this field and it's different. It's just different, and Man City showing their worth here.
It's one of those moments on a Friday where I usually say, all right, let's go watch a different match, more competitive, but there is no other. We get to all watch this and enjoy Man City celebrating. Hopefully they're not celebrating just yet. We get to celebrate. They get to celebrate in 58 seconds. But also for them, the work is just beginning. This is a big weekend.
Yeah, top 4 last time. Now they're going to go down to this lower bracket, but they're still a force down there. As this one spills by, that's probably Toad's chance there to at least creep within 3. But instead, every chance that they don't score is just more time wasted on this clock, and Man City looks like they will secure this and move on. Unless this goes in, maybe this should. Nope, and another one goes
if
wide.
that goes in,
yeah, of course, but then it's like
likely.
There's hope, but not at this point. 20 on the clock. To score 4 goals would be unbelievable. Man City finding a way, finding their form just at the right time. When the clock strikes midnight, and here we go.
Just the right time for me. That's what I needed.
Dude,
I needed a clutch up.
Here, imagine thinking that the underdog teams would win 3 games.
I couldn't.
And like who would do that?
Man, that Gibbs is a fool. Like, what's going on here? Yeah.
Congratulations to Man City, and big shout-outs to Toad as well. I mean, we were talking about it from Man City's perspective here, but what a performance from them, getting to Game 5 in that circumstance. 1 game away from being top 8 in Europe is something so few teams, so few players have ever been able to claim, and here they are, folks. A great performance from them. We'll see them again, I'm sure, in open number 6, but that sets our teams, Gibbs. We're ready to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, we got a solid 8 teams for sure, but we had to have some drama, right? Like at the very end, we got our Champions Field, which is great to see. Vitality, though, taking care of business. That also happened during this block, if you forgot, because it happened so quickly that we didn't talk about it much, except we were talking about food dishes, I think, like at the time. So Vitality with Zen in the forefront, as always, showing why they were open 4 champions and getting the job done pretty comfortably here.
It was 12-1 goals in that matchup. So Vitality making dinner out of Caligaris there.
Nice.
But it was a big 1 goal.
That big 1 goal.
They got it at least when the game wasn't over. You know, they had this game tied 1-1.
Yeah.
So maybe they believed for a brief moment. This is the one we just got done watching. Man City.
This is the beginning. That first goal that we were watching Vitality when that one happened. That one was crazy to watch.
The infield passing was great by Man City.
Yeah, we had 7 of those.
Yeah. Toe in the hole, though. We're creeping there. You know, good challenges, good 50-50 challenges when they played a lot of offense. And again, some clutch victories as well. Like after giving up leads was absolutely huge for them to win Game 2 and Game 3 that way. See right here with an unfortunate own goal, really, by Man City, but we see Man City battle back there in Game 4. That was also a close one. It could have ended there, but instead it goes to Champions Field, and that's when the players shine, the experienced players shine, and Man City showing up big in Game 5.
Group B will be Ninjas in Pajamas, Carmine Corps, Manchester City, and Vitality. The 4 big teams, as Gibbs just said, did emerge victorious. We'll see them play tomorrow. Group A, a bit more exciting. Maybe some teams that we thought were going to make it out that we're now learning don't have what it takes or have struggled to find it here on the day. GK Esports, most notably, dropping out in 5 to KDOP Corp there, and Gritty Goose taking out Magnifico to make a top 8 appearance there. Whip Esports gonna be the story tomorrow. We're gonna talk about how is this team, where did they come from, who are they, how are they in this spot. I'm excited to watch them there. Right now in 10th as far as points though. 5th place is an 8-point threshold. So can Whip get back into that conversation? It's a very, very tight race there. We're looking at that 5th spot in Europe, which does go to Paris and to the World Championship. So we'll get to see those teams playing tomorrow. Lots on the line, and the bracket looking stacked, looking spicy. We'll play 4 matches tomorrow and 5 matches on Championship Sunday, but each of those matches tomorrow going to be an exciting one here, Fear.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I'm looking towards the upper bracket K Corp versus Gentlemates. That's definitely a big one, but elimination, maybe even more important, another Corp, K-Dop Corp versus Team Vitality. You know, it's some old Vitality members versus Vitality in the lower bracket, so that'll be juicy.
So
that's match of the day. That's match of the day right there. Come on. Rado and Alpha versus Zen. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And listen, if K-Dop Corp somehow beats Vitality, and if Gentlemates somehow beats Carmine Corp, I think we finally get it. We get K-Dop Corp versus Carmine. I think it happens. But those, as I'm saying it out loud, I'm believing it less as I'm realizing just the crazy results that have to happen. Gentlemates over KC doesn't seem like that's a good match where I feel like it could go either way. Vitality over K-Dop Corp though, with how strong Vitality's looking right now, that is a rough. It's rough for everybody. The Vitality's already in the lower bracket.
It is, but Ninjas in Pajamas too. Huge win versus Vitality. They get Whip Esports, but who knows? We'll see if Whip can continue that crazy run that they are having, but because I think they also beat Ninjas in Pajamas in Swiss. So that's why Whip is here. So see if they can do it again.
We'll see if they can do it again. Folks, if you want to watch these teams play, get your tickets to Paris, folks. It's going to be a great one. I'm excited for it. I hope that we are all in the building when we watch history get made there. Scan the QR code. You can be in the building. I'm excited for it. Let's talk about, let's take a look at the schedule again. I believe the schedule was slightly incorrect just a moment ago. Here is the schedule of matches we will play. Man City versus Gritty Goose will be first thing tomorrow morning. KDOP Corp versus Vitality coming right after that. Then we'll see Ninja Pajamas versus Whip and Carmine Corp versus Gentlemates here, Fear.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at Whip as a Toad. Wait, I forgot Toad's team name. Toad's full team name. But the Toad in the hole, yes. Toad in the hole. Whip is like the Toad in the hole, where they get a good round in the Swiss. It gets them an upper bracket. They kind of, deal with their lower level opponents to get that top 6, and then we usually see them drop out. So Ninjas in Pajamas, they did in Swiss. Can they do it in upper round with a full best of 7? There's no escape in there with just a couple wins. If Whip can do it, it's exciting, but usually we see those teams just kind of drop through.
And then my match, obviously, like outside of K-Dot Corp and Vitality, but we have Carmine Corp versus the Mates. Viewership is going to be at an all-time high for that one. Huge fan bases on both those teams, and it matters so much for the Mates. They need as many points as they possibly can get. Right now, they are tied for 5th, so they desperately need that win versus K-Corp.
We'll see if they can get it done. Tomorrow is playoff Saturday. All 8 of those teams will be playing. Some of them will be playing for their tournament lives, folks. It's going to be a lot of fun. 4:30 p.m. Central European time is when that pre-show kicks off. We'll have the matches kicking off at 5 p.m. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for playoff Saturday.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.